Turn toward me and look so weak. I've never seen you with such tired eyes. And everything we said we'd be, we just traded for a suit coat and a tie. And underneath the rows of trees, I will see you where the ocean meets the sky. Under your toes, the fire grows. You are ready for a different kind of life.
Welcome to week 3 of the Ember series, the 4th and final Renegade Cup monthly. My name is Daniel Vorborg. I'm joined here once again by Lasse, better known as Foss in the Rocket League community.
Thank you.
How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling good. It's getting exciting now. We got the top 16. We got the best of the best teams progressing now to the top 16, and I'm looking forward to the games. It's going to be really exciting and a lot harder for us to predict. So.
Yeah, and for this occasion, I've dressed up a little bit because I'm not feeling that well. So I figured,
Oh, you have to make up for it?
Yeah, so I'm feeling bad, so I have to look good, you know. So I'm kind of maybe overdressed for the occasion.
You make it work.
but yeah, anyway, we just mentioned it's week 3, but let's take a look at the schedule for the entire tournament. Because again, this week 3, we did have in week 1 and week 2, as you guys can now see on your screens, we had the group stages being played, group A through D, E through H, and we had the groups being finalized last week. So that means now we're into bracket play, top 16.
Yeah.
If we just, take a look back at the group stage as a whole, didn't it go more or less as we expected?
More or less
offsets?
As we expected. The biggest seeds tended to go through and the lower seeds tended to get pushed out. So it went as you could expect. I think it didn't contain a lot of surprises. It was you had a few matches where the lower seed would beat the higher seed, but other than that, it was straight sailing for the higher seeds.
Yeah, we talked a lot about the fact that it's awesome to see these tournaments where like tier 3, tier 4 teams can also participate, try and get their spotlight. The level of play throughout the group stage, how would you kind of rate that?
Well, I think it was good. I think it was great. Yeah, it's true that you have some tier 3, tier 4 teams, but looking at them play, a lot of them, the skill gap may not be as high as you think. A lot of teams were actually fighting back. A lot of teams were actually showing their teeth, and that was exciting. That's exactly why I want to see these teams on stream, because it shows what are they actually capable of. How long is there from the bubble, from maybe the RLRS level and the tier 2 or tier 3 scene, from the lower tier teams, and that's really exciting. I think they played really well.
Yeah, but we did find our top 16 teams. We can pull up the brackets right here. Here's the upper bracket. It is a double elimination bracket system that we're playing. So it means if you're out in the games today, you're not out of the tournament. They will still be playing in the lower bracket. So definitely lots of chances for these teams. But as you can see, your matchups: Savage versus, to be honest, Bim Bam Police versus Team Echo Sudo, the Bricks versus Belgium, Bus Drivers versus 21. Then we have Childish and Bim Bam taking on Shippers, Swedish Muzzycocks versus We Them Bros, Ark versus I Got The Part, and Team GFG versus the Snoses.
Yeah.
Those are your top 16 teams.
So that's just the upper bracket. But we're going to have the whole first round, every first round, both in the upper and the lower plate today.
Yeah.
So there are some teams that are going to go out today.
Yeah.
So that's just how it is. That's the lower bracket. Teams are going to fall down here if they lose the first one. And then you're going to have the first round played. The first round on the left there, that's going to be played out today as well. So we're not going to see any of those matches on stream, sadly.
Nope.
But tomorrow it's going to be more or less almost every game we're going to see.
Yeah, so we're going to be streaming. Well, actually, so for this week, we're going to start, of course, with the bracket, and we're going to finish the bracket the next week. So we have 4 days of stream time to bring you as much action as possible from these games. We won't be able to bring you all of it, though, as we do have, I believe, 12 games total then being played today. But we can take a look at today's schedule. We'll be bringing you 6 games from the upper bracket. We're going to start out the day with Savage versus, to be honest, Ark versus I Got The Part, Team GFG versus Snoses, Bricks versus Belgium, Charles and Bimba versus Shippers, Boss Drivers versus 21. Those are the games that we'll be bringing you guys. But of course, the last 2 games in the upper bracket will also be played today, and also the losers bracket. We'll keep you guys updated here on stream as much as possible. But I know our good friends over at Leaguepedia are also very good at updating their brackets.
Definitely.
So you can of course also head on in there and
shout out.
and keep yourself updated. But we'll also be live updating you guys here on stream as the games are being played off stream in between the games. If we look at these top 16 teams, we've talked about a lot of them obviously because we've seen them all on stream. But if you are to highlight a couple of really exciting teams to follow here in the top 16 bracket, who would you pick?
Well, of course, you have Savage and the Snosers. You have Savage, everyone knows them, won RLRS, they're moving to RLCS. Then you have the Snosers, that's the ex-XL roster, incredibly experienced roster. Some guys who are playing really well together. Everyone knows them, everyone's afraid of them, they know what they can do. Then you have a team like the ex-Epsilon squad called Bilchidam in this tournament. But the two teams that I picked for today as teams that I want to watch, because I think it's exciting, that is Team ARC, ARG, Team ARC, and it's Team 21.
Okay, but let's start out
with the first one here. Yeah, that's the Spanish roster, a Spanish roster of players who's played together for, that's something that didn't quite get fixed there, but yeah, they did not win RLRS Season 6. But they do have a player that has formerly played in the RLCS League play. You have GCR, who played under Golden Hawks in Season 4 of RLCS, and they actually beat us in Copenhagen Flames at that point. So you have a player there who has a lot of experience with RLCS, and it's just a roster that's played together for a long time. I think the roster today is going to be Stake, GCR, 710, and Marked by 8. So I think a lot of people playing Rocket League on a high level in ranked and knows the bubble scene, they're gonna know these players. And it's a team that did really well last week. Also, they took down Team GFG 3-0. GFG was the upper seed in that group, but ARC managed to take them down 3-0 in the winners final. Yep. So I'm excited to see these guys because I feel like that they are showing some really good stuff right now, and I believe they can go far.
Yeah, definitely interesting team. You also wanted to highlight Team 21.
Yeah,
I believe.
Yeah, because that's actually a team we haven't seen on stream yet, and they did really well by also beating Bilchidam on off stream last week. So they went to the upper bracket final, and they actually beat Bilchidam, the ex-Epsilon squad, 3-2.
One of the few upsets.
One of the few upsets, exactly. And you know, this is also a roster that people will know. Seto, he's played on Unique Stars. That was a very good team back in the day. You have by Mateos, a very good Spanish player also, and you have Ghostfire, who's also a known player in the bubble scene, known for being really good. And these three guys together, apparently it's working really well for them. So I picked them as a team to watch because I think they can do some damage as well.
Are you biased toward the Spanish? Because I saw a lot of Spanish players in these.
I do not believe that I am, but I picked some teams that I think are just really exciting, no matter where they're from.
Yeah, I'm a bit disappointed in the lack of Danish players, but you know, we will get to see some Danish players though on screen later on, so I'll be very happy about that. But let's move in to talk a little bit about our first matchup of the day.
Yeah.
We will be watching To Be Honest taking on Savage, as you can also see here on your screen. So Savage, when I just asked you to highlight teams that you wanted to pick, you ended up naming, I think, 5 rosters in the end, but one of them was Savage.
Can I name all of the rosters?
So let's start out with Savage here.
Well, Savage, like I said, they don't need much of an introduction. It's just a team that everyone knows if you follow Rocket League. They won RLS Season 6. Everyone knows Bluey. Everyone knows Devo. Everyone knows Alpha as the newcomer on that team, the guy who's they brought in and who's bringing a lot of firepower to the team in terms of he wants to score those goals. He has a lot of mechanical ability that the other two guys also have, but Alpha's abilities really complement how Bluey and Devo play. So, you know, it's just a roster everyone knows. Devo, he's won the World Championship. Bluey, he played for PSG. Alpha coming in with some firepower as well. So it's a really, really strong squad. And I have them as one of the top candidates to win the Ember series.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would definitely put them in that contention. They're going to be taking on To Be Honest though, Stocky, Coca, and Rise. Yeah. Tell us a little bit about them.
Well, yeah, it's German and Swiss squad here. Everyone, okay, maybe not everyone, but a lot of people will know Stocky. Stocky, he's an OG on the scene. He's had high level just from the start of Rocket League. He was one of those players that you just know. Stocky, he's an amazing player. Some info about them. You know, Stocky and Koga in RLR's season 4, they were playing under the Juicy Kids. Oh. The season did not end that well. I think they lost, I think it was every single match, or at least almost every single match. But it's still, they're continuing to play together, and they have the experience now. They brought in Resex. They've had some really nice results, and I think that's going to show. But can they take it today? I'm not sure, but it's going to be an exciting matchup.
We have to say, you know, just qualifying for RLRS is a huge feat. I mean, it's a very brutal bracket play you have to go through just to qualify to the league play. So amazing feat just to make it there. Yeah. But let's talk a little bit about these two teams in the matchup versus each other. As always, we have a prediction game going. Fuzz taking on Switchblade J and Jar of Jam. I think we have the scores actually, because we're keeping track every single day. We didn't manage to do so the first day, but we have the scores here from 3 of the days, day 2, 3, and 4. So you get 1 correct point if you guess the winner correctly, and another point if you also guess the score correctly in that series. So Jar of Jam sitting on first place with 26 points, Switchblade J second place with 22, and right after Fuzz with 21. Only 1 point away from second place.
Close third.
I'm
gonna use today to get back.
Yeah, because I mean, you know,
get the lead back.
You are the analyst here, right?
Yeah,
you're supposed to be the expert. I
know, man.
coming in on third, you know, we'll have to see if you can rectify that today. So let's start with the predictions for the first series. Savage, all the way down, 3-1, all the way down.
We agree.
So maybe you're already smart, or maybe you're not so smart. We will, of course, see that
but none of us, I feel like it has to be said, none of us know each other's predictions before.
That is true.
We are not copy-pasting. We actually completely agree on this, so that's nice.
Yeah, so we just talked a little bit about, like, you know, to be honest, they're a good team as well. What is it that makes Savage the favorites in this matchup?
Well, they've looked really strong in this tournament as well. They've only dropped a single game. That was the last week against Charlie's Game Bim Bam. The thing I'm wondering is, can they keep their composure now that the bracket is getting stronger? We're moving into top 16. They're supposed to win this. They are the favorite of this match. But can they keep it together even though they're going to have some tougher opponents? I think they can keep it together and definitely take this win easy, smooth sailing.
Easy, smooth sailing, 3-1. Let's. I was about to say, let's see if our casters agree with that prediction. But I mean, they also predict a 3-1. So I guess. So instead, let's just hear some reasoning from our two lovely casters, Jar of Jam and Switchblade J.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yes, I mean, it does seem like it would be a pretty obvious choice to choose the Savage side, obviously being one of the top seeds coming into this tournament, being one of the favorites to win the tournament outright. You know, you're going to look at it and just think to yourself, yeah, it probably is going to be a Savage victory, but very rarely throughout the course of history, including during the Ember series, they've actually managed to take a very simple 3-0. Like, they often get complacent in that first game. They sometimes tend to mess around a little bit. You know, I'm sure Jam can attest to all this. So I do think that, to be honest, you know, they're a strong enough side to take a game away at the very least, you know?
Yeah, that's my reasoning as well. First of all, Savage, they didn't really have much contention in the whole the Ember series. The only serious game that they had was against Childish Gambimba last week. I thought it will be a 3-1 specifically based on that. The fact that the first game is usually being used by Savage to sort of get in the groove. They really take all the 5 minutes to get used to their opponent. But then the next games are usually whitewashes. They'll read their opponent perfectly and then use that to take the series away from them. But one game, especially against the opponent of even a higher caliber than Childish Gambimba, no offense to Childish Gambimba, but Stocky, Coca, and Ryzex might as well steal one game off their opponents. Otherwise, it's Savage all the way through.
Yeah, I still believe that there's a chance for To Be Honest to do some good damage right here. You know, they're a team that I really, really rate. You know, I think that they could do well at the top end of the bubble C, maybe lower RLRS, possibly pushing in towards that middle of the table area of the RLRS if they're good enough for next season. We have to see whether they qualify. Because, you know, Stocky and Coca have obviously tasted like the top of the scene. You know, they've been up there since, you know, way back in like 2015, 2016. And obviously with the Juicy Kids, they had their resurrection and trying to keep things together. and with Rizek joining the table, they have proven that they can still be a very reputable force. Unfortunately, it's the case that they've drawn against Savage in this first round, so they'll have to make a pretty decent lower bracket run if they want to come back up later on during the later parts of the playoff stages. But yeah, I also wouldn't be too surprised if we saw a 3-2 series myself, Jam. Savage get complacent. This team is actually relatively good. I'm not saying it's going to happen. Obviously, I predicted 3-1, but it's possible.
Yeah, we are currently in the stages of the tournament where the predictions are getting so much closer. This is no longer the territory of 3-0s all the way through. So easy to pick who's going to be the winner. Yes, here Savage is the deserved favorite for this matchup, but you might think that, maybe a game here, a game there. It's getting slightly tougher to get that one extra point for predicting the scoreline as well. Those definitely add up. But Savage, not only they have everything on their side, basically. I feel like they really want to bounce back after the World Series of Esports qualifiers. It wasn't their fault, really, but they lost on basically lost on the technicality. Alpha couldn't play, and as a result, they had to forfeit and instead gave the place in the tournament to PSG Esports. And who knows how that's going to be going, because they had some great results. One against Nordavent, one against Mike and Tay Nuts. Method, they also won against. Flipside did put a little bit of a stop to them, but Flipside eventually went through the winners bracket to basically win the thing.
Yeah, actually, that Flipside result, it was the winners' final. So the winner of that match was going on to the LAN anyway. So Savage were like within touching distance of getting through the upper bracket. It just came down to the fact that Flipside also had a very good run in the upper bracket of their own right. Savage still took a game away from them, Evan. Let's not forget that fact. Yeah, it was just one. Right? Fair enough, but still, against a Flipside that have seemed reinvigorated, if you consider the context of where Flipside stand right now, they're looking like a team that could rival the old Flipside tactics from way back in like 2015, 2016. That's going down back some way, but that's just how I think.
It's like that hashtag that's currently trending on Twitter, 2009 to 2019, but a little bit shorter.
2015 versus 2019.
Come on, Flipside marketing team, if you're listening, do get on the action. But other than that, really, it's Savage has some great results behind them, but right now they're also pretty eager to win, not only after the World Series of Esports, but also they really haven't had a big victory as of late. Their last really big victory was them qualifying to RLCS. Yes, they also won the Ballistics Brawl qualifier, and that was a victory against Red Reserve. But other than that, they didn't win in the Ballistics Brawl, and they really weren't participating in many of the tournaments, Renegade Cup as well, because only now they're basically getting through. Yes, they played in October. Fortunately, that result is annulled, and they played in December, finished second. So now really, they want to get everything for themselves. They are for a reason the number one favorite to win this whole thing, maybe top two maximum.
Yeah, and the other thing you've got to consider as well is the idea that Savage came second to Method, a team that they actually beat in the WSOE qualifiers. So how much have they improved since that December monthly? How much have they gone through and made some changes? Personally, I think they've improved massively since that point. You remember back during that Confederation Cup finals, when they faced up against the likes of Excel, they actually had a bit of a struggle. They were struggling. It was a 4-3 series, which they ended up just about barely winning when Excel were on the reverse sweep. So they've had some close calls in the last few months, and I think that really that Renegade monthly right there was a kick up the backside. Like, right, let's buckle down, let's do this, because Savage overall as a team, I've criticized them for being very lacking in the defensive. Over the course of the Ember series, honestly, when the defensive has been tested, it's held strong. Not as confident as some other teams. I wouldn't say it's as confident as Red Reserve's defensive, for example. But their defensive has certainly gotten much better. And for 3 strikers to go from being just pure striking elements to go ahead and turn it into much more team play based oriented style, I think that's an achievement to be said for Savage.
Yeah, it's seeing the improvement like that just over basically a month or so is pretty impressive. They still, at their core, are a 3-striker team, as you mentioned. So they win a lot of defense by playing a ton of offense. And really, some of the moves that they're pulling off, I mean, Bluey, Alpha, and Devo, whoever you give the ball to, they might really surprise you on the field. Like, whenever Bluey gets into the swing of things, sometimes it's to his detriment. Sometimes he just tries to carry the whole team on his back. But sometimes it's really just explodes into into a great bit of Rocket League than gets on the highlight reels, and everyone just goes ooh and ah as Blue just continues scoring one after the other. But it's still, they might have their problems, and specifically right now in round of 16, no more easy games. All of the easy games have been had previously. Now it's the real test, because previously majority of those matches that the teams had in the group stages were against much weaker teams. Just looking at the previous matchups for almost everyone who's currently at round 16, we're seeing like expected to win. Here, though, it's getting so much harder. A little bit of a spoiler, I only have 1-3-0 today, and I won't tell you exactly which one that is.
Well, we'll find out which one of those 3-0s will come to fruition. But as it stands, we're ready to kick off with our first game of the series. We're all saying 3-1. We're all saying Savage. And they will be over on the blue side of the court. To be honest, trying to take control on the orange side, challenging for midfield control. The Bluey and Devo playing off each other in towards the corner. They will try and take the first offensive play of this first game here. Of course, we're still in best of 5 rules for the early first rounds of the playoffs. Will be Devo and Bluey missing some pretty basic shots, all things considered. That ball was back in stasis essentially in towards that corner, and no one was able to land it. It goes right back into the blue half where Coke and Riz are going to pass between each other, dunk it down for Stocky, who's going to be a little bit too low to it, so couldn't quite get the shot that he needs. Rizex will not be able to fend off against it as well as they punish the over rotation. That's Savage scoring the first.
To be honest, wanted to get Savage in an awkward situation, but then they couldn't recover back. Ryzek's the only player who could save it, but from an awkward position himself, he just couldn't get enough touch on it. As Savage just attacking, great passing play as well, just a straight up pass from Blue up to Devo and Alpha, who were just in a bunch, but trying to direct the ball with all their might. Oh, that's a great opportunity for Alpha as well. Stocky well saved on that one.
Pull off the backboard, Bluey and Devo are going to try and keep this pressure rolling, and this is where they strive the most. It's Alpha setting up Bluey, trying to go for a shot on target. It's taken away with the defensive line, and Bluey still gets a good shot on target. That's just challenged by the 50-50, so Devo on target again, going to be pushed away by Rizex. As to be honest, try and hold down their backline defense, because it is getting peppered as per usual. This is expected from Savage. When they get inside that orange half, they're not going to let the likes of To Be Honest get back out. They're going to continue to put shot after shot until something goes back in the back of the net, and they get a 2-0 above their opponents. But finally, a breakaway chance of To Be Honest that will get shut down by Alpha. Stocky will be there to recover and get it off the backboard, where Bluey just puts it out of play. Stocky a little bit too fast, a little bit too aggressive, couldn't quite get the shot that he wants, and Alpha goes right off the ceiling of the net to get the final clear.
Well, I'm impressed with how, To Be Honest, are holding up themselves in their basically the first attack, and Stocky with a cheeky shot as well. Seemingly Savage still attack monsters, absolute monsters, but the moment the time comes for them to actually defend, the cracks immediately start to show. I was thinking maybe finally the Savage will take the first game in a strong fashion, but if they will allow To Be Honest any more chances, it seemed that To Be Honest might as well use them. They're having a couple of difficulties themselves.
Throw that ball back out towards that midfield. It's Alpha to try and tee it up for his teammates. Stocky down to Coca. Good pass back in towards Stocky all the same. He's a little bit too out of position though. The ball going a little bit too far awry. That allows Savage's defensive to take control. Devo passing out to Bluey, who actually out-fakes it. It's a little bit too wide to the right-hand side, so they couldn't quite get the shot that they wanted. Ball in from Alpha, challenging again Stocky. Rizex will be there on the other side of the field to receive, but won't be able to get there. It's Devo that beats into the ball, and Bluey tees it up once again. Devo with 12 points of boost, but that may be all he needs. So that one's right on target. Stocky takes it away, pass back in, and now Rizex will play in towards Stocky. Passes back over to Rizex. Bluey will try to get in front, and Devo challenges for ball control, going right on towards the net, and no one's in place to save it. That's a 2-0, eventually scored by Savage.
The biggest problem for them, To Be Honest, right now is they try to improvise some move on the field, and it looked promising up until a point where you see that they're not comfortable with it. They are constantly losing the ball. They are stopping where they should be attacking still, while Savage is just moving at their own leisurely pace, which for Savage is absolutely mind-blowingly fast. And as a result, they're able to beat To Be Honest, with To Be Honest basically stumbling all over themselves.
Pass in from Rizex is going to go well. Bumping play is recovering for Stocky's shot. And he finally puts the first on the board for To Be Honest. Finally a team play that seemed to, again, finally it kind of worked out for them.
Yeah, and this was really the first one that really hit the mark, because previously, To Be Honest, always lost that second or even third player to some unfortunate circumstances. Here, all the cards fall right for To Be Honest. And as Savage in that one decided to play a little bit more in the net.
Ooh.
they do immediately answer on the other side of the field with a series of shots that you can only describe as Savage-esque.
Bluey challenged by Coca. The ball's going to go out towards that box. Rizex shot on target will be taken away all the same. Alpha and Bluey in the back line. Coca going to get off the backboard. Diva's going to be there. Actually misses it entirely, but see Rizex is kind of being a little bit hesitant so far, and I've noticed that from him on the team plays. It's kind of been one sticking point on why they had the things broken down the way it has. For to be honest, is the fact that he's not committing as far as maybe he could have done. Defensive is looking strong from him. I think just that little bit extra effort would go a long way for his side.
Yeah, it's Rizex mostly, but then the rest of the team as well. Great plays. Right now they're trying to commit themselves up front, but look how quickly Savage moved to the other side of the field. It is impressive, and all three players as well shows how many resources they can move all over the field, beating, to be honest, and its speed in this game.
Ball off the backboard for Coca. Alpha going to try and take it away. Rizex just about teams one inside. Devo is able to deny, and Alpha and Bluey feed off each other for a very light clear. Stocky's going to try and challenge for midfield presence, but Devo's going to put a shot on target. Now Rizex and Stocky again combine, taking the defensive clear, pass back out towards the blue half of the pitch, and Alpha takes it alongside the side wall, flicks it over, or tries to flick it over towards Bluey, misses it entirely, and Devo missing out on Stocky. Both players trying to challenge and play the mind games against each other, but both sides will end up paying the price for it. More specifically, to be honest, will pay the price for it because they're running out of time to score a goal. Back in for Coca, passes in towards the box. Alpha's going to clear it back out towards the orange half of the pitch. More time being wasted as he goes for a shot and outplays the defensive. It's 3-1 and probably game one for Savage.
You can see that's not only time wasted, but also it's so much time given to Alpha. Stocky tried. God bless him, but really with his position, even with the boost that he had, seemingly that he saw that situation and he in his mind already lost it. While Alpha had all the opportunities to caress the ball as well as he could and put it just in the right spot to make sure that Savage's 2-goal lead is enough for them to win this game number one, which was perhaps shaky at times, but still, it's a good old Savage, and plus no longer they have the game one blues. Seemingly they came out with this one pretty darn strong. So that one game that we expected, to be honest, to take, it won't be the game number one where Savage are usually failing. Whether they can take a second one off them. Right now, it's not the Savage that needs to bounce back after the first game. They've done brilliantly. No, it's to be honest now. They need to gather their resources, figure out how they can play in the attack, because their attack, bar that one goal, was really disjointed. Everyone was having the different ideas, and it wasn't really cohesive. They were trying to make up something out of nothing, and more often than not, it just completely broke.
Yeah, it definitely felt that way, to be honest. Savage kind of outstyling their way to victory and outplaying their way to victory as a whole. You know, the team looked like much more coordinated than what, to be honest, we're playing for. And again, it doesn't feel like they got complacent in that first game, which doesn't lead to the favour of, to be honest, after the back of that. You know, we were all saying, right, game one's going to be theirs, and then Savage will be able to sweep their way back out after that. But now it's looking more than likely 3-0 might be the reality here, Jan. But of course, we'll have to find out whether, to be honest, can hold their own fight, because it is still a best-of-5 series, and 2 more games at the very least will have to be played. So do you see a way back in for, to be honest? Again, I kind of pointed out Rizex and how he's not quite committing as far forward as his teammates are, but what are your thoughts on what, to be honest, could improve?
Well, there are definitely possibilities for them. It's just that, not just Rizex, in my opinion, it's all of them need to really get on the same page. If they don't, the play will continue falling apart. They had also quite a bunch of mistakes in their defense as well. Savage playing on the Savage level, the one that we expect, and that is how they get majority of these goals, impressive. And the level is obviously RLRS, definitely RLCS, even almost that caliber. So to be honest, they almost need to be a completely different team. So more teamwork in the offense, or more chemistry in the offense, and also tighten up their defense. That's their ticket back into this game.
Well, out from the midfield to start things off, to be honest, going to try and take control as it is Savage with the first offensive maneuver. But won't be able to follow through with the goal in the early 30 seconds, possibly not even the early minute, to be honest, trying to lock it down. Has slowed the pace down a little bit on both sides, but oh, a touch from Bluey. And that's what we were talking about in the pre-game. When he wants to carry his teammates on his back, he's happy just to style it out. Barely even a touch, but it's still on target.
It beats Saki because he doesn't expect Bluey to get any sort of touch. It beats the second defender, to be honest, coming in because it was just a touch late, but oh so precise. Against the crossbar, it's unpredictable where it's gonna go. But Bluey, who else but Bluey, puts it exactly where it needs to go. From the other flank, barely touching. It's Bluey time. It's Savage. To be honest, they're in deep waters.
They have got 4 minutes to still recover it, though. It is only 60 seconds for the first goal and the only goal of the game so far. So I'm not going to count, to be honest, out so quickly. But if Savage keep that up, then they are happy to take easy control of game 2. Not going to hold the same line of form, however. Players being out of position, but Blue is still passing towards Alpha, which will be taken away by Rizex. Devo pinching it back in from the corner. Rizex recognizing that danger and just blocks it before it enters the box. Second touch from Stocky, going to get it off the backboard. This is set up perfectly for Coca, but Devo is again going to be able to read it. Rizex trying to follow through with a second touch, but he can only put it out to the corner where Bluey is able to receive. Coca trying to back pass to Stocky, but that plays into Alpha's advantage. Now going in for the double touch, going to leave it for his teammate. Stocky just going to put it at a discourse. Keep the ball away from the net, but only able to do so for so long. Again, it's Savage in the orange half of the pitch. They've got plenty of pressure and plenty of chances on that net.
Actually, that attack broke down pretty quickly, but previously Savage was looking strong in the offense. To be honest, always had to defend with the last possible player. Oh, what an opportunity. Rizex sitting goal, and yet, or a sitter rather, and he just couldn't convert it. That might be the only chance they even get in this game. Try again. More opportunities. Now we're talking. They're warming up, to be honest. Savage gave him a couple opportunities, and all of a sudden, to be honest, looking like a completely different team, going for great shots. This is what we want to see from them.
Alpha set up, going to get challenged by Stocky, and comes Bluey, and Coco will feed out to Rizex, who's not even in the midfield to receive. He's going back for more boost, but a nice open net for Stocky to punish, and he's not missing this basic shot at the halfway marker. To be honest, will be able to equalize.
Yeah, you can get that, and Stocky actually, I think, blocking Devo on the flank as well. Perfect opportunity for, to be honest, to counterattack, as Savage, trying to push hard, previously was working for them, do commit one grave mistake, and to be honest, credit to them, they were actually aimed for a counterattack in that situation, really sacrificing defense just a little bit, but in their situation that risk was worth the reward.
Rizex going to challenge for Bluey, who saves Devo, take it out to the midfield. Now follow through for Savage. He tries to pass back into Bluey once again in the midfield. Not going to happen. There's Alpha. Also takes the offensive chance. All Savage in that orange half. Stocky will be able to get a clear opportunity, and Coca will try to follow through with a shot. Nice redirect. Is going to get pushed further out of the left-hand side by the likes of Stocky. And Rizex cannot keep that on track. Ball moves in. Alpha controlling it. Challenged once again by the offending players of the Tibionius side. Still Stocky going to try to set it up again. Alpha and Rizex going to challenge for control. Rizex, can he get it past everybody this time? No. That's a fourth shot he's taken. He's missed it either through defensive or just general mistakes. And Stocky just can't seem to recover it, to be honest. Again, they go up against a very strong Savage defensive, which holds true for the next 30 seconds.
It wasn't actually as strong as I would expect him to be honest. Actually, for a second, almost running circles around the Savage. It's just that they weren't exactly quickly committing their players, and the moment that the Savage got control of the ball, that counterattack was looking oh so dangerous. As a result, to be honest, just need to convert their chances just a little bit more. This is their best game attack-wise, and they're currently out-shooting Savage, who really can figure out more than what they got from the start of this game. As a result, this is, to be honest, game to steal from their strong opponents.
60 seconds left. Stocky challenging for control in that corner. Bluey going to try and take it out. Rizex also going to go 50-50. That sets up Coca, but not quite enough. He bounced it off the crease, going to try and follow through with control in towards Rizex's side, but Alpha's going to beat him to the ball. The Stocky goes out to the corner. Devo will return it to that corner, and Alpha will challenge for it. Bluey going to go up high, but a little bit too high of the ball. Double pinch from Coca and Stocky. It's 30 seconds remaining, and another offensive play for, to be honest, that's just not going to get allowed by Savage. Bluey with a lot of ball control. Trying to flip, reset it back into Alpha's position. He will be able to take control eventually, pass back into the mid-center. And Coca will take it out to the other side. Now Bluey with his chance. Avoids Stocky. Cannot avoid Rizex, but that's still another good chance for coming in for his teammates. Very close towards the net, and Coca just about takes it away. But 10 seconds remaining. He's got no boost. No more boost than the other players, I don't think, either, as Bluey goes back off the backboard into Alpha's position. Going to try and look for his shot, but it has been cleared back out to that midfield. midfield. As the ball looks to touch the floor, it will bounce off the backboard, and Coco will return to the midfield. Savage going to try and keep it alive for as long as possible, but it is killed eventually. But to be honest,
really improved in this game number 2. Their attacks no longer looks disjointed. They weren't as strong, and really they almost didn't threaten their opponents.
Ooh.
This one once again from Savage, but to be honest, started playing more like in a more basic style, but it worked out so much better for them. At least they kept in the control of the ball. As a result, Savage were sort of shown to these prolonged periods of attack by their opponents. That's how, to be honest, got their possession and got their shots on target. For Savage, though, it still seems like their one goal, the go-ahead goal now, the winning goal in the overtime, is looming almost every single time they're grabbing the ball. And those moments where Bluey is, again, doing it on his own, even that is positive for Savage in some ways. At least draws out all the, to be honest, defenders. So for the rest of Alpha and Diva to actually get in on the action and score their goal.
Alpha challenging again, offensive coming through from Savage, to be honest, trying to hold on. As Coca and Stocky pass between each other, good shot on target, but Bluey able to take it away. Now Rizex is going to get beaten out again by Bluey off the backboard, looking for his third touch potentially in this offensive line, but he won't be able to make it happen. Does demo out Rizex as Stocky comes forward, gets challenged by Alpha, Devo to follow through off the clear. And continue this one rolling for the Savage side, but only for a moment. Again, Rizex with a clear of his own right. Bluey blocks it, Devo comes through the secondary touch. And now Stocky with 82 points, going to have to beat out Alpha, will be able to do so. Now leaving it for his teammates, but again, Bluey keeps this one in the orange half. They're disallowing any chance for, to be honest, to break away. There is actually another good challenge. Stocky going to come through with an even better one, but it is pushed out towards the midfield where Bluey is again reading the position so well from his teammates and his opponents, keeping that pressure out to the corner, out to the backboard. Striking chance for Alpha, taken away by Rizex, and going to get cleared over to the blue half of the pitch, but again, only temporarily.
And to be honest, don't have a strong clear in them. As a result, Savage rotating in all to intercept that ball, bring it straight back. They don't have a shooting opportunity themselves, but I think by this point it's just a matter of time. Alpha's doing a little bit of a Bluey thing. It was getting close, but it's just getting a little bit hotter. And to be honest, side, they need their own opportunities on the other side of the field. They are just not coming. They can't get a grip on the blue side of the field.
Rizex once again going to try and take point. Can he work off of this? No. Bluey and Devo block and clear. It's back over to Stocky and Coca in the defensive. Coca, good challenge on Alpha. Devo's going to get forced back away. Try and clear it again. Gets it past the first aggressive defender and past the second more passive defender. Stocky still clear back over to the midfield where Alpha is again reading it so well, going back off that backboard. Someone's going to get touch in, but Devo will come forward. And again, read his teammates set up so well. 2-1 will be on the board for Savage as they look to take match point.
Savage managed to bring the ball quickly into the danger box for To Be Honest. And this time, To Be Honest, just didn't have enough players up in the air. Really, they almost never beat Savage in the aerial game, and just even the technical game all over the field. They had to resort to other moves. And here, Savage just found the right opportunity, or to be honest, we're not exactly paying attention as to whether that cross is being dangerous. And it just gives a great opportunity from Devo to put one straight on target. For Savage, this has been a little bit more sloppy. We expected them to perhaps lose the first game and then bounce back instead. They win the first game, close to losing the second one, getting back into the overtime because the regulation time wasn't exactly in their favor. I would have almost given it to be honest. Then they themselves got a little bit lost, and Savage remembered exactly how on earth they should be playing Rocket League. And with a couple of false starts, of course, but they managed to bring the series into a 2-0.
Yeah, but to be honest, like no pun intended, but to be honest, just didn't really look like it was a confident offensive line. Again, I'm going to criticize Rizex once again. Just because of how few times he really managed to handle that ball in the blue half of the pitch. And that was a really big problem. Again, he missed some basic shots, missed some more advanced shots, and admittedly did get close to the line on that front. But when it came to those basic open nets, he still missed a couple of them, and he still wasn't able to maintain that presence despite being the most forefront person on the field. And that's, I think, going to be a bit more of a main problem for To Be Honest going forward, is the fact that whenever he is the forefront person, he's going to get challenged super easily. As once again, kickoff comes into fruition on match point for Savage. Stocky going to try and get it off the backboard. We're going to try and get a good shot on target. try and get something out, to be honest, in this early minute. But as it stands, the Savage defense holds true once again. Into the corner, it's Stocky trying to go for the zero angle, almost finds it. No commitment from Coca or Rizex, however. Couldn't recover the situation, couldn't recover the best chance they had at scoring an opening goal against Savage.
And to be honest, their best chance right now is to actually get a prolonged attack going, because unless Savage get a counterattack against you, their defensive rotations are good for 1 cycle, maybe 2 cycles, and then it starts breaking down. Great opportunities, open net. They're getting some players in on the action of this.
There we go.
And Rizex, heard your please, Jay, and he gets on the action, but that took a while. And again, Savage taking all the players, committing so hard that returning back into net is almost out of the question. Great start for, to be honest, exactly what they needed. And their attack, well, they can't rest on their laurels at this point. They need to be pushing forward, because Savage, well, this 1 goal difference means almost nothing.
All up to the minute here, to be honest. Have control for the moment, but only for the moment. Let's see how Savage are going to be able to respond to this. They have got a bit more pressure than they usually used to. As Rizex and Coca come forward, out to the corner they will go. Devo pass back into the centre. He's going to take a shot for Stocky's part of things, and Coca again centres it up. We're going to try and give Stocky another chance, but Stocky's got no boost, so we'll go back into the back lines. So now Bluey passes to Devo. Devo misses his shot chance, so Stocky and Rizex return fire to the backboard. It's Alpha to put it back over to the orange half once again, going off the backboard. Bluey going to look for his touch on target, didn't quite bounce in the way that he was predicting it to. Devo can't recover it either, as he misses and Coca misses all the same. So Alpha's going to recover to that midfield. Stocky challenges him. He back passes. That actually is the chance for Rizex, but again, it's not on target. It's too far wide to the left-hand side. And while he got a good shot off the setup from his teammates, that recovery could have put, to be honest, at 2-0 in the lead.
There's a lot of struggle for, to be honest, in the attack, and they also know that they can possibly rely on the cheap shots on Savage's defense. You can't beat that defense with something cheap and easy. This is not the level of the opponent that will be conceding some of these shots. So a lot of smarting up is needed from Savage, or at least some weird and awkward shots that you can catch Savage off guard with. But then Savage immediately shows what is the real level of play, how you need to play on the level that the Savage are themselves. Those passes and those plays that they're making are so much dangerous than whatever, to be honest, is putting on the other side of the field.
Well, Stocky is trying to see if he can change the pace up a little bit. That might be the key, but in this case, it's challenged successfully and returned to the box by Alpha. His shot's going to be denied by Rizex. Back in the back line defensive now. Stocky's going to have a second chance. Again, he misses the ball. Going to try and pass it out to Coca, but Bluey is again there to beat the ball. It's Coca out to the midfield again, going to look for a second touch. Out of boost, Ava's got to leave it for Stocky, who leaves it for Rizex. Devo challenges him, puts that one right on target, and no one's in the back of the net. Alpha, if he gets a good touch on target, they will just get fed away by Stocky. Fortunately enough for them, it wasn't quite as on target as he would have hoped. So Rizex can return over to the backboard. Alpha into the midfield. Coca, shot on target, over to Rizex. He had to go for a second touch back away into Stocky's position in the mid, but again, Devo and Bluey hold face, hold the defense, and clear back out. Try and set this pressure up again for the Savage side.
Savage are not getting their quick counterattacks. As a result, they aren't really getting many opportunities at all. This one was a close one, but to be honest, really brought it on themselves with all the players in the defense and with everyone just really abandoning the defensive play. This was defendable. This clearly defendable. But Savage, on their first proper opportunity in quite a while, just, I don't know, cleared the territory, said it's ours to take, and they took it.
And there you go, the crucial equaliser that Savage were looking for the entire game is going to be found, and to be honest, they're going to have even more pressure to deal with. No second player to come through on that particular setup from Devo. Alpha's back in the midfield, Blue is going for boost. The ball in, Rizex out to the corner. Trying to keep this pressure going, but again, no one's further forward enough, and Bluey will go off the backboard into Devo's side. Rizex will push that out to the other side. But again, that's the point I was talking about. Rizex being the forefront man, and no one's on the page with him, as Alpha is able to punish alongside Devo, returning that offensive to their own. Again, the second on their board.
And you can once again see that, to be honest, are just slower than Savage when it comes to challenging the ball. Not the first goal that they've conceded in this manner. And you really need to be raising to the occasion. You need to be like, put your alarm like at 5 a.m. just to beat Alpha for that shot. And to be honest, are just not doing it, not expecting it. And by this point, they really should be giving their opponents so much more respect than this.
45 seconds remaining for the recovery. Again, it's in the blue half, but they just can't seem to make it happen. Devo can return. Alpha back in the midfield will get beaten up by Riz. It's going back off the backboard. Stocking with his shots, but he's way too low. Coca comes in with a shot. It's too high and too wide. Going off the post. Just no chance for that one. And that sucks so much for Tibioni is getting so close to the line. They've still got control back in towards that midfield. Coco and Stocky taking it over to the blue half. Bluey going to tee it up. Diva going to try and recover it. Rizex and Stocky both can't get their touches and they can't get it confidently centered up. So it's all back to Coco to take control. Defends against Alpha's initial shot. Will go back in off the backboard. Leave it for his teammates to come forward. And Coco will just tee it back away. 5 seconds remaining for him to get off the ceiling. Leave it for Rizex. Good touch back into the backboard, but Diva's going to kill the momentum. Back into the center and Stocky's just not set up for this. Falling back, ready for Alpha's clear and does read it right, but that one's way on target for a good shot coming in from Alpha. Doesn't quite work out for him, but it doesn't matter either. The ball is going to touch the floor on 0 seconds, and Savage are going to win a 3-0 sweep there, Jam. Much more confident than we were expecting it, but it is still going to be a victory for Savage nonetheless.
It was two close games, and in a way, to be honest, we're slightly better in game number 3. But obviously, taking Savage to an overtime and having a great opportunity in regulation time to either take it away or then snatch it in the OT. But it seems like, to be honest, after the game number 1, they quickly downloaded a recipe book, how to play Rocket League ideally, like on an RCS level. And so, all right, so we need those ingredients, and those ingredients. Let's do this. And so they got it. They really tried hard, but you know how the recipes usually go for the first time. So you maybe put a little bit too much here, don't do it there, keep it in the oven for too long. And as a result, they had all the ingredients. They were trying to do all the right things, but it will always, like passes weren't exactly right. Their shots were a little bit missing. Positioning was lacking. Double commits here and there as we're really eager to get their recipe done. But as a result, Savage is just the Gordon Ramsay. Is that the cook? I'm having Someone Ramsay.
Yeah, no, Gordon Ramsay. You got it. You got it. I was. You see, you said a question there. I wasn't sure what you were 100% meaning.
Ramsay?
Yeah, it's Gordon Ramsay. Gordon Ramsay is the head chef in this kitchen, and Savage is Gordon Ramsay. So
exactly. Savage is.
Yeah,
Savage is Gordon Ramsay.
Yeah, it's the expected result, you know, and that's what we were expecting. Savage are going to take a victory, 3-0 in the bracket. They're going to be moving forward to the round of 8. And to break it all down and talk a little bit more about that, it's Ember Fuzz and Daniel.
Yeah, the correct recipe from Savage.
Yeah.
Overall, watching this series, did you feel like, to be honest, we're also being a bit too eager in their play, or?
Yeah, they were triple committing a bit on the whole offense as a whole, and that shook them up a bit because Savage would have some easy clears and it turned into goal at some points. But of course, when you are coming in as an underdog in these kind of matches, you need to press. You need to really get your offensive on point and really press on. But maybe it was just a wee too much, so it bit them in the end.
Yeah, because we talked about this. I've asked you if coming in as an underdog into a game in a tournament like this, like what should be the mentality going into the game. A lot of time you've been talking about having to play aggressive, try and shake the favorites in the matchup. But there's of course also there can be a downside to it if you end up
exactly that showed today the downside of that. I think they did what they could, but you know, Savage coming in, it's just they were too strong. Obviously, they were too strong, and to be honest, it didn't really get dangerous for Savage at any point. So, in that third game, they were behind with 1 goal in most of the game, but they came back and got the 3-0.
Yeah, so I was about to say, okay, so it's a 3-0. We talked about before the series should be easy breezy for the favorites here, but we did have an overtime.
Yeah.
And again, as you mentioned in game 3, they were behind for a large part of the game, but they ended up making the comeback. So was this as dominant as a performance as you expected from Savage, or are there also some question marks? I mean, we talked about them being too eager, double commits, triple commits, but still it was a close 3-0, but still close games.
It was close games, but I went away from the game with the feeling that it wasn't truly dangerous for Savage. It wasn't truly close. That's the feeling I got, at least, from the game. They were in control, even though you had an overtime and they were behind in the game 3. They were still in control. They knew what they were doing. That's the feeling I got from the game.
Okay. Fair enough. But let's take a look at today's schedule. We do have more games to bring you guys. 5 more to be exact. This was only the first one of a a long day ahead of us. Next game is going to be Ark versus I Got the Part.
Yep.
As you guys can see, a lot more games to come after that as well. Actually, we did also have a game being played off stream, so we can maybe even show you guys the brackets if we have that updated for you guys. We do. Savage, as you can see, moved on from the upper part of the left bracket. But also, Weed and Bros taking out Swedish Musikuk. We're not doing prediction games on the off-stream games.
Nah, we're not.
So this kind of freebie for you, Foss. But did you expect Weed and Bros to take this one?
I did expect them to win. They've been playing really nice. They have that's the Tater, B-Peak, and Flakes roster. That's a really strong roster as well. They ended up winning the first qualifier that we were having, the open qualifier for the Ember series. So they've been showing some really nice results, and yeah, I expected them to win. You know, Swedish, they went and lost their upper bracket game in their group. So it was kind of expected from me that they would lose this one, because you had Weed and Bros coming in with the win, and you know, they were just looking a lot stronger.
Yeah. So first two teams already found into top 8, but of course the two losing sides are not yet out of this tournament, as we are playing a double elimination bracket, which means they're still alive but down in the losers bracket. As you guys can see, we also have that updated for you guys. Of course, they are waiting to see who they will face moving forward, as we will have the rest of the games progress here on stream. But let's take a look at our next matchup that we're going to have live here for you, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be Ark, as we already talked a little bit about, because they're one of your teams to watch, and then I Got the Part. So just quickly, if you can reiterate why you think Ark is a roster to watch.
Well, they have GCR, who has RLCS experience. He played on the Golden Hawks in Season 4 that beat Copenhagen Flames. So they have GCR. And that's, you know, when you're looking at these players, Stake, GCR, Mark by it. I'm highlighting GCR. Other people might highlight Stake. Other people might highlight Mark by it. These are actually all guys who are known in the bubble scene for being really consistent, being really nice players who are definitely making a name for themselves on the bubble scene. So you might as well highlight Stake for being he was also, like I talked about Stocky in the other matchup, that he was an OG on the scene. He was one of those guys you knew he's good just from the beginning of the game. I feel like Stake, he kind of has that role as well. He might not be as known as Stocky, but he's always been one of those guys that you know are really good at the game, and they've just been playing together for a long time, these Ark guys. So I think they're a really strong lineup right now.
Yeah, and then we have the UK players on the rise.
Yeah,
over on I Got the Part.
It's I Got the Part. Yeah, Reclusi, Virus, and Clean. They have showed a little bit of themselves in last week. They ended up going through as top 2 in their group. Couldn't really write that much about them, except for that they're UK players on the rise. I've seen them in ranked, I've seen them in tournaments. They can do some damage, and you can see it's one of those teams that if they continue playing together, they're going to be really strong. Right now, they still have a lot to show. They're still on the rise, and that's the thing I want to emphasize, that they're on the rise. They're rising players. I think they can do some damage, but I'm not sure if I would call them one of the stronger teams of this top 16.
Okay, but still making it top 16, of course, does show that they can do some damage, as you mentioned. I feel like there's a joke in there somewhere with the one guy called Virus and one guy called Clean, but maybe we'll figure that out later on in this tournament.
You go think of that.
But let's take a look at the predictions. Of course, we are doing this prediction game. We can see if you guys still all agree.
We do
actually agree on every single parameter that you could be. It is incredibly boring for the second series in a row. Ark winning 3-0.
Yeah,
they're on the rise, but haven't risen far enough just yet.
Yeah, you know, I'm gonna put my money on Ark, because, like I said, they're showing really nice results. But also, if you just look at the Ember series, last week they took down Going Forward Gaming 3-0, and they were seeded higher. Like, Going Forward Gaming was actually seeded higher than Ark, and they still took them down 3-0. Last week they were playing with another guy instead of Stake. They were playing with a guy called Clay X, and it's not the same roster. They've switched out one guy. They're all registered, so it's all right. But they're playing with Stake instead of Clay X, but I still think they're extremely dangerous. I talked about Stake. I think he's a really good player, and I still think that these guys, having played together for so long, I still think that they are going to be favorites going into this matchup. Yeah,
it'll be interesting to see if this roster change is going to bring a honeymoon, or if it's going to be too much of a shuffle for the guys. But to take you guys through all the action, we're going to send it over to Switchblade J and Jar of Jam.
Thanks again, gentlemen. Yes, unfortunately, despite being from that nation, I'm not really backing my UK boys today, which does suck. Again, it kind of, I'm a Union Jack man, but I just can't see it today, Jam. I just can't see it. You know, like ARG so dominant. You know, like one thing that our friend Digital Bacon always says to us is never count out the Spanish sides. And I sort of did that last week when they're facing up against GFG. I was like, yeah, this is WLF. They've been up to higher ranks, and then they just got swamped. And for ARG, you know, certainly they were a case in point right there is don't count out the Spanish sides. These guys are looking strong. They're looking good. They're also relatively proven. I think that I've got the parts, though I have a little bit to show me before I have full confidence in them.
Well, it's a 3-0 all across the board, and I think Stake, GCR, and Marbait really deserve that scoreline. Yes, they had some interesting troubles. We've seen them against Glacier Esports on stream in our first week, where the game 2 and game number 3 really sort of slowed down. All of a sudden, RG completely broke down. And even against Going Forward Gaming, they won 3-0. But if you look at every single game individually, unless the scoreless that I got here lie, it was an overtime every single time. And so a victory by 1 goal for every single one of those games. Still, if you just stay them, if ARG somehow had a stat, potential for ARG would be through the roof. It's just that they're not always using that potential to their best. But against a team like I Got the Part, sorry, Reclusi, Virus Clean, I mean, I wish you all the best, but it's not against ARG.
I mean, you know, there's a good little bit of UK LAN infrastructure that you can that is certainly available for these boys to get down. So maybe they should calm down. You know, I won't plug them, but you know, it is worth it, honestly, for UK teams to try and make it forward. So I want to see them go further. I want to see them stick together. But here, as you say, you know, I think it's going to be a bit too much of a challenge for them to face up against ARG and end up winning. But ARG will win the blue side. I got the par over on the orange side of the pitch. Let's see how much they can get done in game 1 at the very least, maybe for the rest of this series. As we kick things off with Clean challenging GCR and Stake there to back him up on the ARG side. Going to keep this in the orange half to start things off. And Mark by 8 have it off the backboard into the center where Yukis will be there to try and support it. Stake back over. Clusi Clean going to try and find the defensive together, but Mark by 8 going to bump it down. GCR with a bit of a bump of his own right, kind of helped out with that one. It's an opening goal for the ARG side.
A perfect opportunity. You can see how well ARG are setting out the passes, putting the ball just in the right spot. And GCR, cherry on the top of the cake, putting Virus out of the job in the net. Virus was already pretty darn deep in the net. He came from behind GCR. So GCR have sort of committing on the ball to make sure it gets in the net, have getting in the Virus's way, make sure the ARG open up the strong. And really, that first attack was the best they could do. Stake, though, immediately fails in the defense and allows the first goal. Oh no, Stake, that was the opposite of what you should have done. Out of boost slightly, really, all he could do is slightly jump upwards and then bring it as high as possible. But his teammates couldn't make it in time, and Reclusi immediately punished that mistake.
Good punishment at the very least, you know, like a lot of amateur teams when they face up against a much higher caliber level of team, they end up having a few more problems in terms of punishing their opposing side, but that didn't look too bad from Reclusi. Very nicely done from them, and they're back to 1-1, so all evened up here, looking to go past that first minute at the 1-1 marker, but I got the part. Back on the backline defensive as ARG try and mount that pressure back up again. Pass in from GCR out towards the backboard, and Virus will be able to take it away. Mark by 8 going to keep that one back in the mid-center where GCR can tease it up for his teammates to come forward and take it inside that box. But Clean clears it away. Stake will have to follow through on the side. Back into the center again. It's going to be inside that box. The Virus will be able to clear it. Once again, passing from GCR. The Mark by 8 is on target. Reclusi able to get that defense together.
For ARG, the rotations are a tad too wide, but I think they're still adjusting to their opponents, giving them the benefit of the doubt, and just as much respect as possible. The worst thing you can do in this situation, when you're considered the favorites, is to consider your opponents to be not worth your time. And seemingly ARG are still thinking that they should at least first learn how their opponent plays, and only then really go out when they feel like they can really use those opportunities.
Well, ball in to Stake, takes it to the corner. Again, the ball will go out from Reclusi's part of things. Can't quite challenge for it. Virus take it back in. GCL going to pass back to Mark by 8. And go in to set up Stake for a good redirect. He actually misses that one. That would have been directly on target. I don't think Virus would have been able to save that. So that's going to be a second goal taken away from the ARG side with the demo coming in on Mark by 8. It's going to leave the defensive relatively open. Clean will have his chance and set up by Reclusi and Co. Back in towards that blue corner they will go. Pass back over to the midfield. And can we go a little bit further than the midfield? Cleans back in the orange half. Mistake going to have to defend that as he clears it out to the stage right of the net. GCR. Now with his control over to Mark Baye, who's getting charging onto Clean's angle. Reclusi also against that midfield. Just can't quite seem to get the shot that they want to. It's a bit of a tussle here between these two sides, just for the midfield control, because neither team is having a whole lot of pressure. It did start off very pressure-based on the ARG side. Now we're able to find the full extent of that, though, as another shot comes in, is defended by Reclusi.
Yeah, those shots are coming in from ARG, but they're not exactly a 100% clear chances. Well, I Got the Part is just still trying to figure out how they can hold on to the ball for themselves. They're keeping ARG from coming close on many of the occasions, but for themselves, there's still a big task to bring the ball to the other side of the field and anywhere near the goal.
It's ball control for Clean right now as he takes it over to the blue side corners. Mark Baye with control again. Challenging for it, trying to get it past Reclusi, who again puts it on target. Very nice shot coming through from him, and GCL will be able to take it away alongside Stake. Goes back off the backboard into his teammates, and there's no defensive that can line up. It's still a little bit too high, but Mark Baye comes in for the recovery from the other side. 2-0 is going to be the scoreline. Sorry, 2-1, excuse me, is going to be the scoreline as ARG take the lead.
You can see that both of these shots, initial shots that set up Mark Baye in the finish, I Got the Part were always just a tad too late, not committing fully. And even Reclusi with his opportunity, I think he already almost considered that, oh, that's already going in. I might not reach that anyway. Well, let's try anyway. And as a result, he put himself in a position where he couldn't recover from and take the last possible save. Well, as a result, that pressure from ARG are finally paying off, since I Got the Part. Really, only one shot to their name, almost no time on the other side of the field, while ARG are just mounting their attacks. They're not terribly strong attacks. Well, almost scratched that stake from the center field. Makes his mark in top right corner as I Got the Part now being punished by, well, really almost nothing they could do in that situation. Either really control your net or concede like just they did.
Knowing the back two players realised that 50-50 was a 50-50. I thought it was going to be another standard clear and they could commit forwards. They weren't quite ready to wrap back up for the defensive line. Not quite ready to take the offensive play that Reclusi is setting up either. No player in the mid-centre going to be able to take the shot in. And Clean and Virus will try and recover it. Reclusi will push back up all the same. He's going to get cleared all the way to the orange half. And one good touch is all GCR needs to get it past every player in the I Got the Part side. It's 4-1. This is really starting to run away for ARG.
Oh, yes. Now the gears have been oiled for ARG. And as I Got the Part are now finally considering, hey, we should really put ourselves, show ourselves strong on the other side of the field. It seems that there's still big gaping holes even in their attack. Let alone their defense. As a result, this is ARG's game to take. They have controlled it from the start to finish, and that one unfortunate mistake, make that two unfortunate mistakes. And Reclusi once again on the finisher for that one for I Got the Part. They do catch ARG when ARG make those mistakes, big mistakes this time, and I Got the Part can consider looking for them next time. It's just that for ARG are not giving those for free.
Yeah, absolutely not. You know, ARG, as you say, two mistakes is all that gave them those two goals. You can kind of take credit away from I Got the, so you can give credit to I Got the Part, I should say, because obviously, they have been able to punish those mistakes relatively well. And I brought it to mention earlier, you don't see many amateur teams doing that. So the fact that they are rising up and they are punishing those mistakes is going to be great, but they've also left some pretty big mistakes of their own right, and ARG have had no problems punishing those. They get the offensive play back off the backboard. Virus puts it very dangerously inside that box. A follow through from GCR and Stake will be able to put that fifth on the ball for ARG, and it basically confirms what we already know, that game one is going to their favour. I Got the Part though, still got fists swinging, not quite balancing, not quite resting on the ropes, not quite knocked out just yet. They're still alive and kicking here in game one.
Yeah, well, ARG, though, it's a backward passes 101. Get the I Got the Part in position when they can clearly defend it. And with them not always committing to them, not having a player to clear that sort of a pass, they just are at the mercy of ARG. And the goal-scoring machine that are the Spaniards are currently in full swing. Oh, my, Clean. Now, that's a good one. Now, this wasn't exactly off the mistake of ARG, although they went somewhat hard, but that bounce really signed the deal. And it shows. It shows what you already talked for. 2 goals already. It's the fact that they are not shy of going straight in the face of ARG and using those opportunities. When it really counts, Gotta Get the Part can definitely go and challenge their opponents, even in defense. Whether they can use that in the next games, well, it depends on whether the ARG's goal-scoring bonanza will continue, because previously they had the times when it died down just a little bit, and need to be wary of that.
Yeah, and, you know, I think really the main thing that I got the part need to improve on is their own mistakes in their own half. You know, ARG is, you take a look at the board right now, you can see ARG, they're not readying up immediately. They're taking some thoughts of their own, right, because they realize, right, why did we concede as many of these goals as we did? You know, how was this a 5-3? And the simple reason is because mistakes were being made by both sides. ARGs were a little bit less obvious, but I Got The Part was so good at punishing it. Now it's just the case that I Got The Part need to just tighten that backline, make sure they don't overcommit, make sure they don't leave those gaps in the fence. Because ARG themselves are a better team, they're going to be able to punish it. They're going to be able to score many, many more goals than I Got The Part are really ready for. So if they try and deny more of those goals and continue punishing those mistakes in the blue half, honestly, we could have a game on our hands. We could have a pretty good series from I Got The Part. And what a surprise that would be. You know, we all said 3-0. This is not going to be their day. This should be a relatively simple affair for the ARG side. But they've struggled quite a lot, you know, not only in terms of that scoreline, but obviously the early half of that entire first game was both teams just challenging for midfield control, and neither team really able to get it. It was a complete struggle all throughout. And this is going to be a struggle on the defensive line as Clean gets set up for a shot directly down in from the midfield. Will not be able to follow through as it goes off the post, defended by GCR. And now Stake and Mark Bayet go back over to the orange half. Going to try and get this together, but the aggression coming out from I Got The Part looks to try and ramp up as this game goes on.
What a start, but what a save by GCR. Despite clear as good as it gets, he also gets a flick of that one as well, just to get in the trajectory of the goal, of the ball rather. And wow, best save so far, I think, today. He just saved the bacon of ARG at the beginning of this game, not allowing Got The Part to continue their pressure up front. But unless I Got The Part really find themselves like a plan B, and if ARG really tighten up their defense and won't leave any chances for I Got The Part, and I'm questioning as to how exactly can work it out. And right now, I think the answer is wow, just a good 1-2-3 passing play. The third player wasn't even needed, as I Got The Part just bring the ball in through high, and ARG are still stuck low. Great bomb though as well. Virus perfectly placed on GCR. Last defender able to save that shot.
Yeah, just shutting down GCR, giving him absolutely nothing to work with. Those are the mistakes. Now getting forced up. I Got The Part have evolved. Like a good Pokemon at this point. They're stepping things up. They've got the first goal on the board, and nothing has been found by ARG so far. As Virus takes it, Mark Bayet going to try and hold it in face Clean, and Virus going to be able to block and clear, just keep it away from the serious danger zone that was right in front of that line. Mark Bayet passes over to Stake, but he just can't get the shot that he wants to. He'll still try and set it up back in for GCR to take control, but he's going to have to challenge on Clean and put that out to the right-hand side and not directly centered up. Now go for a backboard play, try and set up for his teammates who aren't committing far forward enough. ARG are looking timid here, Jam. This is not the team we were expecting. It's going to get returned to their own half. Unfortunately, there is a player back there. But this is absolutely unexpected stuff coming through in Game 2.
Oh, and these mistakes might be costly. As you can see, I Got not sitting in defense. No, they are still up there, up front on the ARG side and trying to score another one. Well, also not exactly leaving the defense too open. The passes out the backboard might still prove vital for ARG, but you now see Virus challenging those, not allowing any second opportunities unless ARG catch I Got The Part really on the rotation. Seemingly that it's I Got The Part version 2.0, and that is the one that can definitely beat the ARG machine.
And what did I say at the beginning of the matchup? All I Got The Part need to do is tighten up the backline defensive, tighten up those mistakes, and continue to punish the wide open gaps from ARG. And Reclusi almost did the same right there. That would have been his third goal, I think, this series. But not to be in this case. We remain at 1-0 past the halftime marker for I Got The Part. They're still in the lead, though, you know. It's ARG, the ones with the pressure. They're the ones that need to try and get it back over to the orange half. But look with the awkward touches coming through. Virus is going to take control. It's offensive play coming in from I Got The Part once again. As GCR takes it over to the orange half. Going to try and center it up. Will be really successful in doing so. The touch coming in from the defensive. Now it's going to be out from Stake, and Mark Bayet will go back up the back ball into the mid-center. Reclusi sets it up and just keeps it away from GCR. They're reading these plays so well so far. Reclusi, one more awkward touch. Stake finally gets the touch back in, and the shot will work out for ARG.
The plan's finally set down for ARG. ready to outlast their opponents. Look at what Mark Baye does. Physical play is very important for ARG. Even if he didn't get the connection, one of the Agatha-Part defenders, he just plunged himself straight into the net while the goalkeepers were sitting. And I think he was a big difference with that stake shot going in instead of being saved once again by the Agatha-Part defense that has really been improving from minute to minute.
Virus flip reset, gonna go off the back ball, looking for the touch. Reclusi comes in with a secondary shot, but GCR there with one more teammate, gonna try and hold it back down on the back line. As I got the part, get returned over to their half. It's Reclusi in with control. Virus takes it to the mid-center. No one from ARG is going to be able to take it. Reclusi actually gets it past Stake. Going to be up against GCR. No boost to carry all the way! What a play from Reclusi to get I got the part back in the lead!
Well, zero boost and a dream. Reclusi playing hopscotch with G. Outplays one, and then just does a little bit of a frog leap towards the second one. That's little timing, that perfect timing that set him up. But Mark Baye doesn't take no prisoners. Immediate answer by ARG on the other side. I feel straight from the kickoff. It's actually, we haven't seen any kickoff goals today, Jay. This will be our first one in ARG's setup on the attack. Bluesy, no, even his goalkeeping mitts can't save the power of that shot by Mark.
An instant response coming through from ARG. It's 60 seconds on the clock. Just when I got the part for, they had all the control. Now they pass back in again. The kickoff going to go relatively well. Reclusi's got control back off the corner. GCR going to try and take it, and Stake puts it back out into the midfield. The ball bounced back off the side wall, but Virus couldn't find his chances. Reclusi back over from the corner. Demo's out one. Stake can't get control. It's a chance for Clean. Taken as he puts it right in the back of the net. 3-2. I got the part. Retake the lead.
Really, you could see Reclusi playing against two players of ARG on the wall. Perfect position he wants. They're so close that one great chip will beat them all. Not content with that, Reclusi demolishes one of the players, and leaves ARG with no opportunities. Stake jumping for it, but not able to get
Oh no!
But the answer is as clumsy as it gets, as yet another kickoff goal is a punishment for I got the part. This one didn't have goal written all over it, but with the misses in the defense, I got the part really need to get their head in a row once these kickoffs are happening.
And the pressure starting to get to I got the part. They're cracking after everything they did to tighten up their defense, to keep things in that back line held down, to stop all the mistakes getting punished now. They're 3-3 in 20 seconds on the clock. ARG have it. Mark by 8 challenged all the same. Virus with the defense now follows through as Mark tries to rotate back in. Stake well out of position to receive this pass out. Clean's got control of the ball and 10 seconds remain. Tee up off the wall. Mark by 8 looking for his touch right back down, and Virus will be able to take it away. Stake back in for another shot for GCR to take. He's not going to get it towards it. And there we go. Overtime of all places between ARG and I got the part jam. This series just got very, very tense.
And for ARG, the curse of the second game strikes again. It's not them who are figuring their opponent, it's their opponents who are figuring out how ARG plays. Those two kickoff goals, it's a well-placed attempt by I got the part to actually punish. Or rather, the ARG by punish their opponents, but I got the part. I think they worked the hardest for their goals, and I think they deserve this tie even more than their opponents right now. But it's a perfect opportunity for I got the part to prove all of us wrong. 3-0 was a prediction from both Desk and both myself and Jay. And here I got the part, really looking like the strongest team. Need to be careful in defense, though. Those chips are a pretty solid ground for ARG to strike that decisive goal in game number 2.
On a ball into the corner, Recluse is going to try and take it away from here in the box. It's marked by 8, demoing out clean. Ball out through one of the boxes here. In the I got the part side, it's marked by 8 that challenges for it, tries to keep that pressure rolling for ARG. The Stake comes out, goes out to clean, marked by 8, and Stake over inside that corner. GCR going to try and hold back as Virus challenges for that pressure, and again, just pressure from I got the part fended off. As ARG continue to keep it going into the center. It's Stake up with a shot off the backboard. Clean's going to be able to take it away back over to the orange side corner. As Mark gets demoed out. Clean. Ooh, miss. It's open for GCR. Reclusi still comes back in and keeps the game alive for I Got The Part. They keep themselves alive. And now breakaway chance. It's an open net. You've got to be kidding me, ARG. They concede game 2 against all the odds to the favor of I Got The Part.
Oh, look how late ARG are coming to that opportunity. They weren't close enough to commit on it, and then by the time the opportunity left the station, and I Got The Part, especially with Clean having the clear chance at the net, all he needed to do just to quietly dribble right into the goal mouth. ARG really surprisingly losing the game number 2. I Got The Part, different team. Who are these guys? These weren't the guys playing in the game number 1. Same names, same cars, but a completely different mentality that they brought to this team, improving on all the positives, really sticking it to ARG in their own half, also making sure that their defense is no longer an impression of a Swiss cheese. Bravo to I Got The Part. They really worked well to get themselves this win and tie the series.
And they really worked well just to completely improve on all the mistakes they were making in game 1. Like, I don't think I've ever seen a team turn things around that drastically in such a short space of time, you know, with maybe 1 or 2 exceptions back in the very early days of Rocket League. Like, I cannot remember a time off the top of my head. These guys have managed to find a way and a formula potentially to upset ARG of all teams, the team that came out with such sheer aggression, that trademark Spanish style. I am just impressed at how far this has gone already for I Got The Part. A game would be enough. An upset victory would be out of this world for these boys. As we kick things off in the orange half, pass in from Stake to GCR. We're going to take a delayed shot. Oh, the 50-50 challenge that Reclusi just comes in and saves. No chance for ARG. You're not going to get off that easily, as I Got The Part hold the defense true for the moment.
Oh, their ARG are trying hard, but really, I'm not feeling like a Spanish offense that I would expect from them. It's a bit timid. There are a lot of win happening. It seems blowing everything away for ARG on the attack. Well, in the defense, tiny little things, but Virus now bringing it to their opponents, beating an ARG straight in front of their net. Oh, Stake was so late for that one. Wow, I Got The Part of just feeling it so much better. Reaction times top notch. And ARG, again, respect the opponent. You can't really snooze on the I Got The Part. I Got The Part are currently beating you at all the right places.
And a nice start again for I Got The Part. As Mark by 8 and GCR trying to find a way back in. Got quick dribbles out. Oh, it's a good shot coming through. Mark by 8 carries it alongside the floor. And that's going to be equals found in the opening minute.
Oh, perfect opportunity as well. Brilliantly done by ARG to recognize the opportunity. Not really ball too far out, just seeing an open lane for which they can advance. Even if they couldn't get that dribble going, they could at least bring the ball pretty well in front of the net and then try to work out something in their favor. But look at how well Virus twice in a row blocking any opportunities by ARG to bring the ball out.
The ball still in that blue half. I Got The Part keeping their aggressive forces rolling, but look at Stake setting up GCR once again with the dribble. The demo will come through and Reclusi will deny the play before it even comes to fruition. Ball in the midfield, Stake. GCR's passed into. This is a chance taken, but a good pinch from Clean, and Virus will be able to hold it down. Mark Bayer still going for the dribble, a double touch, and Clean takes it away, gets it past Stake, not past GCR, fortunately enough. And ARG got so close to the Part. Now I Got The Part going in for the shot, and the defensive crumbles for ARG. The orange side of the court are taking the lead.
I Got The Part. All they need is small chances, just like in game number 1. One attack, all they need, because ARG are just, for whatever reason, are not able to come back home and also set a proper defense. Instead, I Got The Part are easily walking in and getting the job done. It is the biggest surprise for me so far. It is the team that I would expect I Got The Part to be maybe the tier 3 of this tournament. Instead, right now it's ARG. I don't know. It's not too hot in Spain right now. It's middle of winter, and yet seemingly maybe it's that cold that's really getting to them. ARG are not on fire. They are pretty much cold, not cold dead, but it's not the ARG I expect in this series.
I think stone cold would be the best way to describe it. Not looking great at the moment, you know. Against I got the part of all players. Again, I can't stress this enough. These guys were virtually unknown prior to coming into this one. You know, we've seen them in ranked, we've seen them a little bit doing some good work in the UK scene, but, you know, I'd be lying to say that UK esports is great. So the fact that they're coming forward and doing this amount of work, this is absolutely incredible stuff from them. As Virus and Clean dribble the ball in between each other, passing it out, and Virus to get it off the backboard, setting it up for Reclusi, but Mark by 8 will take it out to the corner instead. So they've got control inside that blue half, keeping that pressure rolling. Mark by 8 challenged by Virus. Reclusi will come through with a secondary touch and keep that inside the corner. So now it's going to be ARG that are on the back foot, back in the back lines, holding the line down. A good shot will come through from Clean, though, and GCR will just be able to push it further out to the side.
I'm loving the ideas by ARG right now, knowing how hard I got the part commit on all these challenges. Play slow. Try to either outfake your opponents or just make sure that their strong attempt bounces off you with a great manner. Oh, Mark by 8 does everything by himself. Yes, there's assist by Steg, but look how well he maneuvers all around the players of I Got the Part, who almost like a yo-yo. They went too far on that left flank for them, rather. And Mark by 8 used the opportunity perfectly, turning on a dime and bringing the ball on his roof straight into net.
Mark by 8, the primary striker for ARG, will keep this rolling, but GCR looking to go for a shot back in, keep this lead together. Stake off the double touch. GCR with a bicycle hit, goes out to the right-hand side. Follow-up coming in from Mark, can't get it. And try as they might, they fail on the ARG side. They return from I Got the Part. GCR off the backboard, going to try and maintain presence into the midfield. We'll get it past Virus, but vice versa, Clean and Reclusi still rotating back in. State with a dunk down chance. Again, it's going to be taken away by the defensive with the challenge 50-50. It's a back and forth game of ping pong. Both sides getting their chance at offensive as Virus controls Stake over to the corner. Virus going to tee it up for his teammates to go up, and Clean will try to look for a pass back into Reclusi's side. GCR beats into the ball and no one is in the back of the orange side net. It goes directly on target for Stake, and ARG are taking back the lead.
I Got the Part. We're looking for their chances up front, but this time they were the ones to be beaten. And the counterattack works out in favor of ARG. Well connected. Again, those quick passes that move the ball out of your own half. And with enough resources, without the boost, they won't be able to do this. ARG are able to beat I Got the Part roughly at their own game, really. Previously, it was I Got the Part who were really threatening ARG with those counterattacks. The ARG has something up their sleeve as well, but the answers usually are coming pretty fast from I Got the Part. Let's see how well they can answer this goal.
Ball back in, good pass. Ooh, a little bit too wide for I Got the Part. Close, but no cigar in this case. And now Mark by 8 and GCR will try to set up a counter-attack. It's Mark by 8 back off the backboard. Virus into the corner. GCR to follow through. Reclusi will keep it and going off to the right-hand side. As Clean gets an awkward touch, Stake can take control. We'll set it off the backboard pretty nicely. But again, inside got the part with a good touch back in. 10 seconds remaining as Mark by 8 gets a good challenge. So over to Stake in the corner. GCR there for an intercept, and Reclusi will challenge for it once again. Mark by 8 just going to try and keep control, then bumping everybody on the I Got the Part side as Virus puts it out. Reclusi trying to keep it up. 100 boost picked up by Clean, but how far further can he take it? Right back into the midfield. It's Reclusi on target. GCR keeps it up. Virus on the other side to try and keep it alive as he goes back off the backboard. GCR clears it to no man's land, but Clean is in position to recover. Back off the sidewall. Stake with a challenge, and he will secure the game for ARG. Another great fight being put up by I Got the Part, but this time they couldn't quite get it past the line.
Punches being thrown by both of the teams, and great thinking by Stake and the rest of the ARG team to not sit back in the defense, but just actually push on the I Got the Part, put himself in a really awkward position to even get the ball into the air. As you can see over there, Stake just keep kicking it straight down to not give I Got the Part any more opportunities. That last attack by I Got the Part were looking pretty strong, but just like in game number 1, they had their rare chances. Those rare chances were perfectly executed up in the attack. But still, it seems like ARG got the majority of the control in this game. Once again, outshot their opponents. And the I Got the Part that we've seen in the previous game, it's still there. It's still so darn impressive the way they have improved. And actually, a little bit of a note, Dwarfbutt, who both of us, of course, know, he is the manager for I Got the Part. And he's saying that they had a couple of issues with their communication at the very start of the series, but then as the series went on, they improved, and you could see how much of a difference it made on the field.
Yeah, I don't think people take into account, communication as much in Rocket League as they do other esports. Because, in theory, you take a look at something like an FPS, for example, and you're calling out various parts of the map. You're like, right, the guy in this place, guy over here, we've got most of the team on this side, and you've got all bits of information you can feed to each other. But in Rocket League, team coordination is such a big thing to worry about, to the point where I got the part one looking that coordinated in game 1, and in games 2 and 3, they have really brought the thunder back here as they once again play into the offensive play to start things off. But it's marked by it with ball control. A great flick and a very, very small overcommitment from I Got the Part will go to the favor of ARG.
Brilliantly done. Once again, GCR, look at that, hunting his opponent clean. When you have 2 players up front, don't go for something super smart. No, commit 1 player to specifically bump out any goaltenders you have on your way. And even if the touch didn't come in, at least the very threat of it got Mark Bay just enough space and time to put yet another dribbling goal on target. He has been scoring all of them, but the defense, where is the defense? Virus just sees the opportunity. He snatches it. ARG, where are you? What happened? Mark Bay decided that he can dribble every single ball from this point on. No, at some point you need to sort of cut losses or just stop as you're ahead and not give any more of these opportunities to your opponents.
He's a virus you can't get rid of, apparently. So he goes for the shot off the backboard. Shout out to Switch. GCR get a challenge for control. Stake back in, and speak of the devil, Virus himself back into the corner, going to try and pass it back down towards Clean, who hasn't quite committed as far forward. Reclusi going out to the midfield again, going to challenge for that control as Clean goes in. Mark Baye back into the midfield. Virus going to be there for the defensive, and Clean will just push it out a little bit further than that. Reclusi and Stake challenging of their own right in the midfield. It's Clean that puts it out towards Virus. Shot on target. Reclusi back on the other side to recover. Great one on target, but GCR is there to defend it. So ARG maintain presence over their own half of the field, but a lot of pressure going to the favor of I Got the Part.
You can see how up on the field they play. I Got the Part constantly have players to challenge ARG in their own half. As a result, every single attempt that ARG are making at the clear, trying to start an attack of their own, they need to be mindful of the fact that I Got the Part already roaming there. And if ARG put too many players up front, this is a perfect opportunity. Just like we saw over there, 3 players of I Got the Part against just 1 sole defender. GCR came at that situation the champion, but it was looking mightily strong for I Got the Part.
Still got ball back in their half though. Pressure starting to mount up from the blue side of the court. ARG keeping this going. The Stake goes out off the backboard. Virus will try and feed it over to the blue half of the pitch, and he will be successful in doing so. GCR the challenge. Good solo ball control of his own right. Reclusi and Clean not quite ready for the momentum, however. Going to be forced back over to the midfield and over to the right-hand side. Trying to maintain control against Stake. Good play. Okay! Virus again finds a massive, massive gap in the defensive. A massive mistake from ARG. Stake missing it entirely, and they are happy to punish.
Stake went to a completely different postcode on that aerial. He might have been helped by one of the I Got the Part players, whoever was challenging him, but it's really inexcusable going this hard and whiffing this badly in your own half with no backup plans. You brought it on yourself, ARG. I Got the Part. Wow, the vision that they're showing for these opportunities is tremendous, and that's the aggression. We saw previously that they weren't perhaps always risking, or specifically actually was, to be honest, not always playing that up front, but you can tell that I Got the Part just absolutely love to stick it straight to their opponent.
At the halftime marker as well, 2-1 again on the board. Virus trying to demo out GC under, they're trying to force another play, but Mark Baye, with a second touch, he couldn't quite find it. No chance. Reclusi passing it over to Virus again. They're going to go for another good shot. It'll be a hat-trick for him if he scored that, but Reclusi keeps it going. Clean going to put it in front, and Mark Baye going to take it right back over to the other side. Virus will be able to feed it over to the corner, try to keep it as far away from ARG as is possible, but they're all challenging, going to try and keep that pressure going. Only lasting for so long, however. With GCR into the midfield again, Reclusi going to challenge. Clean going to try and go for the shot that Mark Baye will get back in time to defend into the corner. It will go pass back over to Virus. Hat-trick has scored. You've all caught the flu.
Is that also thanks to Switch for that one, or is that one of yours, Jake?
Yeah, Switch gave him a nice big kiss on the ALG side.
Okay, well, wow. I have to say, I got the part. I'm loving their playstyle. Their defense is proactive. They are challenging every single play by ARG as they bring it to their own half. As a result, ARG just can't bring the ball fast enough. But this also allows I got the part the opportunity to immediately switch to the attack. As you can see, those opportunities are absolutely deadly, especially with the passing precision that they're getting. Off the wall and straight into the middle of a Virus that's already waiting. He has been on fire, but so has been the rest of I got the part squad.
Ball out from that corner again. Virus is going to try to look for his fourth. Can't quite find it, just challenging for control. Reclusi back in the back line. They're going to maintain the defensive control for I got the part, and Virus going to try and find a way to work off of this. Got only 57 points of boost. It's ball in, 60 seconds remain. Virus challenging Mark. GCR challenged by Reclusi off the backboard, set it up perfectly for Virus to dunk it down. Second shot not quite going to work, but a bump is good. He recovers, allow clean. A little bit of time in the sun. 4-1 on the board, and I got the par looking more than likely to take this game and go to a fifth.
And GCR didn't consider the danger that his dribble was bringing straight in front of the net, knowing how I got the part plays, how they pressure you immediately straight up. No, he just got a little bit complacent with that opportunity. That led to all of those extra shots that I got the part took. And as ARG again went up that too hard, they conceded their fourth, but an answer immediate from the squad of ARG. That great shot by GCR, setting him up on the backboard. This time I got the part. Decided to play a little bit defensively, wait for ARG. That's where they got punished. Back to the more proactive one, guys. That really pays the dividends for you.
40 seconds remaining, 2 goals to make up on the ARG side is difficult. The passing play is working well for Staker, marked by 8, but it's going to be denied by Virus, none other than him. Marked by 8, still challenging for control, just going to get shoved out the way by the defensive line and make sure that I got the part, have plenty of presence back in that blue half of the pitch. Stake with another good clear, 52 points of boost to carry it around. Trying to pass back in, Reclusi is going to challenge successfully though, and Mark just couldn't get anything done as Reclusi and Virus just control it into the corner. They don't need a shot. They are going to miss a couple of crucial touches though, and GCR and Mark gonna have an breakaway chance, but Clean keeps it going over. State to try and recover. 5 seconds left. The goal needs to go in right now if they want a chance of this one, but Virus has all the ball control and they have got no time. It's I got the part, taking us to game 5 with a 5th goal as appropriately enough for their side in game 4. What a series this has turned out to be here, Jam.
If there was one series going to 3-2 to whoever that will be in the end, I didn't expect ARG versus I got the part. Virus, the absolute MVP of this game. He did it all with style, with aplomb. And excuse me, ARG just had no answer to him. He was mind-blowing on everywhere. And his goals were impressing his own team, and really with the fact that he was how he was playing. Brought the I got the part to these heights. Clean also got on board, but they were really making sure that the Virus's contribution on the scoreboard were kept safe until the very end. ARG though, this is not the situation they want to be in. After 2 games, not in a row, they actually in a pretty good position. It wasn't a big slide down, a downfall for ARG, but it is so much lower than their level. And with I got the part suddenly shooting much higher than we expected, and maybe they themselves expected, it's no longer an easy path for ARG. There's still the losers bracket, but I don't think ARG coming into this matchup ever thought, yeah, we'll go into the loser bracket. Oh well, that might completely demoralize them. Last 5 minutes of this one, Jay, I can't wait to see what happens.
No, I don't think anyone really saw ARG dropping this early. Like, you could take a look at later on down the bracket and think, okay, maybe there's a few branches where they probably could end up dropping, but not in round 1. That's certainly not against I got the part, but they have shown up real big here, Jam. I almost kind of want to switch my prediction, Jack. I've got a bit of UK pride going right now, Like, I want to back my boys. I wish I did at the beginning of this series, but I got the part. They are looking for a series upset. They are looking to put ARG in the lower bracket. They are looking to make it into the quarterfinals as they go kicking things off over to the orange side of the pitch. It's Clean, dribbles it all the way forward, could not get it past Stake. Fortunately enough for the ARG side, they can return fire, but all the pressure has been playing over to I got the part. They've had everything inside that blue half for the early 20 seconds. Finally, a breakaway coming through from ARG as Mark by 8 goes through off the corner. It's going to be out to Virus. GCR passes in, but no second man there to receive the pass play. So It's just ARG to maintain pressure on that backboard. Stake with one last chance taken away by Clean.
ARG are trying to salvage their game plan, but it's not exactly working. You notice that their passes are not reaching anyone because, like, nobody's home. Nobody's over there where the pass is going. As a result, it's a waste of a shot. Whoa, I got the part. Almost got themselves in big heat after their rotation really just went everywhere, and ARG struck at that opportune moment. Heat is slowly been turning up, and those dribbling plays are working well. Ooh. Just as if the whole ARG gets on board with those dribbles, the goals will come. You can see I got the part. One player beat, the second player beat. Clean didn't expect this. He thought two players would get just enough to block them. Wasn't enough in this situation. GCR brilliantly played.
The first has gone on the board for ARG. Return quickly by Virus and Clean. Gonna try and set it up. This is actually set it up for a shot that Stake would just be able to deny. So well played coming through from ARG, even though, again, the kickoffs are kind of favoring I got the part in the initial part of things. They're not committing all the way, though. GCR and Stake will try and go all the way, however, for a second goal and try and take confident control of this fifth game. It's passing back in between Stake and Mark by 8. GCR rotating back over to the midfield. Virus challenging him. It's for Clusi off the backboard to try to push it over for Clean. Mark over to the corner, all the same with his touch, and Virus intercepted by Stake. This is starting to look much more aggressive from ARG. They're really trying to bring the passing plays and the shots on target, so many to fruition. But so far, it has not led them to a second goal. There's still just 1-0 in the lead against I Got the Part.
They're trying the same strategy that I Got the Part were performing in the majority of the series, is playing with a pretty high pressing, making sure that I Got the Part don't even leave their half, but they need to be really careful because I Got the Part pretty much the moment they get the control on their hand. Oh, that is long shot. And I'm getting some flashbacks to the first game of the series where Monk Bay was just putting one after the other in the same effort. Now I Got the Part, got a little bit relaxed. We really haven't seen these long shots, long clears coming through. ARG was really favoring those dribbling plays, how they started a lot of their marches from the defense. This one, a little bit of throwing a little bit of a mix in the play, and that worked out perfectly for Stake.
Stake going to try going for a second shot. Mark by 8 to recover it. Reclusi able to defend it, and the big mistakes trying to get close back in on the part of I Got the Part. Demo in, good shot from Clean. Mark by 8 just puts it out of the way. It's follow-up coming in from Reclusi, going just about past the line at the halfway mark. I Got the Part, not letting this one go so easily for ARG.
And the whistles are almost a goal on the other side of the field, but with a fortunate series of passes, boost grab on the side, and of course that demolition to remove any contention in the net. I Got the Part power through their opponents, and ARG are now being given a taste of their own medicine. They like to play a little bit forcefully with a lot of bumps and demolitions. Now I Got the Part of showing them how exactly it is done in the series. The final match currently is heating up.
Oh, Mark by 8, great challenge as well to outfake one. I was going to try and get it past Reclusi and Virus, but Reclusi able to get the touch and put it back over to the other side. It's into the corner, however, as the pressure continues to mount for ARG. It's over from GCR, challenged again. Stake cannot get his touch. GCR will go up for the aerial, just about beat Clean to the ball, but overall, I Got the Part will win out that challenge. Reclusi comes in for a second shot off the backboard into Virus, and I Got the Part are gonna equalize. Jam, we are not done yet.
Not even by the slightest. Whenever I Got the Part are able to set up these plays, it always seems like they have all the space in the world. ARG, well, they really need to check their doors, their gates, because their opponents, I Got the Part, are just easily sneaking in and out. And that's not what they want to do. Those passes are attached too open, too easy, almost, to make for I Got the Part. And props to them, they're really using their opportunities well. Clean and precise, efficient. That's how getting those ties going. That's game number 5. It is oh so close.
Demo in, GCR trying to bump somebody out. Can't afford to lose confidence as Demo's coming all across the shot, it seems. Ball out from Virus off the backboard crease. I can't seem to find a second player. They've all been kind of destroyed over on the I Got the Part side. Now GCR going to carry it all the way in, try and get a second touch out. Mark by 8 on target. Virus able to save, and Stake will come through again off the backboard into Mark by 8 side. Virus on a 50-50 challenge, but Stake can recover this with a dunk down, and Clean is able to take it away. I Got the Part just holding down the back line, looking desperately for a clear as Mark and Stake look for their chances. Cannot quite take the shots that they want, and they will get bumped out of position for Clean to finally take a clear back in, but no follow-up from I got the part in the blue side of the pitch.
They couldn't get enough control of the ball. Really, after that prolonged defense, all they've dreamed about is just clear the ball as fast as possible. They couldn't, they weren't able to keep up the same pace, those last second saves for the whole duration of the regulation time. So it's just the best they could have done. Obviously, they could have gotten a little bit of a, set up a camp on the other side of the field. This will be really the perfect opportunity for them. They will settle just for a clear. Unfortunately, that little bit of respite didn't keep up for too long. You can see ARG's back at it in the orange side of the field.
10 seconds remaining of regulation. We're 2-2 tied up. Seems like we're going at overtime, Jam. Unless State can get a backward shot off the backboard. Virus able to take it away, but Demo's coming through. GCR with one last chance. Not going to happen. Overtime is played for game 5. This has just gotten very, very interesting here. With 1 goal separating these two teams, I Got the Part are a single play away from making the biggest upset happen so far in the bracket. And look at the control coming through, the aggression just pinched away by ARG defensive lines. As Virus will push it back out towards the corner, GCR going to try and send it up towards a much more defensively scrambled line. And just about saved by Reclusi. In this case, it's Clean and Virus that playing against each other. Demo will come through from Mark Payet. That one's on target, though. And Reclusi will once again come through with a save. More than ever, ARG want to end this one off here. They've got control. Virus with good touches, though, back into the corner. Going to try and control it in off the backboard into Mark Payet, but no, Reclusi to try and recover it off target, off the backboard into Virus, but he's going back for boost.
Oh, so very careful. Oh, so very nervous from both sides of the field. And Virus, it just continuing his onslaught on the ARG. Look at these shots he's making. Look at the blocks that he's making as well. He might be the difference maker. He was a difference maker one of the games, the victory. And now, so careful, so patient. I Got the Part, not making any extra moves and still keeping up alive. ARG can break up the wall that is I Got the Part.
Every single shot feels like it's going in the back of the net here, Jam. A stake. Clears away a very dangerous ball, cleans at the back line defensive. We're going to try and take it away, but Mark Payet goes back off the backboard. Stakes far forward enough. This is a redirect that's not going on target, but still GCR recovers it. Virus comes through and clears it all the way downfield. That's on target, and I do not believe what I'm about to say, Jam, but I Got the Part have pulled the upset 3-2 in game 5 and 3-2 in the series. I'm in disbelief at what we have just seen. My God. Oh my God.
Sometimes the team that burns the brightest burns out pretty quickly, and that was ARG. Despite all the applause that we've thrown their way, really the praise and everything, some of the best players in Spain, been together for a long time and winning some tournaments as well here and there, and just going strong. It just wasn't enough. Perhaps a little bit too flamboyant is not the word. Too inconsistent is the word, I suppose, for ARG. Well, I Got the Part. Wow, the improvement they put, really not only through the duration of the series, but through the duration of the tournament as well. Their opponents in their group weren't exactly the strongest ones. It was hard to judge them after the matches against Left, Right, Goodnight and Godalians B. But what they've shown in ARG is their true strength, is their true power. And for that, I wish I could give them a bigger clap. I'm only one man, Jay. But what I Got the Part just did was the shocker of the whole thing.
Oh, yeah. Easily.
Who are they playing against? Who it will be in their way? Oh, DFG or Schnozzers. Well, both of these folks better prepare, because I Got the Part is so far the biggest surprise of the whole thing.
Very clearly of round 1. They have got a hell of a task ahead of them, though, tomorrow. But as it stands, they can go home tonight celebrating. They can cheer in their drinks. Let's put it that way. They have beaten ARG in an intense series, and I'm off to go sing my national anthem. I'm going to send it back over to the desk where they can probably bring a little bit more of a constructive conversation to the stream.
UK players on the rise was the description we used before this.
Yeah.
And they seem just to, it's just going one way.
It's going one way, and that's how. What a game. What an amazing game. Yeah, that was, none of our predictions came through. We actually believed in a 3-0 for ARG. Yeah. That's how much that I think that ARG were favorites of this game.
Yeah. Not only
I got the
both
part.
Casters as well.
Yeah, exactly. I Got the Part. They crapped all over that. That was really a powerful display of Rocket League there. They immediately threw down every expectations we had of them, and they just destroyed the game. That was really nice to look at.
Well, I mean, it was like, I mean, I don't think, or I guess that's up to you, but I don't think we should take anything away from ARC necessarily, because it was an extremely close series.
Definitely.
Like you're saying, that they crapped all over their opponents, but I mean, it was as close as you can guess, right? 2-2 overtime in the end, almost goes in the favor of ARC, and then they just missed, and then a long range shot from their own half finishes the series.
Yeah, it was one of those games where it could have gone either way, and in the end, I got the part. They pulled it through. That was amazing.
Yeah. Any particular players from this series? I mean, could be either teams, honestly, with how close this was.
I mean, I feel like Clean, he did really well. You had Virus coming in with some sick goals, but also Mark by 8 on the other team. He did some really nice goal, and you felt like whenever Mark was in the offense that he was gonna put this in goal, and he did most of the time. He was the player that made me think, okay, then I Got the Part is not gonna beat ARG. They're gonna take it because Mark is just gonna score all these goals. But somehow they kept it on 2-2, and then they took the final game. So that was incredible.
With the level of play they just showed, how far do you think they could actually go into this tournament?
That's a good question. I still, one of the things I talk a lot about is experience, and it may have been the lesser experienced team that won in this matchup, but I still think going forward in the tournament against the rest of the top 16 teams that the experience is going to speak for itself against I Got the Part. I don't think, it was an upset. It's amazing to look at. I still think they're gonna really, really have to prove something more if they're gonna beat some of the other top 16 teams.
Yeah, they're into the round of 8 up in the top bracket, and if we take a look at the games that we have for you guys today, they will actually, a bit funny, they will actually take on the winners of this next matchup that we have in game 3. It's gonna be either GFG or the Snozzers taking on I Got the Part in that round of 8 up in the upper bracket, but also, you can see this right here. I Got the Part makes it through. Again, that means they'll face the winner of Team GFG and Snozzers. Of course, ARC are not out yet. They're just knocked into the lower bracket.
Yep. There you see them.
So that means they are... Well, we actually also have another update as well. Bim Bam Police has been knocked down into the lower bracket.
Yes.
Which means they'll face on To Be Honest.
Yes.
That's going to be an interesting matchup as well. We saw some great play from Bim Bam Police last week too.
Yeah,
but if you could actually just see the upper bracket as well, because that of course also means that we have another team through up here, and that's going to be Team Echo Zulu.
Yes.
A team that had some ups and downs also, I believe, last week. You guys also, I think they upset as well one series, maybe?
Yeah.
You guys predicted them to have a harder time, but
yeah.
Anyway, they're going to be taking on Savage, so that's
a tough matchup for them.
Quite of a mouthful.
Yeah, definitely.
But here, the brackets are updated for you guys. We will, of course, as we mentioned, there are games being played off stream. The entire first round of the upper bracket will be played today, but also the entire first round of the lower bracket will also be played. So we'll keep updating you guys in between the games. But let's turn our attention to our next matchup. It is going to be the Snozzers versus Team GFG.
Yeah.
And we just saw some UK players playing fantastically. There
Yes.
might be a chance that we're going to see the same in this next one.
Well, there is a chance. We still have 2 UK players right here.
I mean, one of them is going to be victorious.
Yeah, we are definitely going to have a UK winner in this matchup as well. You have GFG, 2 Italian players and a UK guy, Lindo and CKS from Italy, and then Pola from the UK. The thing that I'm looking at with this team is that they're a team that seems to be, they're going to stick together. That's the feeling I'm getting, and that's what I hope is going to happen. They're going to stick together. So I hope that even though they might not take it here against Snozzers, we'll see what happens, that they're going to stick together and they're really going to work for it, because, it's the former Viva La Figa squad. A lot of people knowing the bubble scene will know VLF, called Viva La Figa team. That was they had some momentum going for I think around 6 months ago. They were really starting to make a name for themselves on the scene. So that's the former Viva La Figa squad that's now for Going Forward Gaming Team GFG. But they are coming up against a strong team in the Snozzers, which is the XXL squad. You have Pondex, Nils Koik, and Breezy. So that is a really strong team they're going to have to face. They won RLRS last season. No, they came 6th RLRS last season, which wasn't a perfect result, but they're still just incredibly experienced players that really know how to find each other on the field.
Definitely, and we've seen some big plays coming out of this lineup already. Also a lineup that has been sticking together even though they're without their former organization, still playing together, and we've seen some big highlight plays from these guys. So it's going to be very exciting to see what they can bring to the table. But let's take a look at the predictions. Let's see who you guys have to win, and holy hell, you guys are boring.
We are very boring.
Third series in a row.
We just
Third
agree.
series in a row that you guys agree on everything.
Yeah.
This time around, the Schnozzers 3-1. Is it just going to be easy for Breezy?
I think it's going to easy breezy Kishneezy. I think they're going to take it in the end. We have seen some very good plays from GFG, but overall, you know, I know we said it last game as well. It's going to be easy for AIG. It didn't turn out to be that easy. Maybe that's gonna happen as well. I don't think so. I think the Schnozzers are gonna come power through with their top level Rocket League experience, and they're gonna beat GFG with that.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see. But to bring you through all the action, we're gonna send it over to Jar of Jam and Switchblade J.
I think you guys have copied my homework, Jam. I'm not gonna lie, like for real. 3-1. I'm going to start with you on this one. Why do you think 3-1?
Before I start, though, I do remember at the beginning of the whole thing, Fuzz said he will use this week or this day to sort of catch up with us. Fuzz, you can't possibly catch up with us if you keep choosing the same score lines as us. I mean, your plan has a big gaping hole in it, and I can see it right now. Really. On one side, it's, of course, the Schnozzers Excel squad, the previous Excel squad, and you just should give them a lot of credit based on that. Not the best results, though. They didn't perform well in RLRS, got relegated. Didn't perform well in the Definity Elite Series, got relegated. As a result, results are not speaking in their favor, and while the names are still there, and Breezy, perfect pickup for them, really has been the standout player for Schnozzer/Excel for a while. Yeah, I wouldn't exactly say they're the top notch. I do have them as one of the favorites to maybe take the whole thing or really go a far away. But despite going 3-0 and 3-0 against their opponents in the group stages, I wouldn't exactly say those were the most convincing wins. They 3-0'd I Got the Part, and really after watching the previous game, seemingly they got off pretty easy. Or I Got the Part just weren't on that day. We're playing 50% of their true power. It's just... The quality of the Schnozzers should see them through against Team GFG, but while Schnozzers are sort of trying to catch their previous successes, Team GFG is the team that's currently on the rise and will be just trying to barrel through all the opponents that the tournaments are throwing at them. Perhaps could be a much closer game, 3-2, but I don't think it's up for Team GFG to take it over the Schnozzers. We had already one upset. Still, I don't think this will be this one. What about you, Jay? What are your thoughts on this matchup? Where do you see Team GFG taking that one game of the Schnozzers?
Well, honestly, I kind of do agree with you in saying that GFG is a team on the rise, but at the same time, the Schnozzers have also been on their own separate rise of their own right. You know, when they brought Breezy into the roster, it was like a breath of fresh air, like a second win for this squad. And he has been the best player on that side. You know, I'd say they probably could come top 2 in this tournament right here. They probably could come top 2 in the Ember series. Might even beat Savage. I mean, they came close to it last time around in the Neon Dream, so that's a possibility for them. They've obviously got loads and loads of points, so they're virtually guaranteed for the Renegade Cup finals anyway. But for them, you know, they've had a massive rise of their own right. They probably could be back in with the contention of the RLRS, which is why I think they're going to win this series. For GFG, you know, they have been able to prove themselves by quite the amount. You know, like GFG, I was taking a look at this and I was like, right, Lindau and Toro, right? Those guys are the main two guys. I'm like, right, I know who they are. We know who they are. They have been part of WLF in the past. They've been the core of that WLF roster. They've been relatively well represented at second tier, third tier Rocket League. And Polar was the main guy for me. I was like, right, what is this kid made of? What can he do? What's so special about him that he's been picked up for the GFG roster? And going into last week, I was like, I'm not sure. Let's see how it goes. Let's see how he's able to perform in his group stage. And actually, he was the kind of element that impressed me the most about GFG. So I wouldn't be surprised if they took a game away. That's why I said 3-1. You know, I think that sort of element, that core element of those 3 players would work up really, really well. But it's not quite as good as the element of Niels Cook, Ponex, and Breezy. You know, those guys, they are insane. They are one of the top teams. They are one of the favorites for this tournament. So, you know, it's bad luck for GFG this time, but I can see a fight on our hands.
Unfortunately, at some point in the bracket, you will have to play against really strong teams, and the whole top bracket of this round of 16 is looking at Savage and thinking, "Oh my goodness, we got to play against them." And somebody at the bottom bracket needs to play against the Schnozzers. But it does seem like the Niels Cook, Pundix, and Breezy, that time that they got together, Breezy just completely slotted into the team. And not only he slotted in as just the gear, no, he becomes the driving force behind the Schnozzers. Well, from Team GFG, Polar, also a great fit. And said he impressed you the most, he's not the same power as the Breezy was for Schnozzers, in my opinion, though.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think Breezy certainly, like I said, I think Breezy's the most impressive element right now. They brought him in as a sub for the Gfinity Elite Series, and, they looked relatively, they looked good for that whenever he was playing in them. And then obviously they brought him in as the main staple member of the roster. Again, like I said, it was a breath of fresh air with his new offensive style play, the way that he slotted into the team. It just felt natural, really. It felt natural for that squad, for that squad to work out in the way that it kind of did. It just felt natural. Like he just came in. I'm not sure what to say about it. Like he just sort of just came in, buckled down, and everything worked well from there. There was no sort of teething period. There was no major problems over the course of it. There was scrimming quite a lot prior to his main pickup. So maybe that could have been a part of it. But it's part of that reason that, again, that makes the Schnozzers the better squad overall. Not just in terms of their individual elements, but also as a team, they are really, really good overall.
Yeah, and Breezy just basically had a month and a half with the team, joining at the end of November. But really, they used that time perfectly to build up the new the chemistry in between the squad, with Mark Duda no longer really participating with it. And seemingly, it's that little switch that they had gave them all the opportunities that they needed. And Excel, they dropped the team as a result at the end of the year. There have been obviously a lot of roster changes. Many of the teams left without a roster, and we have many of those little leftovers and recluses in this Ember series, but all of them individually so great players, and Excel sticking together still. That's one of the strongest parts to them. That's why I still consider them one of the top dogs for the whole tournament as all.
Well, that's the thing. Are they going to stick together after the Renegade Cup is the main question. Are they going to hold face? Are they going to try and look for another organization? Are they going to try and play for the RLRS? I mean, these are all things we have to find out in the near future. As it stands, though, they are one of the best teams in this tournament. So let's see what they can do against GFG. Again, we're all predicting that they're going to be able to go far. GFG, we'll see what they can do in their own right. Again, I am going to be focusing mostly on Polar for this one. Again, I want to see what he can do. What's improved for this squad over the course of the last week, essentially. So they've got a lot of a challenge on their hands. The Schnozzers, however, might be schnoozing their way to victory on this one as they play out to the corner to start things off on the kickoff. Pondex with a bit of a weird miss, actually. Lindo, fortunate enough, going to be able to take control as Polar comes in. Going to go for the shot back over to the Orange Harp. It's a nice start for GFG all the same, but back and forth on both sides as they try and look for control. Breezy centering up off the sidewall into the box. And Milska coming through with a box shot of his own right. It's Lindo over to the corner. CKS cannot quite find his position. Lindo back over. Polar backboard into the center where CKS goes for the shot. But Nilska with a great challenge at the line. Fantastic 50-50 to keep that away and keep GFG from getting the opening goal.
First 30 seconds were nervous on both sides, getting into the game. But the Schnozzers and GFG pretty quickly got their wits about and started threatening each other. That attempt by Team GFG only marked by even a better save by Niels Cook as he threw himself straight on the ball. Might be working out to be a pretty exciting series, Jay, as nobody wants to give an inch on a field right now.
As the ball goes out to that corner, it's Polar challenged. Lindo puts it over. Breezy, control of his own right alongside Pondex. Double commit towards Niels Cook on towards the pass, but no, he's taken away. Good save by CKS, now returned all the same. Bakini couldn't quite get his shot, he's completely out of boost. Lindo couldn't recover it either, couldn't reposition themselves. Polo still go back with the backboard, 12 points of boost. The Breezy has no problems clearing that way and no further pressure can be applied by the GFG side. There's the Schnozzers tussle for control in the midfield. It's Polo returning it. Breezy passing over to Pondex, who goes high for the dunk down shot. He's going to get beat into the ball by Lindo on the 50-50 challenge. It's Polo, puts it to the corner. Niels Cook over and out. Pondex definitely out. Nilskut will follow through once again. You're going to try to see if we can pass back into Pondex on the Batmobile off the Octane. Good challenge from Lindo all the same. So they're keeping this away, you know, not allowing Schnoozers to set things up in the way that they wanted it to. It probably must be a bit of a shock to the system to have this many opportunities being taken away, as they are starting to take some serious risks as well.
Oh yeah, that breezy shot straight off the backboard in the post and out. I mean, I think it's pretty shock to all the GFG players as well. But so far the game is more of like a seesaw of opportunities on both sides. Teams exchanging chances in front of a net. Not really fast ones, and they all ready for all the opportunities arising. But it's getting more dangerous with every single attempt. Schnoozers no longer as disjointed as previously. Oh. Great touch and even a greater save. GFG so far have all the answers to the Schnoozers' opportunities up front, but that one was a pretty big ringer straight in front of Team GFG's net.
What a save from CKS to come through with that one. Pressure being applied. It looked like it was the perfect drill-up play and pass-down challenge from the Schnoozers, but no. Just denied at the very, very last second there. It's Breezy and Nilskut challenge for control inside that corner. Polar going in for the shot, but it's way too far wide of the left-hand side, so no chance on that one today. As Nilskut controls it, Pondex in CKS with a challenge back over from the midfield. Polar off the back ball looking for a second touch back in. Passes back in over on a bit of a light touch against Lindo, who dunks it down. Double commit from Breezy, and Pondex is going to leave that ball wide open, but CKS puts it over to the corner. This is set up perfectly, but Polar just gets off the backboard and is able to clear it back out as appropriate. Again, the pressure continues to remount for the Schnoozers side. Ball goes into that corner. Breezy looking for a shot on target, and he gets it past all three. Fantastic stuff from him. He's the man of the moment for his side. He's drawing first blood.
Just one tiny opportunity, but you can see the GFG not challenging the ball, and the only touch that they finally got went straight to Breezy. He was already pressuring up front like he should have been. The rest of the Schnoozers players waiting in the midfield weren't even needed, as Team GFG, despite all their pressure up front, just couldn't convert their chances, and all Schnauzer need is one small opportunity.
Ball out to that midfield. CKS going to look for a shot on target. Nilskut will be able to take it away. They are struggling on the GFG side. Breezy can keep that pressure against them. Still good shots coming through. Good clears out on target of the orange net. Pondex in control, pass back into Nilskut. Good passing play off the backboard. Just about taken away by CKS. Well played from him. Not credited with a save, but that's fine because it's a defensive nonetheless. Keeps that goal away. And now Polo going off the backboard. Couldn't quite dunk it down on target. No one in the back of the net. That extra second to stall for is going to give Schnoozers just enough time to keep themselves away from the pressure. There's still a pass back in. Lindo to CKS trying to dunk it down. Bump in from Polo's going to get missed. Lindo goes up again to try and recover it, but he just can't seem to get the job done. 35 seconds left as GFG play around the midfield control. Breezy over to Nilskut. CKS going to take it away. Pondex will go high, and into the corner it will bounce, but not for long. Nilskut coming out for the challenge. Breezy back into the backline defensive, and so long as the Snoozers keep up this offensive pressure, they will have control of game number one. As Pondex goes in with a shot, Lindo saves it, continues to challenge for control alongside Nilskut, and CKS with a breakaway chance against Breezy, going to get bumped out the way. Good control, Pondex with a fantastic challenge of the save. Lindo trying to recover it still, but Pondex puts it wide out of control and into the blue half. It seems to bounce. It might just be over, but one last chance for GFG as they pass in. Polar puts it out to no man's land, and Breezy puts it on the floor. A close call from the Schnoozers. They take game one.
Not the most confident win for the Schnoozers. It was really tight as it could go. Team exchanging opportunities on both sides of the field. No one really taking the control of the ball for too long or really grabbing the midfield for themselves. As a result, it's just Schnoozers on that one opportunity getting themselves ahead, while Team GFG had pretty great ideas. I absolutely loved how well they can move the ball from their own side of the field to the opposing side. For the player waiting for that cherry pick opportunity, it's just that the precision was always a little bit amiss. If they can tune that, Schnoozers were falling for these pretty hard, and goals might come from Team GFG's counter-attacking opportunities, which they were creating for themselves. It's just that the finishing was really not up to par.
Yeah, and that was the main thing, you know, just the finishing. The final sort of like element for GFG is the fact that they had a lot of control, a lot of pressure, and they even had some very good on-shot opportunities, but closing it out against the defensive of the Schnoozers, that's where everything went wrong, you know. Again, it was that breakaway chunk they had from the blue half that had just got it past Breezy. Weren't quite quick enough to the mark, though, so Pondex rotated in and actually got the 50-50 save. Barely, admittedly, but he still got the save regardless, and that's going to be it, basically. That's the only goal scored by the Schnoozers. That's going to be the game under their control. So game 2 will come to play for here. GFG have brought it close towards the line. Schnoozers not out of the woods yet, not by a long shot, I wouldn't say. Pondex is challenged for control alongside Breezy into the backboard. Just coming up for Niels Cook with a shot on target, and he opens things up. Fantastic start from the Schnoozers.
And you can see that Pollard is missing on the initial save, and that was a pretty hard read. But this takes Lindau out of the play as well. Since the touch wasn't made, Lindau wasn't in a great position to save it either. All they could do is throw themselves in the way of the shot of Niels Cook, but even that was proved a little bit too futile, because Niels Cook, in that situation, he doesn't miss.
Again, a fantastic start from the Schnoozers to keep that control under theirs. The ball in from Lindo, tries to follow up off CKS's initial play. He'll rotate back in as Pondex has all the ball control. The passing accuracy so good from the Schnoozers. As he goes back off the backboard, miss from Polar. Lindo will come up, go back off the backboard. And Polar into the mid-center, going to shot to be taken by CKS. He's going to get beaten out by Niels Cook. And Polar coming in with the area once again to try and recover it. Lindo is again just going to be defended against by the Schnoozers, who seem to read out the play of GFG so well so far. CKS into the mid-center though, nice chances directly in front. Polar couldn't commit towards it though, and they return fire once again on the Schnoozers side as they go back off the blue backboard, looking for a shot of their own right, but can't quite seem to find the accuracy. Again, a clear will come through for GFG.
GFG is doing for themselves well in the opposing side of the field. Their setups and the ability to keep the ball for long periods of time, the Schnoozers' final third, is remarkable. It's just that, once again, they have the possession, they have the opportunities. It's just that whenever the time comes to actually to finish it, to put that final blow, and they're just not in the right position, or shot is a little bit too weak. Still, the fact that they're even going for it might grant them an opportunity to finally get themselves the opening goal in game number 2.
Good shot in from Lindo, taken away by Pondex again on the save. CKS will go off the backboard and Niels Cook will be able to take it all the same. Pondex in once again, Polar. The chance is Lindo. Able to follow through alongside CKS. Good redirect coming through, but Breezy is the man in the backline defensive that's hold face so far. Polar on target and Niels Cook commits. Double commit actually from him and Pondex, and be able to return it regardless. Niels Cook couldn't quite follow it through all the way though. Again, it's Breezy in that midfield, in that center, denying any sort of centered up shot for the GFG side. No on-target opportunities taken, but Polar will try and force the issue by dribbling it down off the ceiling. As Niels Cook in, Pondex sets up for Breezy, shot on target. The Polar will just wrap back around to defend right here for the GFG side. And just Schnoozers desperately look for their second goal. And GFG desperately try and find their first. Back off the backboard into Niels Cook over the Pondex. And there it is, the 2-0 on the orange side of the court.
Ball pinballing straight into the net as Schnoozers played off the wall, to themselves, to the wall, even off CKS for a good measure. Well, Breezy scored that one and singular goal in the game number 2. This has almost a little bit of deja vu for the same thing, as the ball gets pushed through all the GFG players on the same flank. And GFG were themselves oh so close. They need a bunch of passing plays to get through the Schnauzer defense, because right now they're trying to just push it through, and it's not working. Individual plays are not working either. Back to, well, they should really start up on a little bit of more team-working play to get the ball through. Otherwise, that opening goal will just not find itself in the second game of the series.
Breezy passing out to Pone next, looking for their third past the half-time marker at this point. Niels Cook goes in. Shooting out to the right-hand side of the net. Will not be able to get any sort of centered-up shot. Again, it's out to the corner where Pondex and Breezy look to try and take control. Will be successful in doing so. Let's get off the backboard. Polo chipped away. Niels Cook coming in for the shot. It's going to be pushed out again off the backboard. Lindo and CKS go for the shot off the backboard again. It's not going to be on target from CKS, and that could have been enough to put GFG on the board, but because the accuracy goes towards the backboard, trying to see if they can play for a two-man play, it stalls for enough time, and for the Schnoozers, that's enough to return fire all the same. Back into the blue half it will go. They try and keep this pressure going from GFG, but pressure is only so much, you know. Like, we talk about pressure, we talk about control and possession so much, but it doesn't matter when the players are coming through from the Schnoozers and they're getting so close to the net, where GFG is like trying to hit a barn door from a million miles away.
Yeah, all the control in the world is not helping Team GFG. If the Schnoozers can beat that control and pressure, and also be at any point in time ready to start an attack that will immediately threaten your net, Team GFG really, if they want to work for these passing plays where they're looking for one singular player up front with opportunities to score on the defense that's still getting back on target, they really need to make sure that those shots are precise. Otherwise, drop that strategy altogether because it's not working for you. You're just wasting your time making those opportunities. But unfortunately for them, those are some of the best opportunities they have. Finally! It's the moment you start slagging off the team that they finally make the opportunity. But CKS, look at that, in the traffic, having to beat Nielskog for that one. Nielskog, I don't think he was looking in the rearview mirror. He didn't see the number of that truck that was CKS, but from an awkward angle, giving yourself an awkward enough angle, and CKS scores it off the pass of Lindo. Team GFG, that's a perfect opportunity for them to steal a couple of them. But they go a little bit too hard on that opportunity again. And look at that, counterattack starts once again. Pondex doesn't get the chance, but you could see how quickly Schnoozers punished Team GFG for overextending just a tad.
And even then, they probably could have scored that second goal if Poland was a little bit lower to the shot. It went off the crossbar, and that's enough to allow Schnoozers to get a quick counter-attack. And again, it goes on the backboard. Again, they break it through towards that blue half of the pitch. And GFG just struggles so hard to get a confident pass play out to the shot. 10 seconds left. Polar, CKS, and Lindau all in the orange half. They're going to try and keep this ball out towards that orange half, but Breezy with a good chance. CKS puts it out to the midfield. Lindau's got to follow through. CKS to the secondary touch out from the corner. And it's just kept alive by Pondex, of all people. Looks to put a shot back in over to the blue half, but clears it out to no man's land. Again, it's Polar over to Lindo with a dribble chance, but it's not going to be enough. Niels Cook again challenging for control. He could have left that to drop on the floor. It would have been fine. And just Snooze is stalling for time. Now, it might be a chance for GFG to turn it around. However, they chip it up again. Polar's going to go for a shot on target. It's taken away by Breezy. Back in for CKS. Dunks it down. Chance to recover it, but no. Pondex puts it on the floor. Bit long on that buzzer, a little bit risky for the Snooze just to keep it alive for as long as they did. But GFG still could not get
to kill
the
the ball
job
straight
done.
on the ground. Instead, he kept on alive, and GFG almost got themselves an opportunity. You don't want to give such a chance. I thought Snowders will confidently close this game down. Instead, they gave themselves an extra heart attack, a couple of nerve cells dead. It still was just enough for them to close out the game number 2, but still such a close affair. Team GFG, their pressure again wasn't almost worth squat beside that one goal that they finally gotten, but it was a little bit of a close one. While the Schnoozers can't exactly get away from their opponents, scored 3 goals and get themselves that cushion that will safely lead them to a victory. It's not an impressive for both teams, but Schnoozers just have more quality to see the game through up until the very end, while Team GFD is trying to catch up on that train, but still they're being left behind.
Yeah, being left behind is the right sort of term for it. Just they're being outpaced by the Schnoozers every single time, and the clears are coming through so easily. And they just can't catch up to it. The defensive does come through. Fortunately, a couple of missed shots from Schnoozers gives GFG a little bit of breathing room. But right now, we're not seeing the potential of that team that I think we could have seen, or that I think we saw during the group stage. We saw a lot of potential coming through from these guys. They did look impressive. Polar was looking relatively impressive. Polar's been quite silent, honestly. I just remember 1 save, 2 saves maybe coming through, but no passing plays towards him, not getting involved in a lot of the goals that GFG is scoring. And as a result, you can see chance taken. Is going to put it out to the right-hand side. That's what I'm talking about. So close to the line, but so far from the goal. GFG will allow Lindo to score one, though, so that's 1 chance taken. Past the 13-second marker, it's first blood drawn by the blue half of the pitch.
Ooh, I'm not sure if Nielskog wanted to make that backflip. Yes, CKS was straight in his way, but that was a gift from Nielskog straight into the waiting hands of CKS and Lindo. Schnoozers get a little bit valiant. Is that the right word for this situation? A little bit relaxed in their own half, and as a result, Team G, with all that pressure set straight from the kickoff, they find themselves an opportunity. And I will have to disagree with you a little bit, Jay. I think the Polar was one of the driving forces for Team GFG in setting up plays and passes in the first game, but yeah, second game perhaps wasn't the best for him.
And most certainly not. This game certainly is not the best for the Schnoozers, on the other hand, however. Ball in. Breezy taken alongside Pondex to demo out, and they'll skip with a dunk down. Breezy going to try to set up Pondex again. He puts it out to the left-hand side instead of going on target this time. So a little bit of an accuracy hurting the Schnoozers in the same way as hurting Team GFG. CKS goes out. Lindo to pass back in. Niels Cook takes it away, and CKS and Polar try and commit back over. Good touch from Pondex. He sets up Niels Cook a little bit too far. Not quite in this case.
Oh,
Breezy
no.
with a challenge. That one goes on target, though. Oh, no, is right. Lindo with a second play and a second shot that will go 2-0 up for GFG.
Lucky starts for Lindo as Breezy tries to clear the ball off the wall himself, but instead of finding a great flank empty when nobody's there, he finds Lindo in the air, and that is as good as it gets from Team GFG. Getting goal out of that opportunity, that wasn't even a goal written on there, but since the Schnoozers were still running back, no chance for them to save that one. And Lindo then immediately works in the defense as the Schnoozers putting strong shots on target.
That looked like it was a goal to go in, but not to be in this case. 2-0 still remains. Good challenges coming through from the Schnoozers. They really try and step up their pacing. Not Breezy. Pondex on target. And gets the first on the board this time for the Schnoozers side. A lot of pressure coming through, and again, they're just kind of step up the aggression, step up the pacing. GFG, again, as you say, couldn't keep up.
Yeah, I could see Schnoozers setting up themselves an opportunity, and still Team GFG were all rounded up against their own net. Schnoozers had an opportunity to strike on the goal from all the possible flanks. Since that initial initial shot rather, drew a couple of Team GFG defenders out of position. That was a sort of a double commit from Team GFG themselves. The follow-up shot by Ponix found themselves a target, and again, with precision and power that he's putting it on target, it's not a question that it was going to be a goal.
Nils Cook in and out. CKS and Breezy over to Pondex, putting a decent opportunity out towards the box. Bounce off into the corner. Nils Cook. CKS, a good challenge again. But out towards that orange half inside that box, and Breezy will be able to take it away. Past Polar as well, a nice challenge from him, and just running out of boost, not be able to carry it all the way. No backup, but still they keep it on track with a pass play out towards Nils Cook. It's not going to happen. Too far back in this case. The ball goes way too far forward, too much momentum behind it. And Breezy will try to keep that pressure rolling for the XXL side. Schnoozers, defending on part of Polar. GFG just hold down for the moment. Lindo with a breakaway chance, but he's blocked by Pondex at the midfield line. Still pass back in from the corner. CKS into the centre. Niels Cook back out to get that clear over to the blue half of the pitch and follow through towards a shot that's going a little bit too far wide. His second touch is going to get blocked by Polar. This game is looking much better from him. It's still 2-1 to the favour of GFG.
Oh, and the shot.
Maybe not for long though.
Hey, there comes the tie.
Cast is cast.
Oh,
Cast is
sorry,
cast.
Jay. Sorry, Jay. I mean, seems like this week you're getting it as well. I mean, maybe next week, buddy. Maybe next week. But the Schnoozers find themselves a perfect opportunity after keeping Team G away from their own net. Quick answer on the other side of the field, finding Team GFG still battling for that ball in the corner. And as all three players sort of get drawn into that corner, it gives a perfect opportunity for Schnoozers players to come in from behind and put themselves on target in this great opportunity. Ooh, keeping the net pretty open, inviting almost. The Schnoozers might be not the best chance that they want to give their opportunity. Their opponents
Oh,
the chance
wow.
in favor of Lindo. A hat trick for the Italian boy. Look at what he's doing on the field.
Tees it up, backboard play, dunk down with the bonnet of his car. 3-2 on the board, the hat trick for Lindo. And they have the lead again on the GFG side. They're looking for that one game to fulfill our predictions here, Jam. The ball goes out towards that corner. Niels Cook controls it away. Polar and CKS going off that backboard into the mid-center. Pondex are going to take it out. Try to keep things going for Schnoozers. Good shot in from Niels Cook. Should be defended by Lindo this time. I was talking about how Polar stepped things up. Lindo has really stepped things up. Back in the defense and offense. You can't seem to find a flaw in this man. Now Niels Cook plays into the center. Breezy a little bit out of control of his car. Could not go for the full-blown aerial shot. Again, the re-clear will come through from GFG out into the corner. It's Niels Cook to control it. Go for a dribble play of his own right. CKS challenges, puts it back out into that orange half. And Lindo with a second face as well will put it into the orange corner. Now follow through off the back of Pondex. Couldn't quite get to the challenge first. CKS going to put it back out towards the back pass. And again, that is quite risky because Pondex could have intercepted that and taken the shot. I think it was out of boost, fortunately enough. So a stroke of luck for GFG, but it won't last for long.
And Schnoozers are trying to keep the control of the ball in GFG's side, but it's not working enough. They bring the ball in and then leave that half again because Team GFG are just not allowing the ball to come anywhere close in front of a net. All these chances, all these passes by Schnoozers get stopped, and then, of course, every single time it's a risk because the counterattack is looming over them, and the clears from Team G are solid, are strong, and almost forcing Schnoozers to abandon all of their attacking opportunities.
Hold on. Okay. Good challenge from
smart.
Lindo and a crucial miss from Niels Cook. It was smart from both sides, and particularly from CKS and Polar, who close out the 4th goal and will bring themselves away from the Schnoozers at 2 goals on the board. I was going to say, talk about the offensive play and how one player has snuck up from the Schnoozers side to get the shot in against GFG, but the same can be said about Polar. So ready for CKS, came forward and took that shot, and now it's a 4-2 on the board. It looks like it's going to be GFG taking the game 3.
And the breezy last man for Schnoozers on that defense. I've got caught between a rock and a hard place. Went for a boost, didn't go for the boost, instead opted for a corner one. Seemingly by that point, he was already beat. Schnoozers' best they can hope for is one more goal as a consolation. Right now, they themselves want to be the ones who keep up the ball. And Nilskog this time, it's only a little bit of sweetener for this sad, and not sad, but pretty sour loss that they've just been given by Team GFG. But for Italians and Polar, of course, it is a solid one. So well played in Lindo, suddenly popping up for his team with the help of CKS and Polar. But it's a Team GFG that they wish to be playing like this one. All the opportunities worked out on the other side of the field, just as Schnoozers overexerted themselves a little bit, trying to keep toe-in-toe with their opponents, but instead of themselves banging a lot of goals in, it was Team GFG with just one more.
Yeah, and that's going to be pretty crucial enough for GFG right there to get themselves that far again. As you say, Lindo popping off in particular. He's my MVP of this game at least. Not sure about the matchup, because Polo himself also stepped things up, and as you say, it was a key element of their play in game number 1. For game 3, however, he improved by quite the margin. You know, he was one of the players I said I'm going to be watching him. I'm going to be excited to see what he'll be able to do. Been a little bit underwhelming today, but in this game, stepping things up and again getting GFG, I think, a little bit past the line in terms of his own goal, and of course the defensive that kept the Schnoozers from ramping things up on the blue half of the pitch. So GFG in with a lifeline, in with an opening game, but it's still match point for the Schnoozers. For GFG, it has to be a full reverse sweep if they want to make this happen. So it's 5 minutes on the clock. Let's see what they can do for game number 4 as the Schnoozers look to try and put this one to bed. And GFG look to just try and stay alive in the upper bracket. CKS with a good challenge on the first and the second. That's on target, and the defensive couldn't rotate in time.
6 seconds of magic from Team GFG. Well spotted by CKS to beat Ponix, and then the rest of the squad of Schnoozers were still recovering. Despite having like enough boost to challenge him, they were not able to read what CKS were going to be doing in the next moment. As a result, beat every single player. That's what you want to see. 1 versus 3 and still winning. Team GFG continued their effort from a previous game, and the saves are keeping them afloat as well. Schnoozers just don't know what to do against GFG.
Now here we are, it's GFG having another player step up for them. CKS in the early 30 seconds. 1 good shot, 1 good goal, and 1 good save. Very well played. He's even going to try and follow through with the second one. It is a little bit too far wide to the left-hand side. It's not a problem though, because Lindo and Polar, even after the clear, can follow through, pinch it between those 2 players and try and go back in for a shot. CKS is there in the midfield to try and follow through. Actually, will go on target. Give off the backboard. Feed away by Breezy. Polar again trying to intercept in the midfield. Niels will take that back out to the blue side corner. Lindo with a challenge. Polar once again in the orange half. Will go for a shot that's going to go way too far wide for him, unfortunately. So the Schnoozers will not be allowed a goal back. Not being allowed to equalise at the very least, but GFG are not going to be allowed a second one either.
Yeah, well, Schnoozers do not want to give them that second goal, and they really need their man, Breezy. Speak of the devil who scores the good tying goal for the Schnoozers. It is the Breezy himself, waiting up for the opportunity, 3rd player in. Seeing as Team GFG defenders were already beat, a couple of bumps, chasing the goalies out of the net. Schnoozers find themselves a goal out of the quick maneuver, out of their own defensive half, keeping Team GFG on their toes, and this time Team GFG just couldn't reach it.
Back to 1-1 eventually. Schnoozers, that equalising goal. Now GFG needs to try and take it away. All same could be said for the Schnoozers. Breezy and Niels Cook, credit to him for getting that demo out, but how does that bounce off the post and still go back in the back of the net?
I mean, just a little bit of sprinkling of Breezy magic on it. Polar also participating in that shot, sort of kicking it straight into Breezy as well to give it more of a pinch-like quality, and of course that power and momentum, and well, yeah, just a little bit of just enough hits. It's millimeters. It's a game of millimeters over there in the net. It could have gone either way. But Schnozzers find themselves a brilliant opportunity straight from midfield as Team GFG. Well, no defending that one.
Polar trying to go off the backboard again. It's Pondex in with an opportunity, but CKS finds one of his own right. They got the second on the board for him and the second on the board for GFG. Pressure that just couldn't quite mount up as Pondex missed that clear. And that's going to be it. We're back to square one here, Jam.
If Pondex would have gotten that ball, CKS had absolutely no business being there. He took a pretty big rotation back on it, but the angle he has picked and coupled with Pondex's abhorrent miss, that was the best position CKS apparently could have gotten. Who knows? I mean, creating chances out of nowhere, yeah, I'll take them. CKS is on fire in this game number 4. He is difference maker, and those chances that he's getting are potentially the crucial for Team GFG to take this game number 4, maybe even bring it into the final 5th.
Ball in for a shot. Niels Cook going to be able to save it. All the pressure lies again with GFG. CKS and Lindo pass between each other. Breezy getting up high enough for the backboard. Keeping it away from the net for the moment in time. But CKS still wants to try for his chances. Polar will go in for a shot that's going to go too high. Into Lindo. Demo comes through. And that is going to be a fantastic halfway marker play for GFG to retake the lead from the Schnoozers.
And you can see Breezy caught in a horrible play. 0 boost if he has challenged that aerial, trying to do a Spider-Man save, but he didn't even bother to drop down. Team GFG showing how it's done with the passing plays. Immediate answer, is it Breezy? Oh, it's almost Breezy. But even since Breezy have come up with those 2 goals, seemingly right now, Schnoozers really need the remainder of their team. Pondex and Nisko a little bit too quiet in this game, getting skinned all over the field. Team GFG are just in control of the whole ordeal.
One from Pondex going to be taken away by Polar as Breezy comes forward with a shot on target and not be able to land it. And CKS and Polar combined for the clear and the counter attack. Lindo's also up in the orange half as they pass back into CKS. Good dunk down, but Pondex takes it away all the same. And Niels Cook follow through off the backboard. Lindo shuts it down, shuts down the play, at least for the moment. Pondex still trying to recover on the other side of the field. And Breezy going to be back in the backline defensive, going to have to defend because the counter attack. The pressure coming through for GFG. They've had pressure all series long so far. Been lacking in the goal department despite it. Right now they're 3-2 up, so all they really need is pressure at this phase in the game, and they'll be able to take it away. Still chances coming through as Breezy and Pondex find their opportunity. He's going to keep it high. Neil's got to find himself off the sidewall, try to go for a flip reset down. But no, Polar again. Now tee it over to the orange half. Breezy push it back in, allow Nielsen with a drop down chance to be taken, triple commit. It's wide open, but no commitment from Pondex. He'll try to slow it down. Nielsen, Breezy coming through, but no, it's defended by Lindo. And GFG, despite massive mistakes in the back of the net, will still be able to hold the line.
Schnozzers were not quick enough to tighten up the screws on Team GFG, screwing it up almost. And then by the time they finally came in with all guns blazing, Team GFG answered in style. Still, you can see how quickly the attacks change. Niels Cook waiting for something, this time too close. It's a really fickle balance between going in too deep or being too far for these challenges. And you know that Schnozzers want to be right up there in front of Team GFG. Sometimes it's not exactly working out in their favor.
30 seconds left for the Schnoozers to equalize. Breezy will tee it up again for Pondex, going to miss it entirely. Lindo, oh, it's a chance for Breezy, but denied again by Polar. Niels Cook with a redirect. That one's on target, though. And in the last 16 seconds, the Schnoozers will be able to bring us to evens.
It wasn't working out for Team GFG for such a long time. Either the Schnozzers had to score a goal, or Team GFG would have been the best defensive team today. Unfortunately, even at some point, even the defense such as Team GFG breaks down, and Schnozzers worked out for 60 seconds straight to try and break that slog, and they did. Game going into overtime, most likely, although we had some interesting movements previously, straight before the timer hit 0.
Pondex in with the last chance off the backboard into Breezy. Oh, it's on target, but not quite close enough. Off the post instead. So 3-3 on the board, will be on for overtime here. Another great start, however. Lindo going to try to pass out the Polar. This could be the passing play off the backboard, though. Again, it's too far wide. CKS to take control. He's scored several stunners this series, but not going to find another one here. It's Breezy to control. Pass back to Pondex on towards Niels Cook's side. CKS just tees it up and pushes it out of contention for a shot. So pressure will still be mounted for the Schnoozers in the early part of this game as they try and play for that 4th goal, as they try and play for the the break, I guess you could say, in the deadlock. Breezy and Ponex pass between each other. CK's going to clear back away. No one's in the backline defense, so will be a nice open net until Breezy gets there. So no boost on the one man. We cleared away. The Snoozers will have control, at least for the moment, in the orange half. Maybe not for long, though. Again, Polder's getting back off that backboard, and so many backboard players are looking a little bit dangerous here from GFG.
Yeah, you can see how well they're trying to set up their players up, down on the ground, or even up in the air. You remember Lindo scoring his double touches off the wall, so he can definitely threaten the opponents. Right now, both teams just exchanging the pleasantries on both sides of the field. It's an open game that both of these teams won pretty badly, and you can't pick a winner right now because both Team GFG and the Schnozzers have so much potential up front. This one either is going for Team GFG's chance at reverse sweep in game number 5, or the Schnozzers will finally push it through. But it's not working. It's not looking 100% for either team, especially for the Schnozzers, the favorites.
Breezy going back off the backboard. CKS going to go in with a shot, and Breezy will just be able to save it off the back of that clear. Polar still keeps it on target, but the clear comes through, and now Breezy's got a chance. Puts it back in Ponex's position, but CKS challenges all the same. Nilskuk going to try to keep that one on track, but Lindo clears it once again off the backboard. Breezy tee it away. Polar to go back off the sidewall into Lindo's position, going to beat out Ponex, put it high and wide instead, so they can continue the pressure on the GFG side. As Nilskuk passes into Breezy, goes high. Polar just about going to defend that since it is off the ceiling. Ball back in for Breezy, still sets it up for Ponex to go for a shot on target. It's directly in front as the double commit goes way too far, left and right. GFG whiff at the very last hurdle, and the Schnoozers are going to take over the series.
GFG were so great at stopping Schnozzers, getting close, and even if the Schnozzers were getting the shots on target, the combined effort of everyone on the side of Team GFG was able to keep them away. Not this time, though. It was, again, a bit too much space given for Nilskuk, Ponex, and Breezy, and as Ponex find himself an opportunity, as he did many a times before in this series, he was really capable of finding those little opportune moments. One big challenge to get either a shot or even a goal has marked giving himself a couple of goals in this series, and this one is the most important of them all. Schnozzers are not allowing Team GFG to win this one in the overtime, but they came really darn close, and the score lines throughout the whole thing, 1 goal difference in every single game. And it's combined effort of Team GFG really, again, stepping out even higher than we expected them to do. And the Schnozzers not exactly performing up to their par. There's still a lot of questions. Their performance, again, we couldn't judge their performance properly previously. And right now, going into round of 16, the final bracket, it seems like there's still a bit of questions here and there. And perhaps their past might come and haunt them later down the line.
Maybe so. For the time being, they can take a nice victory here in the server and move on to the round of 8. Unfortunately for GFG, they'll have to drop to the lower bracket. They've got one more match to play out. They could be up for elimination, but we'll find out those results as the stream rolls on. For now, though, it's back over to the desk to break down that not-so-close series.
Not so close series, but as Jar Jam also mentioned, it is a 3-1, but every single game only 1 goal difference.
Yeah.
Overtime as well. I think this series and maybe the one we had before that were sort of similar in how close they were, or what is your take on it? Of course, this was a 3-1.
Yeah. I'm not sure I completely agree. If you look at the games as a whole, I think it was obvious that the Schnozzers were in control. Okay. And, GFG, they did what they could. They did a nice job. They were looking a lot more dangerous in Game 3 and Game 4 than they were in the first 2 games. But so they kind of had that thing where they woke up too late. I've talked about it earlier in the other weeks that you have to come in with full force. And it seemed like, to match the Schnozzers level, they had to get up to speed. And, that's just how it is. That's how it is sometimes. And unfortunately, it was too late.
Yeah, that also, of course, means that all of you guys did have a correct prediction, both the winner but also the result. So 2 points all around. I just want to highlight that I haven't had a single wrong prediction so far this entire tournament.
You haven't had a single prediction also.
Also true, but it's all about perspective. But so a lot of time after the other series, we talked about how the winner could fare moving forward. I think we talked a lot about in this tournament about the Schnozzers. They're one of the favorites probably. Yeah. Maybe just behind a team like Savage, etc. But let's then take a look at GFG heading down into the losers bracket. We already know a couple of their opponents that they can face down there. How do you think they will fare moving forward in this tournament? Can they fight their way back?
They can, definitely. They definitely have a good shot at making, just like all the others. Just like all the others, they have a fair shot at making it. They're not way worse than the other teams. They're not way better. I see them as kind of level right now. We're separating them, the big guys from the smaller guys, but between those small guys and the big guys, I think they have just as good a shot as the other teams.
Okay, so a fairly big small guy, maybe.
A fairly big small guy. Yeah, no, did it make sense? I hope so. But yeah, I think they have a shot.
Okay. If you just tuned in, we are about halfway in the day, but let's just take a look at the overview for the entire tournament so you guys can figure out where we're at. This is week 3, as you can see highlighted in yellow. So we've already had the group stages being played in week 1 and week 2. This is the first day of the upper bracket, the top 16, which means that we're streaming for you guys the first round of the upper bracket. But meanwhile, also off stream is also the first round of the lower bracket being played. And the next week, we move into the semifinals and the finals. So we then take a look at today's schedule, because we did have 3 games being played so far on the day. As you can see here, Savage took the first one versus To Be Honest. Arc lost versus I Got the Part in a great series and an upset.
One of the best series we've had so far in the Ember series.
Definitely. And then Team GFG just got knocked down to the lower bracket by the Schnozzes, which means that actually I Got the Part and the Schnozzes will face off in the next one. But we still have 3 games left from the upper bracket. And here you can see the upper bracket. So that means, as I said, if you look down in the bottom right corner, I Got the Part versus Schnozzes. Top left corner, Savage versus Team Echo Zulo. We then Bros, we need to see later on who they're going to face versus Childish Bim Bam and Shippers. And then we need to both see down in the left-hand corner, those are some of our next stream games. It's going to be the Bricks versus Bilgedam and the Bus Drivers versus 21.
Yes.
We did also give the Bus Drivers a new name last week, and that was the Bus Parkers, as they did have a very defensive last game.
Yeah, I remember that.
But let's take a look at the next game that we're going to have.
Yes, we have the Bricks versus Bilgedam.
Yeah.
So 2 interesting squads here. I was thinking about this matchup today, and I think this have the potential to be one of the most equal games that we've seen so far. At least level wise, I see both of these teams. They have RLRS experience. They have Gfinity Elite experience. There's definitely the potential for a great equal series here. That's what I'm think gonna happen.
Yeah, we have the Bricks, Fries, Saxon, Didris, a bit of shameless advertising by us. Copenhagen Flames, RLRS Season 6, 2 of them at least. Other side, of course, X Epsilon, as just talked about.
Yeah.
Just moved away from that organization, but still a great lineup. Tell us a little bit about, we have talked about these players in the past, but just, if anyone didn't tune in the last couple of weeks, let's start out with Bilgedam. Any players you want to highlight, any sort of like play style you can tell us a little bit about, maybe them as a team or just individual players here?
Yeah, well, I've played against them both in tournaments and of course in ranked. There are people that play a lot. There are people on the scene. They have, I'd say they have a very they have a good team play. They've played together for a good while. They know how to find each other on the field. And you asked about one player I'd like to highlight. Yeah, I think Sebadam is one of the players that you definitely know from this lineup. Sebadam is just an all-around great player. He's great at being the rock on the team while also having some nice offensive ideas. So definitely, I'd look out for Sebadam on this roster as well.
Okay, a lot of UK players stepping up today.
Yeah.
Can be interesting to see if Sebadam can do the same. And then if we also turn our attention over to the Bricks, anyone in particular you want to highlight there?
Anyone in particular? Not sure. You have Didris and Frizz, who played on Copenhagen Flames in RLI Season 6. Didn't go quite as expected. Shakaran was their 3rd guy on Flames. Now they have Saxon instead. Saxon is bringing a different kind of play style than Shakaran was. I've talked about this earlier as well. Saxon is more kind of a fast-paced player. He's looking to get the fastest touch. He's looking to be the fastest player on the field, whereas Shakaran might have been more of the structured player, the more communicative player, where Saxon is more just looking to get the fastest hit as possible.
Yeah, you did talk about the fact this could be one of the closest series that we've seen so far. So I'm looking forward to see the predictions for you guys, because of course we are tracking the predictions. It is a 3-2 prediction from all 3 of you guys, but there is one guy I believe is going to go in the way of Bilgedam.
Jar.
That's going to be Jar, the guy that is leading this prediction game. As you can see from these yellow sticks. These are points on the day, so it's 3-3-3 today. But we will have someone pulling away, or maybe two.
Yeah.
Because you have the bricks. Switchblade J has the bricks, but Jar of Jam will build you them. What makes you say that the bricks will close this one out?
Well, the way I'm looking at it, all right, I'm gonna bring some background information here, because we know from Twitter and other places that Bilchedam X Epsilon, they've actually disbanded as a team. They're playing this final tournament together, but does that mean that they're not gonna care as much about this series, about this tournament? It might be. That's what I was thinking about when I was looking at this matchup here. And I also think, alongside that, I also think that the play we saw from the Bricks last week, that was looking really good. You had some really nice individual plays from both Didris and Saxon, and Frisch just feeding them with infield passes. Saxon did an amazing ceiling angle shot that actually won the Rocket Dailies tournament for sickest goal that day. So I think if they bring more of those individual plays, and just Frisk keeping up with feeding them infield passes, feeding them passes, I think they're gonna ones who's gonna go out on top.
It's gonna be extremely exciting to see in which way this is gonna put Bilchedam if they're disbanding as a team, because it could be the fact that they've already given up, but it could also be the fact, they're like, hey guys, this is the last time together. Let's make sure that we ended on a positive note. Let's go out there. We need to advertise ourselves for future teams, give the best possible performance, but it could go either way.
That's
right?
the other side of the coin. It could go both ways. They could really also get into this with an extra fueled flame to really show themselves off, because they want a good vantage point for maybe their new team.
Yeah.
So that's going to be exciting to see what they're going to do with this situation.
And a well-fueled flame is what we like to see here in the Ember series. So to get into the match, let's send it over to Jar of Jam and Switchblade J.
Thanks again, gentlemen. Yes, I personally am sort of riding the idea that Bilchedam have checked out of this project, unfortunately. We already know that Cheerio's leaving the roster after they announced that they were leaving the Epsilon side, and he's like, I'm parting ways with my boys. So this will certainly be their last tournament together, this and the Renegade Cup finals, obviously. I certainly feel like they have sort of not given up, but they are realizing this is winding down. They've gone as far as they can with this roster. So that's the reason why I pinned the Bricks overall, because again, the Bricks were looking good. Bilchedam have a history of being, a very up and down team. They can be very, very inconsistent. But yeah, I want to know why you picked the Bilchedam side over the Bricks. Obviously we all think it's going to be close, but what circumstances made you edge out that side?
Oh, it was the closest one for match for me to pick, and really I could have given it to Bricks as easily. But just looking at the results that they sort of got in, obviously their first games were against much more lower quality of the opponents, Turbo Nitro and Nepalus Gang for Bricks and Bilchedam respectively. 3-1 and 3-0, but we shouldn't really look into that. One loss by the Bricks, really. Then the Bricks played against the Bus Drivers, and the Bus Drivers really gave them a little bit of a smacking here and there. They got through that matchup, but wasn't the most convincing one. For Saxon Didris, while they're all pretty familiar names on the scene, and especially familiar to Fuzz and Vorborg, still I wouldn't exactly say they are the top of the crop in this tournament. While as Bilbo Chira and Sebadam, it's the ups and downs, as you mentioned. But I feel like with their performance in the tournament, their loss against 21, but I think a loss against 21 does count even a little bit higher than the win against the Bus Drivers that the Briggs did. And so by an inch, I would pick Bilchedam. But really, I could have as easily just thrown the coin and picked one of the teams. And it was this close. I'm pretty sure for all of us it'll be the closest of a series, but it's interesting to see that UJ and of course Fuzz have picked the Bricks. Fuzz most likely because he's quite familiar with the folks and knows what they can do. What are your ideas, Jay? Is it just the fact that Bilchedam are sort of already with one foot out of the door and they're not taking themselves as seriously?
No, honestly, I also feel like there was some seriously good step-ups in the likes of Freeze and Saxon in last week's play, especially Saxon. We saw the insane shots that he was pulling off. I don't know if you remember some of those. It was just like, my God, like that really was sort of like the thing that beat it out for me. It's the fact that when they do perform well, they look damn good. You know, they look really damn good. So that's the reason why I sort of pipped down. That's the reason why I sort of went over it. It wasn't just the fact that Biltchadam, you know, it wasn't just the fact that Biltchadam are already done, in my opinion. You know, like there's so much that you could take away. There's some pros here and cons here, and pros here and cons here. So this is going to be a really, really close match. I don't think that anyone's going to debate that. So you know, as you say, I could have easily flipped a coin. In fact, one of the results earlier from today, I actually did flip a coin to decide it because I literally had no idea which way to go with it. It was so close and down to the wire that I just couldn't pick one. So let's go ahead and do this. Let's just get straight in to this matchup and see who's going to come out on top again, the Bricks and Biltchadam. This is going to be a very, very tense game, so strap yourselves in. I think we're going at all 5 games. We all think we're going at all 5 games, as the Bricks will be over on the blue half of the court and Biltchadam will be on the orange side. So let's not waste any more time and start off this best of 5 with Didris challenging Cheerio to try and take control in the early part of things. It's Freeze to win out overall control, but not get a shot on target for the Bricks side. They'll still maintain midfield dominance. It's over to Sebadam, however, on the passing play here from the Biltchadam side. It's passed back into the mid position from Freeze to Didris. And Saxon over breaking away on the right-hand side. Going to try and find a position, but Cheerio clears it out to the left. So no chance on this one. Saxon will still pass back in and allow Freeze a bit of a chance. Cheerio's demoed out, and fortunately, that's good enough because Saxon did miss out that play. So that could have been a nice wide open net for the forefront offender of Biltchadam.
Both teams seemingly going through the paces. They're all adjusting, slowly getting into this one. Really, this is the first game for all of the teams. And with the amount of matches that we have, knowing that we only basically play 1 round each day, it doesn't really give teams any opportunity to actually grab any momentum. And even just getting into the swing of things proving to be pretty hard for many of the teams. Right now, the Bricks and the Biltchadam are not exactly getting ahead of one another, all making roughly the same mistakes. But it seems like the Biltchadam at least have seemingly a plan that they want to follow in this game.
Ball in for Cheerio. Going to try to see if he can go for the flip reset, try and take it down south, but not going to happen in this case. Cheerio again. We defended again, so Saxon and Freeze will return fire on the Bricks side. Demos coming through as Freeze and Bilbo go falling temporarily. No shot opportunity taken by the Bricks, obviously even to a 2 versus 2, so they were standing on equal standing. Still good redirects to come through from Freeze. They're just going to try and keep that one on track towards the box. Bilbo does take it away, and Cheerio demos out the last line of defense. Freeze will have to get back in time, and fortunately he does. With no major commitment from Bilbo, Sebadam will still try and feed it in from the right-hand side. Very aggressive style of play coming through from the Biltchadam side, and so far it is working out for them, but vice versa for the defense of the Bricks.
Yeah, you can see that those demolitions are throwing a little bit play up both of the teams, really, because they both want to do it, but so far Sebadam are coming up for more chances, and you can see the man himself, Sebadam, try and get a little bit of opportunities, trying to be the leader for his team right now here, and it's always a big question which Sebadam will be going to be seeing this time.
And a ball in from that midfield. Bilbo demoing out free. It's going to allow Sebadam a chance to go back in. Cheerio with a chance on the target. Not going to happen. Didris able to save it and return on the part of Saxon, but Sebadam keeps the pressure rolling as Bilbo gets away off the backboard. The ball will go off the backboard, but taken away again by the defensive of the blue side of the court. The Bricks trying their best to hold things down. Freeze will clear back over to that midfield. Didris with a second flip will not be able to carry it very far as a result, and Bilbo will clear it right back over to the blue half of the pitch. So a lot of the pressure favouring the Biltchadam side, but a breakaway chance for the Bricks. Saxon's a little bit too high and a little bit too fast on that one. The ball going pinching off the ceiling crease. Didris with a chance to have a go for the shot. Oh my god, he gets it past Sebadam. A crucial miss coming in from Biltchadam's clear is going to give Bricks the opening game. Game's goal, my god.
Everything is coming upside down for the teams, and the Bricks that are previously the defensive wall, this time they just hit their opponents Biltchadam like a bag of bricks as a small opportunity arrives on the right flank, and they know just exactly how to use it, with Biltchadam not arriving to the challenge quickly enough, and they're just using all of his opportunities. Bricks were trying to push the ball through, mostly it was under Biltchadam's control, but it's those little small chances.
Oh no!
Saxon, not to the right, to the left. Not to the right, to the left. It's just the unfortunate positioning as he forced to rotate straight into the net. He wasn't in the net on the goal line. He was to the side. But since the first challenge was lost by his teammate, he couldn't save it either.
I think he missed the O.J. Simpson child case. It's like you need to go back into the left, not to the right, back into the left. Come on. Ball in from the midfield. Pass on from Bilbo's going off the crossbar, and Cheerio misses out his chance. Didris will go forward and try to see if he can take the shot on target. Not going to happen in this case. Again, it will go cleared out by the defensive of Bilcherdam. Saxon still to try and follow through, and Freeze will not be able to go for the shot. Cheerio and Didris challenging all the same. Back in. Cheerio gets a clear back away as Jackson will try and disrupt the ball's path and try to see if they can keep this back in the midfield, try to see if they can keep that pressure going again. Bricks have had a lack of pressure going so far. Freeze with a good touch, Sebadam with another awkward touch for Bilcherdam, completely out of boost, but Cheerio will come through and feed it back over to the blue half, try and carry it all the way. Didris misses entirely, Saxon's bumped out of path, and Freeze will just rotate in and get the clear out to the corner, so thank God for that. Just keeping things together at 1-1 in the last 60 seconds.
Sure, doing it all by himself, bumping out the goalies, but they need to think about the defense as well. And the moment the Briggs get even a sliver of control as Bilcherdam's clear up to the other side doesn't work at all, it only takes one quick change of faith and change of direction of the play, really, for the Briggs to get their second one. As Bilcherdam are just not getting their chances going, no control, the passes are awkward, and as a result, they're just not good.
Well, Didris on target. Again, they're going to try and take a third goal. It's setting it up. There's no one in the back of the net, and Freeze is happy to put that one in, exploit a massive gap that the Bilcherdam side had left. And this is what I'm talking about, you know, Jan. When they are at their lows, they really are at their lows, Bilcherdam. So 3-1 on the board. The Bricks, 37 seconds remaining on the clock here. Out towards the centre, Saxon going to be able to get a decent kickoff, but follow through with a demo from Cheerio, so they're going to take some early control and pressure again from Bilcherdam off this phase of the game. Freeze follows through, pinches it off, Cheerio to tee it up out towards the corner, and Saxon's going to take it out towards that corner and put it into the midfield when no teammates are waiting for it. Sebadam will put it over to Bilbo. Now trying to take control, back off the backboard. Didris reads it, Saxon bumps him out of the way, and Didris follows through again back towards that midfield, going to try and see if he can keep that pressure rolling. There's no one in the back of the orange net. But playing in, 7 seconds remaining. You must imagine that one more good shot coming in from Saxon will be able to keep that one away. As Freeze will go in for a shot, keep it inside the box. And again, it won't go in the goal, but it will be enough to keep the game rolling to the favour of the Bricks.
And this is the Briggs that I personally perhaps didn't expect to come out, but it's also the Bilcherdam that was afraid the most that will show up to this series. Uneventful, uninspiring, really with chances few and far and in between. While they've been keeping with the Bricks for the majority of the game, the longer it went, the bigger the gap between the teams was showing, and as the chances completely ran out for Bilcherdam, it was just a job for the Bricks to clean up the game, get themselves a comfortable lead, and just finish up the whole thing in style. If this will continue in the same favor, if the Bilcherdam are having another off day, it's rare that they're able to immediately switch on the other side of the series. I'm cheering out for them still. They're my pick for this matchup. I just really don't want to see him drop down straight of 3-0. That'll be a complete disheartening result. They are in solid position overall on points, but a result like that one might even put a cross on their chances in the lower bracket.
Yeah, you know, obviously they've got to play a game after this as well. So if they're in the bad level of form right here, they could be going out in last place, basically. That's the potential right here in terms of losing this matchup and losing this series for Bilcherdam. So they've got to step things up. And as you say, it's very rare that they ever end up doing so, you know. So maybe they might end up taking a couple games away. And I start faith in my 3-2 predictions. So let's see whether they'll be able to take it right back here and put the series on even standing. But as it stands, the Bricks, a very, very nice opening game to start off the series and a very nice kickoff to try and keep things rolling. It's Freeze to go through in on target, but challenge at the 50-50 line will not be able to get the opening shot for the Brick side. Saxon, however, with Didris coming through on the demo, second demo coming through. Sebadam just got to try and defend it. Pass back in and Freeze is rotating away. Sebadam on his own on the defense line will clear it back out towards the blue half as his teammates respawn. They couldn't quite get the shot that they wanted, and Saxon will put one on target. Didris to try and follow through, but a good shot away, a good clear away from the Bilcherdam defensive manages to keep things in check in the box.
Yeah, all those demolitions. Wow,
oh my God!
This is on the goal line, and this is a goal from the Bricks. How on earth you go for something like that? And not only that, how on earth do you win something like that? Friss leaping for the challenge on the clear, and the follow-up from the Didris just seals the deal for the Bricks. It's a stunner. And once again, Bilcherdam just find themselves... They were ready for this one, or for almost everything, but they weren't ready for this.
Oh, Bilbo slowing it down. 7am on target, couldn't bump them out the way. Trying to return style with Freeze's 50-50 challenge and Bilbo's ball control. Trying to get that first couple of goals on the board for each side as it stands. However, the Bricks will be able to win out that particular fight. 1-0 at the 60-second marker, all to the favor of the orange half. The orange half, the blue half, excuse me. Blue back in. Sebalam going to go for the shot out towards the right-hand side. Digits will return alongside Freeze, going in for the shot on target. Cheerio able to defend it as that one is directly going in. Now Saxon off the backboard all the same. Freeze in the midfield, going to try and control it. Misses it out as Sebadan pushes it a little bit too further forward. And Cheerio missing out his chance, leaves it all to Bilbo, who takes it off the sidewall, back into the centre. Sebadan ready for his chance. Cheerio demos out Saxon, but no follow-up shot means that the clear from the Bricks will make that whole play irrelevant. Now Freeze going in again towards the danger box, cannot quite get the shot that he wants. Again, zero angles, so difficult to try and support. Idris keeps it going, Demo comes through, Freeze with a chance as one player's back out of the mid-centre, but no shot on target for the Bricks side.
Explosions have definitely picked up. 3-7 demolishing Sabadam. Sabadam had no part in this play. Perhaps a little bit of a revenge for taking the boost. We're not allowing to take the boost on the corner. Great opener by the Bilchidem side, though. The passes weren't clicking for them. But finally, a play almost out of nowhere with Sabadam also committing on that shot. But Friz and Saxon were trying to read that play and they read wrong.
Back to 1-1 will now be on the board here. 3 minutes still to go. Oh, Cheerio with a great challenge off the kickoff, though. That was directly on target, but not quite quick enough. Freeze will be able to get the save and the clear, and now follow through with the rest of his teammates as the demo comes out against the Bilcherdam side. Return fire, however, as Sebadam sets up Bilbo, but Bilbo could not get the shot that he wanted. Now Saxon following through alongside the ball. Challenged again by Bilbo towards that midfield. It's Freeze back off the corner, and Bilbo tees it inside that box off the backboard again, but it's cleared away. Cheerio with a shot on target, though, and Saxon could not save that. A little bit too far forward of the net, and Bilcherdam will score the second.
And you thought that the Bilchidam didn't have an opportunity for this one. Sabadam was too close to challenge it. Cheerio, though, in the perfect position. Even with the Briggs defender coming in and trying to put any of the wrenches in the spokes, wasn't to be. Sniper shot from Cheerio, putting the Bilchidam up front, and this is a pretty solid lead that they got in themselves. So much better looking than the previous game. Still perhaps not the best in terms of chemistry, but at least the fire is back in their eyes.
Sebadam setting up Bilbo, we're going to go for the shot on target. Just going to be taken away, thankfully, by the crossbar, the secret fourth player of the Brick side. Now they return fire as well. Freezes on target. Sebadam's just going to take that away, because again, that is too high. The secret fourth player of Bilcherdam not going to be playing any favourites today. Still pressure coming out from the Bricks. Bilbo will try and return it. Bricks, I mean, so far, I mean, in the early game, they had their pressure plays so well set up against Bilcherdam, but so far, Bilcherdam have been able to return so easily on their clears. Passing back in again. Oh, Cheerio with an awkward touch. Couldn't get enough momentum behind it, so Bricks able to maintain their control. And the main problem is still going to be that scoreboard there, Jam. 1 minute and 36 to try and find a second goal. So the more time that the Bricks spend back in their blue half, the higher the chances of Bilcherdam winning this game increase. With every single player ready to receive the mistakes and just out-read and out-defend against their opponents. The ball will be back into the mid-centre. Bilbo will try to see if he can dribble it back in against Saxon, but good challenge, good demo. Again, it keeps the back line clear.
You can see how well Bilchidam are controlling the ball on the other side of the field. Not allowing to get them through, but two demolitions.
Oh my word!
That one. Saxon and the rest of the Brick squad are aimed at removing the defenders any way possible. Bilbo, poor old Bilbo, got stuck between two of the Bricks players, and obviously when you have that open opportunity when Saxon's retreating but the rest of the Bricks are attacking, it's an easy chance for Friss and Didgers to set up something with that big of an advantage. All the hard work of Bilchidam gets once again crossed out, but they worked really hard for this one. Another opportunity, 60 seconds, this should be theirs. Not when the Bricks are coming so hard to defend.
60 seconds remain. It's Bilbo in with a dribble play on the aerial. Cheerio will try and recover it, but it's too far wide. And Sebadam can't keep it any further inland, so it was returned by Freeze. It goes all the way back in. Fortunately, Bilbo's already pre-rotated and he's ready to take the save. Saxon and Freeze try and work off each other off the sidewall and off the backboard. It's still Bilbo going in for the shot. Deirdre's able to save it. Sebadam will try and follow through, but Saxon clears it all the way and it goes past Cheerio. Fast ball back in the last few seconds in the matchup. The Bricks are taking the lead.
Bilbo is set up Didris with a softball, which allows Didris to just calmly put it straight up. where his teammate Saxon was already waiting for a long shot, since the Bilchadam just used all of their players to get that attack going. As a result, a counterattack and nothing to the name of Bilchadam, who once again fall behind, and the timer is not on their side.
Bilbo and Cheerio passing back to each other to try and get a clear. Cheerio will carry that all the way towards the mid-center. Bilbo in with a shot, and he's going to take it. Cheerio carrying the ball straight in. And it's Bilbo with all the credit, but either way, it's 3-3. Team effort from Bilchadam to equalize.
Cheerio, the mastermind of the whole thing, just to calmly slalom in between two defenders of the bricks and then set up his teammate to be the last defender. That is as good as it gets off the kickoff as well. Look at that. Bilchadam get that energy from the goal that they just scored and want to keep it and end it in the regulation time, because any opportunities for the bricks is, like, any time given to them really is a perfect opportunity for them to take the second game as well. But instead we're going into overtime, Jays, of 3-3. And the Bilchadam have woken up. Unfortunately, there's still a lot of question mark when it comes to defense of the Bilchadam squad.
Just about getting cleared away as well by Cheerio. Again, that ball was directly on target. A little bit high, but on target nonetheless. As Freeze will go forward. Sebadam trying to pass out, and again, the pressure favours the Bilchadam side as they shoot to score, but Didris is there to save. We'll take control once again back over to that midfield. Bilchadam, all the pressure so far in game two, and trying to see if they can ramp it up against their opponents, but it's not quite working out. Again, the accuracy of the shot's not 100%, allowing Freeze to go all the way back in, trying to control the ball in on the shot. Blocked and cleared by Bilbo and Sebadam. That one's again going off the backboard. Didris has to push that out of the other side, because that's a direct shot that, again, will come against them. Ball back in, just about defended again by two players committing towards it on the Bilchadam side. Sebadam going to try and put it back over to the midfield as Didris takes control. Bilbo blocks it, leaves it for Saxon and Cheerio to challenge each other, and Cheerio will keep that one back over in the blue half, at least temporarily, as all three defenders out and away. Good pinch off the corner and back out into the orange half. A relatively smart clear actually from the brick side, and they play back in for Saxon's part.
Demolition crucial for defensive Bilchadam, as the bricks, any extra players up front is crucial. Oh, Bilbo tries to do it all by himself. Sometimes Bilbo really pops off, and really by this time Bilchadam will take anything, like all the opportunities, even the individual efforts of their solo players. Right now, though, it will be nice to see Bilchadam working together, and so far they're succeeding in really keeping the ball aggressively up in the bricks half, not allowing them to leave their own side. It's breaks through, because bricks are coming in this one pretty darn strong.
Didris up to try and redirect. They both miss. The double commit's going to leave Freeze alone. Still blocks it, still centers it up, but Sebadam takes it away and returns it to Cheerios directly on target. Pushing forward when he knows he can get away with it, and he got away with it in spades. Bilchadam going to equalize that series after 1 minute and 56 seconds on the clock. It's a 4-3 game.
Frizz did all his best to make sure that that double commit by his teammates was somehow redeemed. Not to be, since his pinch immediately goes to the defensive Bilchadam, and then it's just an easy put off for a Cheerio on the other side of the field to finish it up. Bilchadam strike back, but it was an open game from both of the teams, and the shot count and the goal count just shows how much of a really attacking playstyle the both teams shown, and how much both teams have gotten chances to exchange these opportunities. Still, I feel the control that the Bilchadam was trying to show, specifically in trying to rotate again and again and again, not going for a long rotation and keeping the bricks with the ball, but constantly challenge them even on their own half, in the midfield, anywhere they can possibly quickly challenge it. Also keeping in mind the defense, the boost management, that allowed them to sort of eke this game out. And what a game it was, but it also shows how close the series might be.
Yeah, well, obviously Bilchadam don't want to go down without a fight on this one. They really want their chance at the next round of the matchup. I'll serve it down for maintenance. They'll have a little bit of a chance to figure that one out. But for the bricks right here, of course, they are going to be still controlling a little bit. You know, again, it was a very, very close affair. You know, both sides had their chances at net. Both sides had their mistakes, and both sides kind of fell between the cracks at certain points. And for that reason, you know, again, you can't really pick the next game or the next, or you can't really take a very confident prediction on this series again, because of how close everything has been so far. You know.
Yeah, if the Bricks find themselves a way to break down that pressure by Bilchedam, then I think the game plan of the Orange team will come undone. Otherwise, I think it's a great ticket for the Bilchedam to actually get past the Bricks. It's the constant, unrelenting pressure. A couple, of course, with making sure that their defense is not hurting as a result of that. So far, seemingly, it's working out pretty okay. A change up from the first game where Bilchedam really couldn't get anything going for themselves. Like, on the ground, they were absolutely missing. Nothing was really working out. Game number 2 was a pleasant change, a breath of fresh air, and something that might allow Bilchedam to get another game and then perhaps take the whole series, as I would hope, or at least get the 2 games and keep you and Fuzz happy, Jay.
Mate, I need to start catching up on your points. I'm only 4 behind. I've got a few chances to still catch up with you. The main thing I'm concerned is just keeping Fuzz behind me. That's the only thing I want. I think that we can agree on there, Jam.
Deal. So, absolute deal.
We can work with that. So let's just jump straight into game number 3 here. Again, the Bricks and Bilchedam are completely even up on their line, and of course, there is still a good chance that they will be able to either side will be able to take away the game. Let's see who's going to take the series advantage. Ooh. Over into the backboard. It's Cheerio, demoed out by the likes of Didris. An awkward tee up there from this Bilchedam side. Almost left it completely open. Zaxxon still passes back in. Freeze to the redirect that goes out further wide. So not going to happen in this case. It's Didris. He's over to Bilbo, who puts it out towards the blue half of the pitch. It's Freeze once again off the corner, trying to feed back in. Deirdris will follow through alongside the sidewall. Pass back out to Freeze, who can take a good shot, but again, it's a little bit too far wide of the left-hand side. In the early game, the accuracy is really starting to hurt the Brick side here. Good shot still going to come in from Deirdris as they shut me up immediately, scoring the opener of Game 3.
It's an unexpected shot as well from the flank, just a strong effort, and Bilchedam is still trying to position himself in the defense, waiting. Will he come towards you? And he didn't come towards you. Jitter just took a pot shot, but that pot shot had so much momentum on it, then Bilchedam just couldn't react. And the Briggs just convert on that control that they had in an opening 40 seconds. Turn that into a solid goal for them, and nothing is now left out of that control. Chris and Didris calculated, absolutely calculated. If only there wasn't the Cheerio to save it.
I think the new meta is going to become pinch play, because you start to see it more and more as the course of the Ember series has gone on, and that almost worked up so well for the Brick side. If only the defensive and Bilchedam wasn't ready for it. My word, what a way that would have been. But either way, the Brick still leads so far in the matchup. And take it out towards their corner. It's going to be over to Cheerio, trying to get the redirect back in. Bilbo to try and recover. It goes off the crossbar. And Sebadam's not going to have his chance, a little bit too far back. Didris will challenge him, put it back into the mid-center, where Freeze will take a boomer right downfield. But Cheerio takes it out from the left-hand side of the net and is going to be able to clear it and keep it away for the moment. Freeze and Didris, however, still hold midfield dominance. Going for the shot that Cheerio just rotates in to save. A bit high on Sebadam's part, so not going to happen for him. And Freeze will again control, again tee it back into the center. Didris is not going to have his chance. Sebadam will clear it right the way back through, and he'll put it out towards the corner, but Bilbo can still work off the backboard into Cheerio, over past everybody. All 3 players in the net, but they couldn't get the save on the part of the Bricks.
That initial pass was also great from Bilbo, making sure that the whole side of the Brick rotates on the other flank. And Cheerio, even with the angle that he had, it was really an awkward shot to take. But since he got all the precision and put it high enough out of reach of the Bricks, he managed to break it through. I was expecting Bricks perhaps to score the next one. Instead, it's the Sebadam and the rest of the Bilchedam squad going for the second one for themselves. And nothing is left of that team that was really in the shadows at the beginning of game number 3. Bilchedam are back on the track and challenging their opponents for the title for the series.
Didris and Freeze and Saxon keeping it inside the orange half. Good pass out into the corner, but they're all rotating back for boost. And I know that Cheerio so far pushed up. They're going to account for this and able to defend against Bilbo, but not against Sebadam. Directly on target, and the last line of defense of Saxon just kind of hesitated for a minute, and that was more than enough. Thought it was clear, trying to go for a rotate, trying to push up, but no. 2-1 on the board. Bilchedam take the lead.
Cheerio has brought a little bit of fresh air in the series as well. He's giving a lot of mind games to their opponents, really fake them out. Some of them might be on purpose, some of them not. But since he's there and he is posing a threat, Bricks are forced to react to him. Instead, Cheerio just gives the opportunities to his teammates to bring in through the ball. And now for a second time in a row, that works out perfectly for Bilchdam.
Ball in for Sebadam. Saxon goes in for the save. Cheerio trying to recover and put it on target. It's overall going to be Bilbo that wins out the fight against Freeze. So Saxon tees it up, going to try and follow it in from the midfield. Sebadam's here to receive though, gets it past the first and past the second. Technically past Freeze, but Freeze is going to adjust. Now it's going to rest on Cheerio. Freeze will be able to clear it past his part of things and go off the sidewall. Try to tee it up into the mid-center as Saxon takes it a little bit wide to the right-hand side. So not going to quite work out for them today. So towards the net in this case, off the post, Saxon will be defended. And now Bilchadam return over to Bilbo, the shot on target. Cheerio's got a nice wide open net and directly in front of it, we're able to put 3-1 again. The Bilchadam side start to pull away from Bricks.
Bilbo sometimes the scorer for the Bilchadam squad. This game he is the absolute playmaker. 3 goals scored by his team were all assisted by Bilbo. He just feeling those passes and also getting the opportunities. Let's not forget who is setting him up with a pass. What about his perfect teammates as Cheer just keeps on banging one after the other. Bilchadam find himself opportunity. How about another one? Now it's Sebadam. Cheerio on the assist. And the air is under the control of Bilchadam. The ground is under control of the Bilchadam and the bricks. I don't think they put enough cement in between those bricks. They're falling apart.
Wow. Sebadam, absolutely ridiculous from his part. And now Bilchadam are really on point, and they are so ready for this. Didris and Saxon pushed up into the orange half, going to try and see if they can go for a play, but Sebadam off the backboard. That's so on target. How do you manage to recover that scenario? It's something I'm going to be asking myself for the rest of the day. And Bilbo will return fire. How do you recover that, says Saxon? Well, I'll show you, my friend. Back into the mid-center, however, Cheerio got another chance back on towards the net as the 60-second gong ticks by. And again, there's virtually no chance right here for the Bricks, so long as Bilchadam keep defending and clearing. There's 3 goals to make up in 60 seconds. 4-1 is a scoreline that most people tend to write off immediately. 5-1 is even worse, and Cheerio almost found it. Sebadam will again get it off the backboard, trying to go for a double touch right down out towards the corner. Doesn't quite get it on target, but it's more than fine. Again, time's ticking. So much ground for the Bricks to make up. It seems less than likely.
Remember that dirty play that both teams propagated, especially the Bricks, bombs, demolition, sometimes 2 in a row as Saxon did that led to a goal. Oh, that's a double commit that will hurt the Sebadam side. It all disappeared from a play, and seemingly that's really benefiting the Bilchadam side. They were struggling against the physical plays here. While the Bricks get one back, it seems like the more open, more standard flow of the game is up in Bilchadam's favor. Bricks perhaps would like to reintroduce some of that, or just be aggressive enough to see Bilchadam make mistakes like this.
Freeze passing the Didris, can he take control past the entire defensive line? Not quite. Bilbo will get the save, Cheerio with the clear, and that probably should be it for this game again, unless someone manages to do something absolutely nuts. But Bilbo clearing it back in towards the box, keeping it inside that corner. Those 2 touches has basically done it. Sebadam just for good measure, but there you go. Bilchadam on match point now after a 4-2 game 3. I'm still not counting the Bricks out, however. Again, it was, relatively close throughout most of the entire match. It wasn't until Sebadam started turning on the heat and really started stepping things up that Bilchadam really started to take things away. So I'm still got a little bit of faith. I've still got a little bit of faith in the Bricks. I still think they could probably turn this around again. I'm not 100% convinced by Bilchadam. Again, that early game still looked a little bit back and forth, and the Bricks still held a bit of their own.
It seems like the Bilchadam were able to bring that victory from the game number 2 in the overtime into this game as well, although the start was not really in the favor of Bilchadam. Briggs took control of that opening minute, scored the opening goal. And yet, I would really like to sort of discount Bricks, say, all right, well, that's over, has-beens. Unfortunately, I am not able to do so. Even with the Bilchadam performing valiantly and getting himself 2 wins in a row, the Bricks are still in this game. They're still constantly threatening their opponents on targets, on shots. if they shut down Bilbo in next game and Bilchedam has no other answer for a playmaker or someone who will be able to set them up, the Bricks might get back into this one. Again, if the physical plays come back, I'm feeling like the Bricks would once again be able to dominate defensive Bilchedam, because if you can get past the opponent with the passing plays, well, get a little bit of rough here and there. For Bricks, it was working wonders, but it's, again, another really fickle balance in between the physical plays and actually playing Rocket League. Oof.
Ooh, nice start from Didris, though, dribbling it in. That would have been a fantastic goal to start things off for the Bricks side. But in the end, it was not to be. A little bit too close at the point-blank position. So defensive holds true right now here. Bilchedam playing in and around that midfield. Again, it's going to be out from Freeze into the mid-center, and actually Sebadam gets a bit of a chance right here alongside Bilbo. Bilbo will take the shot. Still back in. Didris has to put out a discourse, and Saxon will be there to follow up. Both him and Cheerio miss out the ball, however, as Freeze goes out and challenges onto Sebadam. Pass back into the center where Saxon's ready for the shot on target, and Bilbo can't get back in time. The Bricks draw first blood again.
Perfect setup for the Bricks. They've been getting some great shots from roughly the same positions, and that pass was absolutely perfect. Freeze finding his teammate. Just as the Bilchedam would like for a little bit more time, both teams starting really sloppily, but seemingly it's exactly Bilchedam who's hurting the most with those misses and double commits and really not being with their head in the game. Despite winning the previous one, they couldn't have wasted all of their energy on that last one. They still need to win one more to bring themselves in the next round, and the Bricks have not left it up.
Digis controls the ball. Ooh, that one's on target. Cheerio just about recovering the mistake that his teammates made, and if only someone was in point blank, that would have been a goal that still went back in for the Bricks side. So they continue that pressure, go again on target, a little bit too far wide actually. Didris takes it even further to control it into the corner. Now Bilbo away, past the first. Freeze back in as the last line of defense, trying to get bumped out of the way, but still gets a secondary touch back in. Cheerio, alongside Bilbo, control it in the Bilchedam offensive. Didris and Saxon and Freeze going to wrap back over in from the sidewall and put it into the mid-center, where again Sebadam is there to challenge alongside his other teammates. Hedrick gets it past the entire line of defense. Saxon's got to control this and does block it off to the wall and put it back into the side. Cheerio, pass back to Bilbo on target, not quite. And Didris and Saxon combine again to get the defensive together. Back on the open net, Freeze got a chance, redirecting, goes off the backboard instead. A chance at the net to be denied this time, but Bilchedam is still a lead for the Bricks, but it could have been a confident lead if only they were on target.
Oh, the Bilchedam had a perfect opportunity up front. Although that shot came out of nowhere, Bilbo threaded it through all of the challenges up front. But losing that opportunity on the other side of the field, Bricks do make up for it with style. As once again, Saxon is on the finishing touch, coming in from a flank as well, just keeping his head back in the game. Someone say he was playing too close, but no, he was playing just right for that position.
And 2-0 now being found by the Bricks side. This is perfect to try and take this game away. Saxon going to go a little bit high on this case. Challenge again by Sebadam, and now Freeze will try and follow through. 92 points to boost, got plenty in the tank, but still can't quite find the car play. Bilbo will go back on target as a result of that clear. Saxon will just be able to save it, get it away. Sebadam missing. Cheerio going to try and follow through. Didris puts it out towards the corner, and Freeze will try and get it clear all the same. Past that halfway marker, again, it's still 2-0 on the board. Cheerio off the backboard, will just have to play it away. Saxon demos out. Bilbo cannot allow him to get any further into that blue half than he already was. As Freeze puts it over to the mid-center, Bilbo will take it again off the backboard. Sebadam trying to provide for his chance. Bilbo centers it up for Cheerio. Not going to happen again. Freeze gets up high, beats him to the ball, and just about manages to keep the defensive, at least for the moment. But Cheerio, no zero angle today.
Sebadam or the Bilchedam squad, actually the whole thing, are trying to go back to the good old days of having a lot of control on the side of the Bricks, but it's just not working out for them. And they are mindful of not putting too much power and too much players up front. Oh, actually, a little bit of bump over there, Cheerio. But it is not clicking the same way. Bilchedam, with those 2 goals down, they are forced to make more risks, but they can't take more risks. As a result, their play is sort of stuck in between. They can't really do much. And with the Bricks really oriented on the defense right now, they're not also allowing anything to get through.
The key thing as well was that in that last game, I gave Sebadam so much praise for turning things on the offensive play for the Bilchedam side. Now, he's got 0 goals, 0 assists, 0 saves, and 0 shots. What happened in between, man? And you can say the same thing about the rest of the Bilcherdam side, except for Cheerio. Managed to find a quick clear back in from the midfield, gets it past the entire line of defensive, and no one was there. It bounced off the post, goes in the back of the net, and we're 2-1 up.
Perfect post play as well for Machiri. Some precision for him this series. He has been putting a goal after a goal, and great opportunity for Bilcherdam, seeing as they're still oriented on the attack, of just finding themselves a perfect opportunity in the midfield. Now they need to continue up and not let Bricks really lock them in their own half. Bricks really controlling the first half of the game. Now with 60 seconds remaining, it should all be Bilcherdam in attack.
We'll try and keep it going there. Freeze, taking it to the midfield. Saxon also there. Sebadam going to try and pass back over to Bilbo. Good play in. Tries to control it. Past the first. Not past the second, though. Saxon comes in with a save. Cheerio trying to dunk it down against Saxon, however. He's played himself to a T so far in the defensive line. He'll keep that control all the same. Freeze and Didris rotating back in. Freeze out towards the corner. So he gets demoed out by Cheerio. Didris to try to keep that on target, but it's going to be Sebadam to keep it going back over to the blue half. Saxon back in. Didris cannot get his shot back in, and Freeze once again come forward. Cheerio gets it past him, however. Bilbo going to rotate back around for boost. Good challenge from Didris, going to keep that away from the mid-centre as we tick past the final 10 seconds. Bilbo with a shot. Again, it's going to get saved by Saxon. Didris off the sidewall in towards Saxon. Passes back into the centre. Not going to go all the way, however, as Cheerio puts it over to the right-hand side. 5 seconds remaining as Freeze pushes it over into the centre. And again, Cheerio clears it back downfield off the backboard. Didris just takes control and just about keeps it away. There we go. The Bricks are going to be able to take us to a 5th game here, Jam. I mean, again, it's the up and down inconsistency of Bilcherdam that really puts them in this scenario. Now, again, you can see the ball for Sebadam. 1 assist, that was it. He had almost no contribution to the whole game there for the Bilcherdam side. Meanwhile, Cheerio and Bilbo were putting shots on the backboard. Sebadam admittedly was getting clears back in from the orange half, but even so, like, just it did not feel confident at all.
He couldn't get the right touches going in this game, and even with the effort of Cheerio and Bilbo, it just wasn't enough to beat the Bricks. And really, on the side of Bricks, you could see Friss, really his only contributions were those 2 assists, but those 2 assists were crucial for the Bricks to make it through Bilcherdam. It was the loss of control of Bilcherdam, something that they've shown in the previous game, something that I was hoping that if it will continue throughout the series, bam, the Bricks are done for. The Bricks managed to break out of that deadlock, get some control of their own. And as a result, even without that many demolition or physical plays, they were able to stick it to Bilcherdam on the side of the field. Now the game number 5 is making me very nervous, Jay, because this is still up in the air. It's a coin toss, so folks, get out your coins, toss them, see what you get. If it falls on the edge, well, I'm not sure. 20-minute overtime, I suppose, we'll be having, and then God knows what else will happen. But for the last time today, it's the Bricks versus the Bilcherdam. My fingers are crossed for the Bilcherdam, but if all of a sudden they have lost all of that mojo and vigor that they showed in the previous game, it will be a tough one against the Bricks because they're still as solid as ever.
Cheerio set up for the shot to start things off on the kickoff of Bilcherdam, but couldn't quite get the accuracy in play. Now all 3 players take themselves alongside the left-hand side of the field here for the Bricks side. Bilbo challenging, Freeze will turn it up. Demo will come through against him, so he will be taken out temporarily. Meanwhile, the Bricks have actually fallen back instead, so Bilbo will be able to take a little bit of control back in off the backboard, pass into Sebadam. Good shot on target, just pinched away by Saxon, so no chance on that one. Again, getting the clear away for the Bricks side, now following through all the way into the centre. Freeze with a nice redirect to try and pop it down. He couldn't quite get the entire shift away. He couldn't quite get the redirect. Didris comes through again, going to put it back off at the corner. But it's going to be cleared away by Bilcherdam, able to hold face, at least for the moment, at least for the first 60 seconds, or at least so we think. No, Bilbo again clears it.
Smart play from both the Bricks and the Bilcherdam to actually start from a defense. This 5th game needs no heroics, no risks. You need to catch your opponent doing the same, but since the both teams are going for the same playstyle, it's now time for one of the teams to slightly turn up the pressure. And seemingly the first one were the Bricks, but now the Bilcherdam are answering with something of their own, trying to push it through. But the defenders of the Bricks are coming in thick and fast, blocking any of the opportunities, and then just hooking one player. Let's see how many Didris will be able to get on this flank.
Ball out, Bilbo with a save. Didris and Freeze going to rotate back in. Bilbo to follow through, and Saxon's in the midfield already. Didris demoed out on the left-hand side. Nice block from Bilbo, but it couldn't quite get it done. Too high on the shot. The crossbar bounces it right back into the midfield. And Digis will be able to follow through, at least for the moment. Sebadam and Bilbo again combine to try and keep midfield dominance. Bilbo comes forward, Freeze just chips it away as Saxon rotates back in, and Digis will put it over to the orange corner. Now back into the center, no one's in. Oh, awkward challenge again. Cheerio and Sebadam able to maintain control in the box. And now Bilbo up to receive the clear, just can't quite get the shot that he wants to. Sebadam will be demoed out, so no more midfield dominance, at least for the moment. Cheerio will come through and control it, but the defensive of the Bricks holds strong for the moment.
You can see that there's no midfield dominance, but then Sebadam has just enough time to come back since his teammates kept the ball inside of the Bricks, and Bricks themselves put themselves in a situation where they couldn't easily clear this out, and so the ball just got stuck in between them, giving them plenty of opportunities to just reset themselves and come back stronger.
This halfway marker of Game 5, no team has scored. Not the Bricks, not Bilcherdam, nobody has gotten one on the net so far. Bilbo and Digis take each other out towards the midfield, try and take some of that boost out of play, try and take some of those players out of play. As Freeze goes on target, Saxon goes off the backboard. Cheerio and Bilbo control the ball once again. Saxon in the mid-play pass. Idris out demoed out again. It's going to be close towards the marker. Freeze can try and take the challenge, but Bilbo is going to beat him to the ball and back pass over to the blue half. Still Idris will challenge. Freeze is going to go for a redirect, and Sebadam's not going to let that happen, at least for a moment. Ball going back in now. Sebadam's got a chance on net, and Freeze puts it high. The first shot I think Sebadam's had in, oh, not quite this game, but certainly so far in this series. Saxon out, backing off the backboard. Second touch going to get missed out, and no mid-center player from the Brick side as we play on so far.
And there are really no follow-up for Bilcherdam either. They were playing so carefully that the Bilbo was the only player coming in, and even then he took a lot of time. Sebadam with his fourth shot on target. He is really bringing the game to the Bricks. But still, it seems to me that the Bricks sometimes are even more closer to getting something done on the other side of the field. At least their breakaways are looking more dangerous than what Bilcherdam can bring. Still, the control, you can see who's getting it, and Sebadam. It's nice for him to step up. He needs it. Bilbo and Cheerio were shooting in the previous games. Now it's time for Sebadam to really step up and be the decisive. Oh my goodness, straight in front of the net. It was Cheerio and Bilbo's job, but now Sebadam will be clearing the ball out.
And Digis not committing forward and front. Freeze with a nice setup, but Digis couldn't quite get it done. Now Freeze have to take the ball out of the force once again. Digis saves and clears. Freeze demos out one. Saxon another great challenge. Freeze to try and recover it, but Cheerio challenges all the same. Puts it out towards the sidewall and flips it back into the center where Saxon takes control. Again going for the shot. Bilbo with a save, and Digis follows through. Dunks it down. Again to Freeze. Again to Sebadam. Again to the midfield. And Saxon with 30 seconds left, realizing how important this shot is going to get close to the line, but again, just can't seem to get it done. Bilcherdam hold the line so well so far and return for the counter-attack. It's Sebadam and Bilbo out to the left side, trying to play into the center where Saxon is able to clear it. Cheerio also in the back line defense here for Bilcherdam. Saxon will challenge him, but it's centered up for Digis to go forward, but Bilbo challenges all the same. 3 seconds left with Bilbo, one last breakaway chance. Freeze will try and kill it. Bilbo will be able to keep it alive for the moment, but just for the moment. Pass back in is going to be defended. Sebadam goes up, Saxon goes up all the same, and finally it hits the ceiling crease, it hits the floor. It's a scoreless overtime for Game 5. The Bricks want to try and take down Bilcherdam.
I have only one word for you, Jay. Eep. I am scared, and really scared for Bilcherdam's side, because their playstyle right now is extremely risky. They're looking for really high opportunities, but the risks that they're taking in the defense are making my heart rate spike. I'm impartial. I'm absolutely impartial for this one, but boy, oh boy, do Sebadam and the rest of the squad of Bilcherdam play so much out of their comfort zone.
Freeze challenging Sebadam. Debo's coming through against Bilbo. Can this be the one that breaks the line? Not quite. Cheerio defends against it. Bilbo gets back in play, and now Cheerio follows through with 0 boost, trying to get it past the entire defensive line. Bilbo against Saxon as well, managed to challenge against him. Digis out towards the corner play. Digis will be bumped out of the way. Now allow a chance off the backboard again for Sebadam. It's going to be pushed a little bit further to the left-hand side. Still Bilbo a little bit high. Third man to come through is Cheerio. He dunks it down! And it will be Bilcherdam to secure the series 3-2. It's Mr. Jam with his predictions right. But the Bricks threw up a massive fight to try to keep control of that one. What a series it was, Jam. Back and forth throughout the entire play. But in the end, it would be Bilcherdam just riding a slight high.
It's only fair that the final game of the series went into a scoreless overtime to just keep everyone on the edges of their seats. And I have to give it to the Bricks. They I've set him up pretty high, and it didn't disappoint. But and really solid play all throughout. But it's Sabadam with their really high highs, somewhat low lows. Thankfully, just by the law of averages, or at least getting more and more game through, they managed to push it just right through. Bilbo still the king for that team, and Sabadam, well, he was keeping up the pressure, keeping up Bricks on their toes, and as a result, as close as they could possibly gotten, Sabadam and the rest of the Bilchidam squad are flying up to the stars into the next round.
Yeah, apparently so. Bilchidam beating out the Bricks. The Bricks have to fight through that lower bracket, and what a performance they showed, however. I don't think it's over for them, Jam. I think they've got a decent shout at that lower bracket. But to talk more about that, and of course more about that series, is back over to the desk with the boys.
Prophet of Jam with the correct prediction once again. 3-2 to Bilchidam. They will move into the top 8. Even though they're disbanding after this tournament, they pull it together, they pull through, got the series win in the end. They still mean business.
Yeah, they do. They showed why, Epsilon had so much faith in them and why they were playing in the Gfinity League Series. They were playing really, really well. Even though Didris, he came through, scored a lot of goals. Frizz was still feeding passes to Saxon and Didris all the time. But it just seemed like Bilchidam, they were just too consistent. Like, they were just, I don't know, they were just so consistent that it looked just like a team that had years of experience together.
Yeah, again, and I mean, we've had a lot of close series today, I feel. Even though we've had 3-0 scorelines, 3-1, we've seen a lot of overtimes, we've seen a lot of one-goal victories.
Yeah.
You can really see in the gameplay that we're now into the bracket stage.
Yeah.
Teams are way more evenly matched up.
Definitely.
Makes for some very exciting games.
Yeah.
And as you talked about experience, that's potentially what's even more important now when we do see these close games.
Yeah.
You've been in, you've played as well competitively, also you've coached competitively. When we see such long, like, is there a special tension when you go through like a 0-0 match all the way into overtime?
Yeah, definitely. All overtimes, when you reach an overtime, there comes a special kind of tension, especially in this last game we saw where it was 2-2, final goal wins. You get a special feeling in your body when that happens, because you know how much is at stake. You know, one mistake can end everything, and one big play can make everything go Parker. So you just you get tense in your whole body. It's a funny experience, really.
Yeah, because of course, you know, if you lose 3-0 or 3-2, I mean, potentially they affect your tiebreakers, etc., which could mean something in terms of how many points you get from this tournament. But overall, it doesn't really matter that much if you lose 3-2 or 3-0. So losing such a tight series just feels that, you know, it's a horrible feeling.
It is really
close.
It is horrible.
But overall, great series. Bilchidam moving on forward. Let's take a look at the schedule today, because we do only have 2 games left for you guys at home. It is going to be next game up, Challenge Game Bim Bam versus the Shippers. And then we're going to have the Bus Drivers taking on 21 in our last series. I know 21 is a roster you've been very excited to see.
Yeah, definitely.
We also missed them in last week's game. Didn't get to stream them.
We haven't actually streamed them at all. So they're one of the only teams that we've missed on the stream. So that's why it was also a priority for us to stream them now. Because they're a team I'm looking forward to see. You have some really good players on there. And I think they can... They're one of my teams to watch, so I think they can do some damage. Yeah,
we cannot unfortunately stream everything for you guys, but we are streaming most of the action. But let's take a look at the brackets, how it's been going so far, who's been taking wins. We can see here down in the lower bracket, we already had Bim Bam Police taking on To Be Honest, and Bim Bam Police won that one, which means To Be Honest are out of the tournament.
Out. The Swiss-German trio in Stocky, Coca, and Resex, they are out of the Ember series, sadly. But that means that Bim Bam Police is going through.
They're still alive and kicking.
Yeah.
Means, to be honest, they finish 13th to 16th in this tournament. Tiebreakers will determine exactly where they finish. Arc and Team GFD will also be playing off-stream. Maybe they've been playing right now, because they will be playing tonight. And then the Bricks and Swedish and Musikak are still waiting for their opponents from these next 2 games that we will be streaming for you guys. And we also have the upper bracket. These games will not be played today. We'll have them live on stream for you guys tomorrow. So that's going to be Savage versus Team Echo Zulu, Weed and Bros versus the winner of Charles Game Bim Bam and Shippers, I got Depart versus Schnosis, and Belchedam versus the winner of Bus Drivers and 21. So only 2 games left to go, and let's turn our attention to the next one. It's going to be Childish Gambim versus Shippers.
Yeah.
2 teams we have seen here live on stream. Let's start out with Childish Gambim. What do you have to say about them?
Well, they showed really nice things last week. They took a game off Savage. They were actually looking very composed. Thinking 2 weeks back, I wasn't that impressed by them. I thought they were looking kind of shaky. They definitely made up for that last week. They were looking very good against Savage. That might be a number of reasons for that. They know they're playing against a very good team. They know they have to show up. But I just think if they can keep that up and still come into this game with that spirit they had against Savage, they can definitely take this. They can definitely do some damage against Shippers. But when They did also finish the group stage very strong. They had a very strong performance in that last decider match. Definitely.
Put that out there too.
Definitely.
But then the Shippers.
I still have a lot of faith in the Shippers. You have Sakaran, played for Recent Gaming in the Gfinity Elite Series. You have Asylon, who played for Envy. And then you have Arju, promising Italian player coming up on the scene. I think they have the best shot in this matchup coming in against here Childish Gambim, because what we've seen from them, they seem like they're starting to find each other. They're starting to figure out why they've decided to play this together. They're actually looking pretty strong together, and I think that the Gfinity Elite Series experience is gonna prove what it's worth for them.
Yeah, because we are, of course, again, if you lose these games, you're not necessarily out, but the pressure is on now, moving into top 16. It does feel bad in the first round of the bracket stage to already move down into the losers. But let's check out the predictions. You also took a bit of a head start there, but you are all predicting Shippers.
Yeah.
Personally, I really like to see Childish Gambim in this one, because I thought that we saw throughout the group stage a clear progression from them, that they played better and better for each series. I hope they can continue that moving forward. But in the prediction scheme of things, you won't be able to catch up on Jar of Jam, because you guys have both predicted 3-1 to Shippers. Switchblade has a bit more faith in Childish Gambim and believe it's a 3-2, but ultimately the winners all the way around.
But we all believe it's going to be somewhat equal, and that's the funny thing about this top 16. It is a big part of the way it's very equal in these games. It's so that's why it's exciting as well.
Yeah, and I believe the one guy you guys predicted 3-0, well, then the other team actually ended up taking the series. So a lot of upsets can also happen. But for the second last time today, we will send it over to Jar of Jam and Switchblade Jay.
Thanks again, gentlemen. Yes, I have a little bit more faith in the opposing side of the Childish Gambim squad, mostly because I do believe that they had a bit of a what's it? I don't know. I feel like that the how do I explain this really more than anything else? Like,
try interpretive dance, Jay.
No.
I know what you're saying. I absolutely know what you're saying, 100%.
Well, the thing about it is that, right, the other one side is going to be, it's basically just like a squad of players who, from the Gfinity Elite Series, have a little bit of LAN experience, and the other side is a team of just more experienced players overall. And that's my main thing that kind of separated, to be honest. But I do think that the Childish Gambim side have had a relatively confident showing, all things considered. I think that while yes, the Shipper side had a nice, more confident road through to the out of the group stage, Childish Gambim had a tougher task, ahead of them. They had to face up against the likes of Savage, if I recall correctly, in their the Savage in the upper bracket. So they had a bit of a tough road to get here, and I think that is a little bit of a point in their favor. The fact that they were able to still mount up against them and actually take a game away from Savage, which admittedly, caveats in regards to how Savage treat their opening games and how they treat their series against teams that they consider lesser than them. But I do think that there's still going to be a bit more of a chance. So let's just see how it goes. Yeah, I think is the main thing at this point here, Jam.
Yeah, I think it will be wise for us to finally start the game, because Junior has been going at it for 5 minutes straight. His hands will be tired for this matchup. Don't think he thought of that. But Ted Akara Jr. inside of Childish Gambim, Arju, Aslan, and Shakaran. And I've picked Shippers because it seems like every single player on that team I consider to be pretty high up, better than their opponents, especially Arju. He is so underrated of the player, but he's one of the best currently in Europe, and like he is number 2 on the Errol 6 mans in the highest of the ranks, so he's almost like the second best player over there, which counts for something. I'll be interested to see who actually picks him up if the Shippers don't think of sticking together after this tournament.
Well, so far it's a nice start for the Childish Gambim side, but the defense holds together for the most part on the Shippers. It's Ocelon out from the corner. Caro challenging. Junior going to try and put it into the corner. Now his teammate to try and take control, but Caro doesn't do no such thing. Tedder will try and follow through again, just bounce it off and back into the mid-center. Very fast-paced style coming through from both sides here. As Junior gets it past 2 with one quick touch. Back in against Chakron. Caro's going to come back and she'll put it off the backboard. Chakron back into the mid-center, and Tedder's going to be ready to receive it. Back over to Junior. Good doink off the sidewall. Up to Tedder again to try and take it into the mid-center for a quick redirect, but it's challenge 50-50, so it's put out to the corner instead. So good challenges coming through overall for the Childish Gambim side. But again, the Shippers managed to maintain control, but there's a lot of pressure against their backboard so far.
Yeah, right now they don't want to go completely overboard, but they're trying to at least keep Challenge Gambim at bay and then look for their own opportunities. See what the potential avenues of approaching the attack against Challenge Gambim might be, and just slowly building that up, 1-1 up. And there's a great passing play. 3 defenders, not enough for Challenge Gambim. They wish there were a 4th one closing the procession, just like the Arju gets set up. Oh, and what a pass as well. Back, no look pass. Definitely all look shot from Arju.
And Childish Gambim, I mentioned previously how they are sort of like an amalgamation of players from other squads, so they aren't 100% set in their ways. There will be some major mistakes coming through, I feel, for these guys, and gals, obviously. Ball into the box right here. It's Arju and Ocelon. Trying to defend it here for the Shipper side. Ocelon going to go straight in for the flip reset, in fact. Carol will be able to take it away and deny it. And Junior and Turtle pass between each other. No. Some elements of coordination are coming out for these for this team, so I'm expecting there will be a little bit more as the weeks go on. But at the same time, they're also going to be up against tougher opponents, so I'm not sure how long it's going to take for them to really break. I think this might be their chance right here, but passes go back and forth here between the Shippers side. They try and maintain midfield dominance. Childish Gambim trying to find a clear opportunity. They had a lot of pressure in the early game, but it's all but withered away. As Ocelon and Arju play outside the corner. Caro into the mid-center, where Tedder and Junior are ready to receive. Tedder demos out Ocelon, getting a little bit more control for Childish. Junior goes in, trying to go for the double touch. Not going to happen. Arju takes it away.
As you said, there was an initial spurt of control from Childish Gambim. Seemingly they wanted to, just like in the game of Savage, just hit the other opponent strong right in the opening game. But after that, a couple of minutes passed, it was all Shippers. It was their game to control. And even with them now returning back to the Shippers side, it's only a little blip. It's still Shippers in control with that goal in tow, and also just with the amount of time that they spend with the ball on the opposing side of the field.
Great, the touches coming in from Junior. Tedder out from the corner. Ocelon putting it into the other side corner as Junior takes control. Back into the mid-center it will go. Caro with a good touch. Junior going to get beaten to the ball by Arju. Passes to Chakron. Going back off the backboard into the mid-center. Will go to Ocelon on the other side. But Caro, 50-50 challenge, gets the defense together. Now Junior to follow through. He challenges against Ocelon with a secondary touch back into the mid-center. Again, it's Tedder to try to take control. Chakron and Arju again clear and go for a shot back in from that midfield line. Caro again defends it and keeps control for Gambim back in their own half. But the problem is still that timer and that scoreboard. 1-0 for the Shippers. This is enough to take game number 1 as Arju goes to the shot on target. Caro again takes it away. Tedder follows it off the sidewall, but one good challenge is all they need. The demo might be able to break it. Sets it up for Junior. Tees it. Pushed out the way on the bump, but Tedder could not follow it through all the way the same.
Oh, I love the ideas that the teams are showing today. Just if something doesn't go your way, quick reactions to continue the play is pros pretty well for Challenge Gambim. But the Shippers were also on the same note and same page, and were able to defend even against that one, even with the balls being left in a horrible position for them to defend to. Quick thinking, quick control, and bam, the Shippers leave their defense without the goal against them. Very smartly played by both teams.
Ocelon going on target. Tedder into the mid-center. Junior is going to be ready to try and receive it, but it will go out towards the blue backboard. 30 seconds remaining as Tedder goes in, pass out from Arju into Shakaron. Now cleared away by Caro. Tedder onto Junior. Good shot on target. Oslon takes it away by rotating in from the left-hand side and not going to allow any room to breathe here. Time is ticking away for Childish Gambit. Is back in their own half. Tedder's gotten so close so far. Again, drops it down for his teammates to take. But Arju pushes it back over off the backboard. Caro puts it right in front off the crossbar. Second touch is just going to be taken. And 2 seconds, 2-0. It's looking like Shippers are going to take game 1.
Yeah, Shippers were able to get that one goal and in a way bunker up as well. They still have attacks going on as well, but their defense were also keeping up with everything that Childish Gambit were throwing at them. That was a lot of shots that Childish Gambit squad were trying to stick to Shippers. Wasn't working out for them. Still, not the most convincing win for the Shippers. They mostly used their opportunities well, while Childish Gambit lost a couple of their chances. It's only the first game. And for Shippers, it is just one good point on board. For Childish Gambit, it's an opportunity to change up their playstyle a little bit. It wasn't exactly working out for them. I didn't see that many passes connecting with them. It's maybe a point of contention for them. And really, a couple of decisions made up front, like that last shot by Junior, was it, against Ocelon? I think he had the width of the goal to play with, and he still went with a shot to the left corner where Ocelon already was and was able to make a save. Put it anywhere else, I think that it would have been out of reach of the Shippers defender.
Yeah, and honestly, do you know what? The Shippers kind of sort of defensive kind of like lined up more times than not throughout the course of that one. You know, I think Childish Gambit had a lot of great opportunities on net, but it just didn't quite work out for them. You know, it just didn't quite go all the way because Shippers were oftentimes just ready to defend and clear, and that's the key thing right there for Childish Gambit, is the fact that they weren't always ready to do so, and Shippers got so close towards them, managed to bait out the defenders to go out of the box, out of the defensive line, and back into the midfield or just closer towards the other side of the net. And for the Shippers, you know, obviously to play out that, it kind of just reeks of the experience that these guys have. Shakaron's obviously been around the place. Oslo and RG were former teammates. Those guys, all three of them have been around the scene in various different teams and various different squads that have had varying levels of success. So, you know, again, it doesn't surprise me that they'll be able to play as smart as that, and that's going to be the main thing that breaks down the likes of Childish Gambit. I mean, you can't. I don't think you can consider them rookies per se, but they certainly don't match up to the amount of experience on the other side of the field.
Yeah, it is, as I've said at the beginning of this series, Arju, Ocelon, and Shakaron, if you just compare them to the guys and gals on the other side of Childish Gambit, it just seemingly every single one of the players is slightly better. Yes, there might be sort of pros and cons for any of the player. You might think that, for example, Junior might be slightly more aggressively tethered, and the Shippers, not everyone will be playing in the same style, but still, it seems like the Shippers should have the upper hand in this one, and that quality and experience did work out wonders for them. Again, that defensive playstyle, you mentioned it, it worked out for them pretty well in the end.
Junior taking a fight. Tedder going to push it out against Caro's side off the corner back into the midfield. Tedder with a good tee up out to Junior, but Arju's going to be there on the defensive and is going to be able to win out the ball fight. So no chance for that one. Now Shakaron going right to the mid center. There's no one in the net, going to leave his teammates and demos out Tedder. His sacrifice is worthy of a goal, and for the Shippers, that's more than fine.
Oh, Shakaron making that decision. I think he had the time to actually put it on target himself. But again, a little bit of improvisation, making sure that Childish Gambit can reach the ball, and with Shippers players coming in, Ocelon finishes the play that Shakaron started, and what a play that was.
Good shot coming through from Junior. Again, you're going to get blocked by Arju. Just can't seem to find any sort of break. Tedder, it's point blank. Junior going to come through and recover it. No, too far forward, out to the right-hand corner. Ocelon will tee it away, and Caro goes closer. Again, Tedder up for a shot. Going to go to the left-hand side. It goes off the post this time, so just genuine accuracy is going to stop Childish Gambit from scoring their first in this series, let alone this matchup here. As Arju defends, Ocelon with a save. Ocelon coming back away all the same, and Arju going to keep that offensive play going back in for the Shippers. Tedder will push it out to the box. It's Shakaron passing to Arju on the sidewall. Caro puts it into the mid-center. Ocelon again out to the other side as Tedder goes in to the corner now. It's Junior feeding over to Caro, going to try to see if he can take a good shot on target, but it's not going to happen. Ocelon out to the corner side of things. Again, Junior just maintains presence for the most part here. It's over into the box. Caro takes it away. Arju also challenging for control, but it's not going to quite work out for him.
And you can see the shippers, again, trying to grab the control and spending a lot of time on the Challenge Gambimba side. It's not resulting in many shots, but it's still keeping control in their favor. The more time spent on the side of Challenge Gambimba, the better. And they just are kings of making sure that those little small one opportunity that they get will result in one goal. Well, Challenge Gambimba throwing all those shots on target. It's stopped by Ocelon. He was really crucial for shippers in game number 1. Arju is also stepping up for this one, not with the shots, not with the passes, but when he's working out in defense, is also a world-class player.
Ocelon back out, Caro trying to feed it into the mid-center, going to try to set up his teammates for a chance. As Tedder challenged Caro, she'll get up towards the corner, again put it back over into the mid-center, again teeing up for Tedder, trying to go off the backboard. Junior's going to try and find an angle, but Tedder's going to try and dunk it down, just can't work out for him again. As Caro holds down the corner, second touch is going to get found by Ocelon as Junior goes back off the backboard in for a secondary. No chances taken, no chances allowed by the shippers side as they return back over to the blue half. Caro just about tease that away from Ocelon's directly on target position. Arju will go off the backboard all the same, look for a redirect to keep that in the mid-center. But again, just nothing working out for Childish Gambimba. I may have vastly underestimated how good the shippers would really be in this one. As the ball goes out to the corner, again, Ocelon just maintains that blue side dominance, and Childish Gambimba struggle to break out of their box.
And still, it's not the anvil on your head, complete another dominance that team like Flipside Tactics might put on you. No, shippers, it's more of a conservative style. They're expecting for the opponents to go towards them, and when they are in the attack, they're not exactly overwhelming their opponents, but making sure that they quietly make the plays going. Oh, speaking of quietly, that was as loud as ever. That pinch was destined for net. Shippers were trying to snipe one on Childish Gambimba, but Childish Gambimba, for them, it's a really bad playstyle to play against. They can't figure out how exactly can they break down the pressure from shippers up in the attack, or the very defensively oriented playstyle when they come to the side of shippers and try to break their defense.
45 seconds remaining. Tedder off the corner into the mid-center where Caro's going to take a shot. Pinch off Junior. They collide in the air, and that's a nice open net for Ocelon to score. Ocelon to score against. Puts it off the backboard instead, so a return chance for Tedder can be taken. It goes out towards the corner. Backboard play. No. Ocelon tees it away and tees it back over to the midfield where Junior has to set up the whole thing again. We'll take it around the town. But so much work for Childish Gambimba to do, and it's only a goal that separates it. That's how frustrating this whole thing has been. Junior with a demo, but Ocelon immediately into the corner to try and receive it. Tedder will once again go off the backboard. 10 seconds have to try pass back into the mid-center where Caro will take a redirect, but Chacaron beats her to the ball. Junior again off the side. Tedder trying to back pass into the backboard. Junior leaving it for Caro. Shot is going to go way too high and way too wide. So with Arju taking control, you imagine that this must touch the floor. We'll go back over to the blue half, so even if it doesn't, no clear can potentially come through for Childish Gambimba.
And Childish Gambimba, once again, just couldn't work it through. They had the opportunities. Those last 30 seconds, one of the most dangerous moments of the whole game. Shippers were getting closer to just not making there in time for Childish Gambimba's shot and opportunities. But since the complete and utter collapse of Childish Gambimba onto Shippers didn't happen, so the Shippers held on to that one goal lead. And once again, they have made less shots than their opponents. They're just barely making it by a thread. But against Childish Gambimba, if they don't find their scoring prowess, it might be just enough. Those 2-goal games, 1-goal games. I remember Caro really exploding in the game against the Comrade Gaming, the series that brought Childish Gambimba through to the round of 16. That might be a pretty great moment for her to come up in the game number 3. Right now, seemingly they just Tedder Jr. and Caro can't figure out amongst themselves how exactly are we going to set up the plays. They're still playing on a high enough level to be participating in the Renegade Cup monthlies in the round of 16, but just not exactly enough to coherently win it and bring it against the Shippers, who right now are just anchoring, settling themselves down, and not letting even a mouse slip through.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. The defensive is just held so strong, you know, surprisingly strong defensive, all things considered, but it's strong anyway. You know, Shippers not let a single goal go in so far for Childish Gambimba. As once again, they start things off with ball control above everything else. Look at Ocelon. 50-50 challenge. I can't quite get it past Tedder, fortunately enough, so Arju will put it back in off the backboard. Charo? Caro into the midfield. Shakeron and Ocelon over and out. Tedder back into the midfield all the same. Ocelon puts it out and up and high. Arju challenging, pinching it off the ceiling. Junior in, Ocelon setting up Shakeron. Back off the backboard in for the setting up shot, but no. Ocelon goes in for another shot all the same. Tedder missing out his chance to clear it all the way downfield. And again, the slow play style from the Shippers. Junior gets it past though, finally! One mistake, one outplay, one chance for the Childish Gam Bim Bam side to finally score their first in this series.
Oh, those are the most awkward ones. Arju retreats back because he misreads the first bounce, then tries to play it safe on the wall, playing backwards. Well, he half flipped back into the position, but still tries to sort of shoulder that ball, misses again since the bounce again retreats from him. Quick answer from the Shippers, though. That one mistake can be quickly forgotten, as Arju wouldn't want to think about it for too long. Ocelon does it all himself, pinching the ball straight off the kickoff to a Childish Gambino defense who just weren't ready.
What a fantastic kickoff from Ocelon, just to respond instantly. No hesitation on his part, and within 4 seconds they are back within evens. As Tedder takes it for Childish Gam Bim Bam, the Shippers have a challenge again. That's Ocelon as the main man at the moment. Arju going in for the shot the Junior has to take away, else that would have been on target. That would have been a 2-0 start for the Shippers side in 60 seconds. So they go back to standard play, back and forth, ball in. Caro missing a touch. Tedder going to miss all the same. Ocelon will get demoed out, but still centers it up for an opportunity. Shakeron's not going to be able to find it, and Junior files in. Ooh, still a good challenge from Shakeron all the same. Now Junior returning off the backboard. Ocelon's got to try and find an opportunity, but no, Arju's going to get there instead. Returning over to the blue half again. Arju going off the backboard. Junior saves the shot. Coming through from Ocelon, another return. Caro will tee it away this time, and Junior to follow through. 60 points of boost. Can he follow in with a good dribble? No, he cannot seem to do it. And again, Childish Gam Bim Bam meet the full-blown force of the Shippers defense.
The Shippers defense now being playing even more solidly. If previously Childish Gambino were in control of the shooting game, right now in the game number 3, they're not getting their chances. Shippers have tightened up their ship even more at this point, but little mistakes here happen. Junior is really trying to go for as many mind games as he possibly can, and it's working out for them. It's really easy to go against your opponent with one expectation, then completely change up that expectation.
This is so frustrating to watch, you know, because those redirects should, in theory, be going in, but they're just a little bit off angle. They're just a little bit out of position. They can't quite get the touch 100%. It's very frustrating Rocket League to watch because, you know, usually you take a look at it and think, right, that's a shot on target. There you go. That's easy enough, but in the end, it just doesn't come to fruition. So for Childish Gam Bim Bam, it means they've got a few problems to worry about. Ball back in again off the backboard. Ocelon's going to have to try and take that away. Tedder will still try and keep it on target, but again, it's going to be wide to the right-hand side. So Ocelon challenges for control. Caro going in for the double touch into Junior's side, and Junior will score the second. Childish Gam Bim Bam back in the lead.
You could see how well they were playing on the wall. And Caro, she initially brought the ball on the other side of the flank a couple of seconds ago. Then the attack started one again. And all of a sudden, she is currently really feeling where the ball is going to be, reading all the rebounds well. And as a result, setting up her teammates with a fantastic opportunity to go ahead in the game, since the Shippers still inviting their opponents towards them. And their goal game is still pretty darn low. But so was the whole series, really.
Arju with a save, Shakeron with a doink. Off the kickoff, Shippers will be able to hold the defensive down, try to see if they can play back into that blue half box again. Double commit on the defense, leaves it relatively wide open. Ocelon going to try and chase down one for the demo as Arju misses out his back pass into the backboard. Shakeron still follows through, however, with a good challenge onto Junior. Still pass back in, Ocelon intercepts. Caro gets it offside, and Arju will go right down onside, on target. Again saved by Tedder. Shakeron passing down to Ocelon. Into the corner, it will go out the backboard potentially. Gets it past Caro as the first up against Tedder, trying to slow the whole thing down. Good block. Arju to come forward, however, going to get it high and couldn't quite bump the defensive out. The double touch, however, will still get up, still get it down, still get 2-2 on the board.
I was thinking Arju is leaving completely, playing in such a defensive position that he was, with this car with the back, he was expecting the ball to go far. Instead, he still has enough time not only to return, to tee himself up with a off the backboard and score with a slow shot to the right corner up in the air. That's Arju for you. I was expecting to see some perhaps playmaking skills of him, but he's also such a great goal scorer, and Shippers are grateful to have him on his team.
60 seconds left on the clock. The defense again holds together for the moment. Arju on target, though, just pushed out the way by Caro. Shaka will still come through off the backboard in towards Ocelon's side of things. Off to the corner it will go. Chacaron plays in against the opposing force, tees it up, Tedder takes it away. As Arju looks back into the mid-center, Ocelon looking for a shot on target, just about keeping away from the net. Ocelon going in for the shot on target, and no one's in the center. Junior just rotates in again off the backboard, keeps the defense going, and now demos will come through from Caro. Junior missing with his chance, her chance, excuse me. Tedder back over, Ocelon with a miss. Tedder trying to go for the shot, but it goes out towards that midfield once again. Tedder drops it down. Junior in for a chance. Caro's going to rotate back. Can't get the touch against the ball. That's Ocelon open net and putting it in. 3-2 on the board. Shippers with a lead.
I was trying to figure out at what point does this push and pull start, because Childish Gambimbam were defending out of their last breath, and yet you could see that it were going for a pretty long time, but the Shippers were just stronger with their clears. And at some point, it's how well you are able to move around the field, how well you're controlling the boost. As a result, just more resources for Shippers, more precision for them, and again, that experience coming through.
10 seconds remaining. Ocelon going for the target shot. Junior can't receive it. That's match. Game, set, and match for the Shippers at this point. Unless two ridiculous kickoffs come through for Childish Gambimbam, I doubt it, Jam. I heavily doubt it here, as it looks like the Shippers will take a confident series to move forward in the bracket.
Yeah, the game of three came alive from both of the teams. No more low score lines. Childish Gambimbam finally scored two of their first goals in the series, since Shippers' defense was solid up until this point. And yet it just wasn't enough. Unfortunately, it still just didn't work out for them. They were looking for opportunities, right opportunities, but I would never say that I was particularly impressed by the passing style of Childish Gambimbam. They had some great opportunities here or there, but they were just small rays of sunshine in an otherwise bleak day. Nothing too good, nothing too bad either. But as a result, Shippers they had more great opportunities on their side, and even if they didn't have the playmaking themselves, and they did, they also had just enough individual power on that squad to get past the Childish Gambimbam.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it power. I just call it experience more than anything else. Just the fact that they were able to work so well in terms of outplaying Childish Gambimbam, both on a team basis and on an individual basis. Like that was the main thing right there. That was the main thing that's trying to push Shippers over there. You know, again, Chacaron's been great. He's been across many great teams. Arju and Ocelon, also the same to be said about them. You know, they looked really good just based off their experience alone. Obviously, that firepower still factors in. They still look good off the back of that. And Childish Gambimbam, you know, again, I kind of want to see more out of this squad, but they do have to make some step-up opportunities. You know, some of them are subs for previous teams in the Elite Series. Some of them haven't quite gotten their chance in the sun. So we've just got to keep working on it until eventually they find a line of form that seems to work well for them, you know? Yeah,
well, this is a great start for both teams, really. And while we've Childish Gambimbam dropped down, and really Childish Gambimbam, if you were following the Divinity Winter Series, Childish Gambimbam is one of those teams that have 20 people on their roster. Just everyone's playing on it. Here, though, it's a solid squad. If they stick together, again, just the time spent together might work out for them. To make sure that they get the game plan going, they all know what they're doing, and the results should come. But same goes for the Shippers. Maybe this will be the Chacaron's opportunity to finally show to the world what kind of capable player he is, if he can get himself surrounded with good teammates as well. But unfortunately, it will be Shippers who will be moving to the next round. Their opponents are already known. It's Sweden Bros, who earlier today off-stream won against Swedish Musikok. And for the Childish Gambimbam, it's a long way down to the losers bracket, who will be a pretty long walk.
A very long walk to try to see if they can get back in the final playoffs. But to discuss more about that, and again, of course, discuss this matchup, which was a relatively confident one, it's back over the desk with Daniel and Fuzz.
Shippers, experience, and firepower. Is that an accurate description of this lineup?
I think so. You know, Childish, they did what they could, but they took too long with finding the back of the net. They couldn't score until the third game. And, you know, that is just perfect for the Shippers. They used that. They just did their thing, and that was enough.
Is it the most confident win we've seen all day then?
It seemed like it. It seemed like it on paper. It was a clean win, and they didn't look to be in too much in trouble. It took Childish 3 games before they scored their first goals. That's not good enough in a matchup like this. You know, Shippers, they did well keeping them off the net, but it also seemed like Childish, they had the chances, but it just didn't work out for them. So that's taking too long. That's taking too long to wake up.
Yeah, Cillian coming through clutch as well in the third game, getting a whole of 3 goals to his name. Any other players in particular, or is that the guy you would highlight, if any, from Shippers?
To be honest, Arju was the guy I want to highlight. I thought he had some beautiful goals. He had a lot of them. He was just, put him in the right position and he'll score. It seemed like he was just there where he needed to be, and that really worked out for him.
Yeah, great overall play from the Shippers. That, of course, means that they will move on and they'll face Weed and Bros.
Yeah.
Shagran facing a couple of his form. No, that's the Bricks I was thinking about.
Never mind. Yeah, close.
We're not going to talk about that storyline then, because it doesn't exist just yet. But instead, let's just look at the schedule for today, because this means we have had 5 out of 6 series being played for you, ladies and gentlemen at home, which means the only one left is going to be the Bus Drivers versus 21. A series we've been looking forward to. First time we're going to be watching 21 on stream. And the Bus Drivers actually finished off last week's streams with a very entertaining series as well.
They did.
But we did have more games being played off stream as well throughout the day, so we can take a look at the brackets. Let's start out with the lower bracket here on your screens. Again, 1 team has been eliminated, to be honest, eliminated by Bim Bam Police, but 3 more teams will be eliminated off stream as well today. Chask and Bim Bam can now play against Swedish Musikok. Ark versus Team GFG will play, and then the Bricks will also be taking on the losers of this matchup that we're about to see. Also up in the upper bracket, we only need 1 more team through to the round of 8 in the upper bracket. That's, of course, again, the winner of the Bus Drivers versus 21. Other teams we found so far: Savage, Team Echo Zulu, Shippers, We Them Bros, I Got the Part, Schnozzers, and, of course, Bilgedam.
Yep.
So, the next matchup we're going to see, you've been excited about 21. Tell us a little bit about why.
Well, 21 came in last week and actually fought off Bilgedam. They were coming in as the lower seed in their group. Bilgedam was the higher seed, and they still took them out 3-2. So it must have looked a bit like the other series with Bilgedam against the Bricks, where Bilgedam came out on top. But in this instance, it was 21 coming out on top. So I'm excited to see them. You have Ghostfire and Seto from Germany. Then you have By Mateos from Spain. It's kind of a mixed up roster. I hadn't particularly seen this lineup before this tournament. I didn't expect these guys to join up together, but they did, and apparently it's working really nice. So 21, that's I actually picked them as a team to watch this week, and I think they're gonna do really well.
Yeah, they already beat 1 team that made it to the round of 8 in the upper bracket. Does that automatically qualify them as well? Or?
Maybe it should. No, of course it doesn't, but it means that they're gonna go into this matchup with some confidence, because on paper the Bus Drivers are not as good a team as Bilgedam. They don't have the experience. They don't have the top level players maybe that Bilgedam has, but they still have shown very good results, Bus Drivers, and as you said, a very entertaining series last week. And they also had a very close series against the Bricks. So that's why I also call them the second dark horse, maybe, of top 16. They have the potential to surprise us, but on paper, I think 21 is going to take this.
Who's the first dark horse?
Who you asking me who?
Putting you on the spot.
Yeah, I don't. Who was it again?
Well, I actually think from the games we've seen today, we saw the UK team make it through, beating Ark. I think that's probably going to be one of the dark horses.
That might actually have been the team that I put. Oh, there it was. There it was. Thanks a lot, producer man.
On point. Swedish Musikok, dark horse.
Yeah.
They were knocked down to the low.
They were knocked down to the low, so
still have a chance in here.
They're maybe not as dark as we thought,
or maybe too dark.
Maybe too dark.
But let's take a look at the predictions from you guys. You have Fuss predicting a 3-1-21. No surprise from the way you just spoke about these two teams. No. You agree with Jarv Jam, who has been on point with his predictions so far. So far, you could have gotten a total of 10 points. Fuss, you're sitting at 4.
Yeah, it's not looking too good.
Jarv Jam at 6, more respectable, and Jay also sitting at 4 out of those 10. Of course, 2 more up for grabs in this last series, and you have a 3-1-21. Jarv Jam 3-1 as well, but Jay is he agrees with the dark horse because he has the Bus Drivers. for a 3-2.
So this is my chance at least to show that I'm not the last place of this prediction game. Jay, I'm sorry, but you're gonna have to take the third place for now. But that's just how it is sometimes.
Yeah, well, with those words, let's see what Switchblade Jay has to say about that. And of course, he's joined by Jar of Jam.
Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. It's my prediction for this one. Yes, you know what? Like, I actually was very, very impressed with the bus drivers last week. Honestly, do you know what? Like, I looked at this and I thought to myself, you know what? Distan's the only real man at the moment. He's the only real player that can possibly turn anything good for this team. But with Relating Wave, there might be a bit of chemistry. There might end up being a bit more of a might end up being a bit more of a chance, and then they absolutely swamped it out of the water. Like, Relating Wave is insane. Distance play with him was also absolutely insane. And I think this one might end up being a close one, so much that I think there might be a chance for an upset. You know, this is one of the 2 upsets I predicted today, one of which has not gone well. The second of which might also not gone well because, again, they are up against a pretty decent force in the form of 21. And yes, they are very, very good at their own right. But again, you know, you sort of like weigh up these 2 teams, and it's a relatively difficult one to weigh up when you take a look at it objectively from each sort of player's standpoint. You know, again, I said I like the chemistry of Relating Wave and Distant, but they're still making mistakes. Meanwhile, 21 have proven to be just as inconsistent as Bilchadam. You know, back during their group stage, they got a 3-2 against Sampi. Now, we haven't seen the specifics of how they've played on this one. Or we haven't seen the specifics of how they played during those matches or how they're playing as a team right now. But it's for that reason I still think the upset is kind of possible. Certainly probable, but not probable, but certainly possible.
There's a big opportunity for an upset, and also because, just like the desk mentioned, we haven't seen 21 on stream yet. None of their games have been here in front of our eyes, or in your eyes as well. And as a result, while the names do instill some confidence in me, I've seen Zedo, Bimetas, and Ghostfire play in so many European tournaments. But it seems like they've been performing really well as of late. But those results, Team Sampi, yes, Nalman has since retired, but it's a big question. Solid team, like it felt like while everyone was just chilling, Team Sampi were just training. Someone's going on a vacation or playing different games. Team Sampi have been training. Unfortunately, they now have disbanded or at least lost one of their players. But it was still a pretty interesting team that we saw previously on stream in a different matchup. But they won eventually, and then they won against Bilchadam. A little bit of a shocker. It's a shame we didn't see that series. It's a close one still, and we still don't know which kind of a Bilchadam appeared on that day. As a result, I feel it's 21, just because Zada by Matis and Ghostfire, as good as Relating Wave, Distant, and their third Sharp might be, it's still the experience in this one should once again trump the more of a fun team. But hey, it's maybe the youngsters who will show to the old guard exactly how Rocket League's played.
Well, I'm after that last series, I do have my doubts about my prediction now, but we'll see how things go. Of course, I still have a little bit of faith. Let's see what the bus drivers can do on the blue side of the court. Meanwhile, 21 want to play in for our final series of the day. Yeah, out to the midfield control, no major kickoff advantage. Distant on target though. Ghostfire just going to wrap back over and defend it. Relating Wave going to leave it for Sharp on the right-hand side of the field. Now control it past first, challenge on by Matos. It puts a nice 50-50 out towards that blue half. Distant will feed up to Sharp alongside the sidewall. Zeta will take it away. Distant will follow through all the same. Bump Sharp out of the way so we can't quite get the flip he wants. Relating Wave still going to keep that in the midfield centre, however. A little bit of control now for the bus drivers to take it inside that corner. Again, it's Ghostfire dropping it down in front. Zedo out to the midfield. Again, dunking it in center. Trying to see if he can get a shot in at first goal here for the 21 side. But so far, the bus drivers managing to keep pace, at least for the moment. An awkward pitch between Relating Wave and Distant will be able to get the save against 21's shot.
It's a pinch city from both of the teams. That great pinch off the wall to bring the ball laterally to the other flank. Perfect for 21. If only they could use it just a little bit better. But both teams are not shy of each other. There's a lot of close play. There's also some pretty open passes. And as a result, Relating Wave gets everything and the ball, but not the goal. Sharp with a follow with crossbar denies them. 21 just leave that with shaking hands. And the bus drivers will be cursing themselves on the way back.
That's why I predicted this match to be the bus drivers. That's why, because Relating Wave seems to be a diamond in the rough in the bubble scene, somehow managing to get it past very experienced players and almost got the shot on target. Couldn't quite follow through all the way, and Distant will be left to try and defend against the incoming counter-attack from Zero and Ghostfire. Ghostfire couldn't quite follow through with the second shot as Sharp gets up high off the backboard, and now they all combine on the bus driver side to get the defensive together. Relating Wave back in the back line. Zero going to keep it inside that corner, however, as Ghostfire wraps up, goes for a shot on target, and it's going in. Defensive whiff from Sharp. It's an opener for 21.
Two opportunities from a 21 to actually get on that target, both by Mateus and Ghostfire, were in a good position, but and it seemingly both of them had a perfect opportunity to just put it somewhere, but it's Ghostfire who put a shot on Sharp that he just couldn't read, and instead of Bus Driver making the opening off of that classic Relating Wave, or really a Distant, or maybe even Sharp in that squad, now it's the opener for 21 who could work it out. Their precision is still a bit up. They are not always getting those great angles. They're putting the ball off the backboard, but they're sort of putting that in the same position they started with. As a result, the ball moves slowly towards the target, not exactly the quick pace that they would have wanted.
Sharp pinched away, Relating Wave going to come here alongside the side wall. I dribble it all the way in off the backboard, set up his teammates into the mid-center, but no, Zero takes it over to the corner, so Sharp once again out. 2 minutes and 30 still left on the clock from the score. Still out towards Distan. Pass back in towards Relating Wave. Cannot get the touch that he wants. So Matos takes control. Goes in for the shot alongside Zero. Good challenge coming through as Relating Wave demos out. Ghostfire takes out some of that offensive potential. And indeed, it will be enough to fend off, but only for the moment. Matos again challenges 50-50. Puts it off the backboard. Relating Wave and Distan so high. Allows Ghostfire to take it off the backboard one more time. Zero dunks it down. And Sharp, no! Distan! That is absolutely tragic for the bus drivers.
Can't blame a Sharp for that one. He made the best save possible out of situation, but who knew that the Distant was also rotate to the same spot and may put the ball straight back on target. They have 21, just a series of great shots, and the bus drivers with goalies in tow just can't defend themselves out of a little bit of unlucky situation. Distant will be, well, once again kicking themselves for it. But the bus drivers still have enough quality to see themselves through in this game.
Ball in for Relating Wave. He controls it, goes off the backboard, Ghostfire. Going in, demos out one. Tries to bump Distan out of the way, but that bump actually pushes him off position, so he can't get the shot centered up that he wants. Distan and Zero challenge for control. It's Relating Wave that wins it out. Going to gain control, getting off the backboard, off the crossbar. Sharp to come through with a redirect again. It's going to be too high. Distan a chance for the bicycle hit, but it's cleared out by the defensive rotating in on the part of 21. Zero in, Sharp out. Ghostfire again with a save, and Distan's going to come in from long. Sharp with a demo, but again, it's way off of target. Distant with a redirect chance. Relating Wave going to try and recover, go straight in for the shot, but Matos is able to save it, and the defensive from 21 looking absolutely stellar so far here in game one.
You need to be playing even faster to be that defensive 21. I don't think the bus drivers have it currently in them to actually pick up the pace even more. They're trying as hard as they can possibly do. And still the opportunities are coming through. Sometimes individual efforts, sometimes just the series of passes that brings the players, the bus drivers in front of the net. But 21, seemingly, whatever you throw at them, they deal with it with precision and with skill.
Sharp, Zero beats them all to the ball. And there it is. Nice 3-0 seems to be a start here for the 21 side. As Matos and Zero again combining for the nice, simple game for 21 at the moment here. I mean, it's still 45 seconds. I don't think it's going to be a thing for bus drivers. It's one goal every 15 seconds if they want to try and make this happen. So the time ticks by. Again, offensive pressure applied by 21, showing their experience, showing their firepower, showing their prowess, if you will. Matos goes in for the dribble, dunk down. Distan will be able to take that away at the very least, try and save a little bit of a dignity for the bus driver's side. As Distan is away, Zero in here out towards the midfield. Again, Relating Waves to try and save it. It goes off the backboard, off the ceiling, Sharp to push it further away, all the same. And just a formality here, the defensive just wraps up with the bus drivers, just tries and keeps it away for 21.
A goal every 4 seconds at this point, which is in math their thing called imaginary number, and that is the imaginary situation for bus drivers. They wish, they will be dreaming about it afterwards. Instead, it's a 4-0. Just one to add for the road for 21, who were looking like the dominant team in game number one. And while Distant, Sharp, and Relating Wave were constantly getting on the end of the shots, and some of those really the breakthroughs that they were making through the 21's defense were looking dangerous, dangerous wasn't enough. Results is what was lacking from the bus drivers' offense, but they can try again in game number 2. And with the amount of chances that they got, really, just look at that shot count. Despite 21's defense working their rear ends off, it was still a pretty good showing for the bus drivers in the defensive side. Unfortunately, all that shots count for nothing if you can't put that ball into that score net. Score net, well, rectangle net.
Well, 21, of course, taking a very confident game one there. Obviously, he was talking about how aggressive they were. The bus drivers couldn't quite mount up to the task. And again, there were a couple of mistakes coming through, which is, again, something I criticized them when I initially did my breakdown. It's something that I fear could end up costing them quite a lot if they let that go through. Now, that possibly could have been a 2-0 if they weren't quite as mistake-heavy more than anything else. And again, you know, some good shots being taken, some good plays that they couldn't quite mount up to the 21 side of the defensive. Obviously, 21's defense looking really, really stellar so far. So credit to them on that one. The bus drivers struggling to keep up. But let's see what they can do in game 2 again. They've had a nice little 30-second break to sort of figure things out, talk things through, think out the strategy for this next one. So let's see what they can pull to fruition. It's game 2 of our best of 5, our final best of 5 of the night again. This Distan challenging by Matos off the kickoff. Ghostfire going to follow through as it does go out to the orange half initially. He's set up perfectly for this. And Sharp and Relating Wave going to pass between each other. Keep that one going off the backboard. In fact, going for a shot by Matos. Takes it. Again, challenged by another player in Distan. Sharp's going to rotate back as Relating Wave to go in and take a good touch off the backboard. Should be out to Zedo. Tease it a little bit further away into the midfield where Sharp passes again to Relating Wave. It's going to be a bit of a light touch, all things considered. Not quite the boomers downfield that we've come to expect from Relating Wave. As Distan goes up and out to the midfield by Matos challenging and then putting it right the way the other side of the field. That was on target, but Relating Wave, again, seems to be all over the field, up offense or defense, and he's doing a good job of doing what he's doing. Sharp goes back in, Zedo going to tee it away. Relating Wave going to put it out to Sharp once again, but no player to receive. It's just pressure. The 21 are going to try and apply it to the midfield of all places.
And look at that, they stole the ball, immediately getting an opportunity. Oh, by Matos, got caught in a lot of rotation, flipping all the way to the bank with that one. We weren't able to get the control of the ball, had the time, but 21's offense rather just was going for too long of a time. The bus drivers were able to turn back in. Still great plans for bus drivers themselves to get some attacks going on the other side of the field. They're trying to push the ball through, and the plays that they're trying to make in front of that are, again, eking closer and closer, reminiscent of what they were able to do in game number 1.
Ball in, centered up again by bus drivers players. Go out alongside the sidewall again. It's Relating Wave out towards Sharp. Good shot on target. Goes fire just to be able to defend it. Couldn't quite get past the defensive again from the bus driver's side. They try and play around this box. Distan tees it up, and Sharp's going back for boost, and he'll pay the price for it. Demoed out by Zedo. Still Relating Wave pushes it up. Distan trying to push one player out of the defensive line. Again, Sharp's challenge, Relating Wave up the shot opportunity, but no, it's too far wide. Distan with another redirect shot, but Zedo reads it so well. 21 looking absolutely flawless. Relating Wave with another chance, but Ghostfire again rotates back around towards the net to save it. And Sharp will try for one last flip reset opportunity. Zedo again challenges all the same. So the 50-50s are what builds the defensive for 21, and all the shots are denied every single time against the bus drivers.
But as a result, 21 are not getting anything done on the other side of the field. All that barrage by the bus drivers keeping 21 in their own half locked. And really, they're just not getting even a chance, not a shot to their name so far, and we're already at half point of the game. Still, the moment they will get a chance on the other side of the field, you can expect him to make some threatening opportunities. It's just that the breakthrough is like there's no light at the end of a tunnel for them just yet.
Ball in for Distan again. Ghostfire beats him to the ball. Now Relating Wave's going to have to rotate back. Zedo off the backboard in towards by Matos. Challenged by Sharp, and Distan goes back into the backlines but misses out on the 100 boost. They've got very little to defend this. This is where 21 can start applying pressure, but an awkward touch from Ghostfire. Zedo is in position to receive and again in position to recover it. So Relating Wave takes it into the corner now. 2 minutes on the clock. We're still scoreless here in game 2. Ghostfire challenges. Sharp rotating back. Cannot quite get to the ball in time, but will be able to receive first. Against the likes of Matos challenges against Zedo all the same. Zedo puts it into the center, and Distan's got to go high off the backboard. Is it perfect for Zedo though? He puts it in the back of the net. 1-0 on the board for 21.
All that Distan needed to make was one small touch, but that was the extent of his boost. And Relating Wave feels backflip, man. Out of the all situations, he needed to be right there on target since Distan couldn't exactly put the ball away. Instead, one mistake combined with the second one gives 21 their first opportunity of the game and their first goal to boot as well. And now they're continuing. Look at that, looking live after kickoff, trying to set up something quickly and strong, since the bus drivers are susceptible to slowly keep going down the more goals are scored.
Coming like a javelin from the heavens. I couldn't quite get it done. Zedo's going to have to fall back as a result. We'll try and back pass into the midfield. They can win off the back of this. 21. Distan going in with a shot. Relating Wave's got to fall back. He's only got 30 points of boost. And Sharp will have to take control again, also on 30 points of boost. Off the backboard into Distan. It's going to be the shot opportunity, but no. Ghostfire saves it as Sharp gets demoed out. Relating Wave will keep this in the orange half. They're out of boost here for the bus drivers. Still Sharp comes in after being demoed out. Gets 100 boost in the back lines of the blue side of the pitch. And 60 seconds remain. Again, it's by Mate has to push it out towards the corner. Chance is taken, but not allowed. Again, Sharp going to go in for the shot. That one's a little bit high, and Zedo is a little bit low. That's 1-1 on the board. Bus drivers equalize.
It was so frustrating to see bus drivers go for it, and still don't get any chances. And it's great for Sharp to also show up on the other side of the field in the offensive capability, because previously he was making his mistakes in defense. He was trying to start the attacks, but now then he finally put his name on the scoreboard. That's an even greater start. Oh, and that's a awkward kickoff as well. And the Sharp at the spearhead of it, he's suddenly feeling the game after scoring that one-time goal.
40 seconds still left. Sharp going in for a touch. It's pitched away by Matos and Zedo. Ghostfire also alongside the sidewall. We'll see it out towards the midfield. Relating Wave going to go off the backboard. Distan not in a position to take this shot. Neither is Sharp. So they go back in. Distan will return fire with another good shot on target. A little bit far left to the left-hand side, but either way, Zedo saves it by Matos. Tees again. The follow-up shot coming in from Relating Wave. Now Distan feeds it in towards Sharp. Good passing play, but double commit coming through from Ghostfire and Biomato. Sharp still sets up Distan. Relating Wave going to double commit towards it, and that's a crucial offensive that could have gone so well, but because of one communicational mistake, now it's return fire. Biomatos into the center. Zedo couldn't quite follow through, and now Relating Wave with one last chance into the corner. Ghostfire is going to try and clear it to the midfield, let it touch the floor, and go to overtime for game 2. So much better from the bus drivers here in this second game than it was in the first, as they try their best to work up against the weaknesses of 21.
You could see that the defense of 21, while holding out so strong, the combined 13 shots by the bus drivers. One goal though. Oof. It might not be enough. It's just that the dominating side of 21 that was scored 4 goals against bus drivers in the first game has slowly died down. They're no longer getting opportunities, and your defense might be as pristine as ever. You might be absolutely #1 in defense. If you also can match it in the offense, games most likely will be worked out down not in your favor.
Zedo with a perfect setup. Sharp's going to be able to take it away. Take a look at the angles as well for the bus drivers. You notice how predictable, how easily read the 21 side are going to be able to play against them, because they are relatively predictable so far in their offensive plays. So they've got to just try and find a way to get a little bit more unconventional, I guess is the right word for the moment here, because otherwise, it's going to be a case of just get an offensive, get cleared, get defended, go back into your defense, get an offensive, and so on and so forth, up until you find a chance like this, which is the unpredictable nature we're looking for. But even Ghostfire is ready for that. Sharp follows through, and Ghostfire reads the angle so well. Relating Wave misses his touch, and now Distan's got 46 points of boost, gets it past Zedo. Sharp coming through with another touch, and Matos again sees the danger coming from a mile away. Defends as appropriate. Now out towards Zedo. Matos will pass in. Again, it's going to be defended by the bus drivers here. It's Relating Wave comes in with a setup once again. Ghostfire is going to try and find an angle out here towards the corner. Distan and Sharp in the midfield. Distan will get it past the first and the second. Set it up towards the mid-center, but no, Zedo takes it away.
And we are settling once again in the game of cat and mouse between bus drivers and 21. And in this case, 21 are the mouse straight in the hole, not even showing their face at all. They would like to do something on the other side of the field, but really to all their shots that they trying to put in, all they have to name is 3. 2 of them happened in regulation time. I think they caught 1 in the overtime as well, but as 2 minutes have passed, really almost no opportunity up front. That demolition might come in handy. 1 goal for bus drivers on this attempt, and the overtime just keeps lingering on.
Ball in for Distan by Matos controls. Relating Wave on target, pushed away by another here from the 21 side. Relating Wave demos out by Matos, opens up a chance for Distan. Those demos might become very significant as time goes on, as both sides try and find a way to break things out and try and break out of their own half. By Matos, and a pass out to Zedo though. That's beautiful from 21 to secure overtime. 2-1 in this game and 2-0 so far in the series.
That attack was slow to start. Baymadio has taken all his time on the left flank, but he knew that Zedo was waiting in the midfield, and Zedo, using all that time himself, to get the best possible touch he could do upside down with the bumper to put as much power on it. And look at that. Look at the scoreboard. It's just 18 shots. When's the last time you've seen 18 shots by a team? Not only seen 18 shots by a team, but 18 shots by a team who lost the game eventually. It's 21's magical style of defense, and they are just not letting almost anything through. First goal in this game, but in the previous game, nothing. And still that control is with them. It took them extra time, almost 3 minutes to get it done in the overtime. But in the end, they persevered. They outlast their opponents. As bus drivers, try as they might, all the combined power, distance, sharp, or relating wave just wasn't enough to break the 21.
Yeah, apparently not in this case. 21 looking... just the defensive in particular is something that looks incredibly good. You know, as you were mentioning, just 18 shots on target and only 1 went through. Like that's absolutely insane to hold back on your back line. You know, and it kind of just proved the point about the experience levels that we were talking about for this squad. And as a result, the bus drivers really are left out in the dust. They've got to try and find a way to break it down. And again, I'm saying probably get in with the bump plays, get in with the demo plays. Try see if you can push those guys back out of position. Try see if you can push them out of their own half of the field and push them out of their own box. You know, because now they've got to go for a full-blown reverse sweep here, Jam. I'm praying it's going to happen, but I'm not sure whether it actually will. Let's see what bus drivers can bring to the fold. How have they adjusted in the last 60 seconds as Game 3 comes to play? It's Sharp with control off the kickoff coming in from Distan. That's right, on target, but no, too far to the left-hand side. Relating Wave couldn't get to the defense on time. It's returned by Zedo and by Matos, who goes in for a shot. Distan Relating Wave, fortunately, are just far back enough to the point where the ball's going slow and they can recover. So bus drivers, another awkward start coming through for their side.
But what an opportunity they had at the very start. 21 caught with their pants down, 3 players huddling up around the ball, but to push it through all 3 is a monumental task for bus drivers. I'm still expecting Relating Wave and Distant to come in strong, because just one goal, one goal in the whole series was from Sharp, who I'm expecting to be more of a setup player perhaps. Instead, it's just nothing to be seen from the bus drivers and everything to be seen for 21, who, wow, just no space whatsoever, the tightest of the lines, but they still managed to get the ball through by Matos setting up Ghostfire from the right flank.
Another great kickoff going well enough, but Distan follow through underneath the second, but by Matos just got a good enough touch in to keep that off target. So Relating Wave on the other side. Try to get it in off the backboard, second touch back in Zedo and Ghostfire. Swapping places as Zedo tries to feed over the Blind Matos, and Sharp and Relating Wave will be here. Distant gets it out to the corner. And Ghostfire will be there to control in the corner. Distant still challenges, once again trying to set up for Relating Wave, but Zedo beats into the ball. Blind Matos comes out, and Zedo's going to go all the way back in, pinch it down. Almost found a goal on 0 boost, but Sharp is able to save it. Either way, it's pressure play coming in from 21 as they play out towards both sides of the field in both corners. The Sharp comes in, Distant on the other position. But a clear back over through that midfield instead of the pass out towards Ghostfire. Good one on target. A little bit too far wide and too far high, but still, it baits in Distan. Zedo couldn't quite get the shot on target. Still an open net for by Matos, and he takes it down 2-0.
And 21 are creeping closer and closer to net of bus drivers, now just setting up their plays off the wall. Plenty of time since the rest of the bus drivers were already out of that play. And with Sharp given the time to himself, saying, I'm not going to go for the challenge, I'm going to read the play as it happens. Even he can't do anything with the precision that 21 are putting on target.
Relating Wave going up, pushing it into Zedo's position. Distan and Sharp rotating back all the same. By Matos misses out his chance. Zedo into the mid-center. Follow through all the same. Relating Wave missing out his. Distan tees it up for the first. Gets it past the second. That's one directly on target. If you're going to get the second touch, no! Chances again missed out by the bus drivers. And Relating Wave can get challenged by Ghostfire, returns right back to the blue corner. That's got to be heartbreaking for the bus drivers right there. The perfect chance, the only time the net was open, the only time there was no defensive together, and they just couldn't quite line it up. As Distan comes through into the midfield, going to try and dribble it in against 0 boost. Ghostfire's again to get a challenge. Relating Wave will tee it up with plenty of boost on his side. We'll try to see if he can dunk it down. 2 minutes and 30 on the flip, reset by Matos. Challenges, puts it out to the corner, and again denies whatever setup bus drivers are going for.
And watch Destan, he's currently giving it all on the field. His result, not exactly speaking in his favor, but he is overexerting himself, trying to get in the right position, trying to put as much pressure on the opponent as possible. Right now, perhaps even overcommitting a little bit with Sharp, as Destan had the better angle, but Sharp was just closer. As a result, the Bus Drivers' game plan might be coming undone, as they're just not, like, just all of them trying to do something for the team, but then getting in each other's way and abandoning the playstyle that could bring them the goal via team plays, and instead perhaps just throwing the game all together, as 21 are solid as ever coming in those last 2 minutes of Game 3.
Solid as ever. Another setup that Distan misses out by Mater's going to put it out of discourse. Still relating wave on for the double touchdown. Sharp to receive it. No, Distan's out of position again. The chances are all there for the Bus Drivers. They just can't close it out. It's so frustrating to watch. I talked about frustrating Rocket League a moment ago. This is even more so. So perfect, but so not for the Bus Drivers. It's a minute and 15 left with a 2-0 lead for 21. Relating Wave and Distan will try and take it away, but Distan gets demoed out for his troubles. Relating Wave back in with 50 points. The boost goes off the sidewall into the center. Once again, it's challenged by Zedo. Back off the backboard. Not even actually to the backboard. Goes low enough that it's a 3-0 shot directly from the blue half. Aye.
It stings, doesn't it, Jay? But I see why you have picked Bus Drivers as the potential winners of this one, and I see why Fuzz also decided that the Bus Drivers have it in them to take one game. It's, as you said, oh so much promise, oh so much potential up front, but always a miss, like close with no cigar. And it's the whole story for the Bus Drivers. So great, so close, so near rather, even so far. It is sad to see for all the fans, and I know, Jay, that your heart is currently being torn apart by the blue side.
Oh yeah, absolutely torn apart right here. As another one goes on target, Distan is able to take it away. See, it's funny too, because the one time I don't have faith in my British boys is the one time where they actually end up winning, and the one time I do is the one time where they get absolutely decimated. But finally, something going right for these guys. It's a shame there's only 20 seconds on the clock and they've got 2 goals to make up, Jam, so I'm not sure how much value this goal comes to fruition.
Jay, I remember you asked that the Bus Drivers' play needs to improve a little bit in terms of throwing a curveball, not going for the standard plays, but doing something unexpected for their opponent. Thankfully for you, the name of the server we're currently playing on is Eccentricity, so we might yet steal something eccentric from the Bus Drivers.
Well, 10 seconds to try and pull it off, and Zedo has all the control in the world, though, into the corner. Distan rotating back away, got to get a shot right in, and Ghost Fire's going to deny it. That's going to be enough. 3-0 sweeps come through once again as 21 end up winning out in very confident fashion there. Again, I expected a little bit more. I also said that 21 are relatively inconsistent. Sometimes they can score 3-0s against some top teams, but 3-2s against the Sampi side. Unfortunately, I didn't really consider the level of experience they had there. And there it is, 21 with a very, very simple series to defeat the Bus Drivers and move forward to the round of 8.
And for 21, it shows how much your playstyle can affect your game. Their defense, stellar, really only conceding 2 goals throughout the whole series. Perfect for them. And that last one was, well, I mean, just a little bit of consolation for the Bus Drivers. But also the fact that for 21, the shots were far and in between. Opportunities and net were rare. And yet, every single time they had them, they used them. So many times today, we've seen teams completely whiffing their opportunities, losing a clear-cut chances, just missing absolute sitters and beating left and right. 21 know how important every single one of these opportunities are, and they use them to the fullest.
And that's exactly how that whole series went down, using every opportunity to their fullest. Unfortunately, the Bus Drivers couldn't quite do the same. Again, so much promise, but delivered so little today. They will be dropping to the lower bracket to face off against... do you know what? I'm actually not sure, to be honest, who they're going to face up against. I'll just throw it back to the desk for the final time tonight as they talk us through the current standings of the tournament.
We'll look at all the matchups just in a little bit, but first, to round off the day, we need to talk about this series. We want to a very convincing win.
Yeah.
More convincing than all you guys really thought. Of course, Jay even thought of a potential upset here, but what was working for 21 here in this series?
What was working for 21 was their offense, obviously, and actually also their defense. You had in I believe it was game 2, they had 14 saves. That's just, nothing was working for the Bus Drivers offense. everything was working for 21's defense. It was just not in the favor of the bus drivers, at least. So you had Seto, he was just consistent. He was consistent in his hits. He was consistent in his offense. He was just there. He would score whenever he got the chance, it seemed. And then you had by Mateos. Again, this wasn't a roster I had seen coming before this tournament. They signed up before this tournament, just before, I think. And it seemed like he had to find himself a little bit, but he did. He did certainly find himself. He had some really nice passes. And then you had Ghostfire, who was just the rock on the team. He was just there where he needed to be, and that showed in the defense at least.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about these teams having like a rock in the team. Do you feel like that's a necessity for being a top team?
It's at least a very good idea to have that player who knows how to take the role as the rock, who won't triple commit, who won't go as when he's the last on the field, the last behind. He won't commit to it because he knows he's gonna stay back. If you have that player who acts like the rock, who will make sure that it never gets too dangerous, then that's a very good vantage point for a team to really do have some good results.
Yeah, and it seemed to work out for him in this series. They keep on rolling through. They're now into the top 8, and we can take a look at the brackets because now we have found all of our. I say top 8, but it's round of 8 in the upper bracket. We have all of our matchups. We're going to be streaming all of these games live tomorrow, starting at 7 p.m. Central European time. We're going to have Savage versus Team Echo Zulu, Shippers versus We Them Bros, Bilgedam versus 21. I got Depart versus Snoses. And Fuss, if I ask you, what match are you most excited about out of these 4?
I'd probably say Bilgedam versus 21. Again, I really enjoy watching 21 play. Now, okay, this is the first time we've watched them, but I can
enjoy this once.
I can honestly say that I enjoy watching them play. I've always liked Seto as a player. He used to play on the old Unique Stars roster, which I personally looked up to. We were scrimming against them a lot while we had the old Copenhagen Flames roster, and they were just always super consistent. And I've always seen Seto as one of the most consistent bubble players there is. He's just insanely good and very entertaining to watch. I think he also had some beautiful goals today. So that team 21 matched up with Bilgedam. I think that's going to be an exciting game for sure.
Yeah, it will for sure be an exciting game. We can also take a look at the lower bracket. We did already have some games being played, and more will be played off screen. Bim Bam Police, again, as we talked about, they did beat out To Be Honest, which means they are through. Challenge and Bim Bam should be playing this evening again versus Swedish Musikak.
Yeah.
The Bricks taking on Bus Drivers. They will also be playing tonight here off stream. And then ARC also took out Team GFG, which means they will also be moving forward in the lower bracket. We will be also live streaming 2 of the lower bracket games tomorrow.
Yes.
So that's going to be very exciting as well, because there's a lot of the line, of course, in the lower bracket. Lose and you're out.
It's deciding games. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's going to be very interesting to look at as well. One of the last things we have to look at is going to be the prediction score overall. And if I've done my quick math correctly, I do believe that at this point you could have received a total of 48 points if you corrected all the series winners and results correctly. Obviously, it's very hard to predict the correct result every single time. But Job Jam extends his lead. He's up to 33 points now.
Yeah, he's doing a good job.
You're not third, though.
I'm not third. I'm not third.
Well, tied for second and third. But
no, tied for second. There's no third. Me and Jay, we just, we like to do this together. We're all in it together. So, we're going to catch up to Jam, no problem.
No problem. But there's still 36 points to be had.
Exactly.
Or actually, no, because we have a grand final. Well, maybe we put a little bit of extra points in the grand final.
That's a good idea.
But we'll figure that out. But I do believe that was it for today. We can just look at the schedule for the entire tournament so you guys know when to tune in again. Of course, tomorrow at 7 p.m. Central European time, we'll be having the quarterfinals, the top 8 up in the upper bracket, plus 2 games for the lower bracket. And then next week, we're going to bring you guys the semifinals in the upper bracket, plus some lower bracket games. And then, of course, at the end, the lower bracket semis and finals and the grand final.
Yes.
So, a lot of exciting things still ahead of us in this tournament. But for now, I want to thank everyone for watching. I want to thank you guys from me, Fuzz, production, casters.
The admins.
And, the admins, of course. I guess I forgot the admins the last couple weeks. Sorry, guys.
Maybe.
But yeah, hope to see you guys tomorrow and have a nice evening.
those socks and shoes right off. That natural light is so damn polite, can make you feel just like you were young.